The princess and her brother lost everything and were forced to move to the estate of a mysterious lord. This lord was cursed. This curse was that he desired every woman who came to this estate. The lord was tired of his brother and now wants to take possession of the girl. And see if he will succeed right now. Subscribe to this channel because I tried for you. Like for my efforts. On this gloomy evening, the sky was dark blue and it was raining heavily. A light was on in the gray mansion with a garden in front of it. A charming young girl with golden hair and a purple dress was sitting on the couch, looking sadly out the window. She was approached by an old woman who was standing next to her. The woman asked her excitedly what she was doing in such a place, being so innocent. The girl quickly turned to her and asked in surprise, "In a place like this?" She did not understand what she meant. The woman anxiously explained that this place was dangerous and she should be careful. She believed that every living soul in this estate was hunting her. The woman was referring to the other residents of the estate. Despite the rain, the carriage drove quickly along the road and did not stop. The eldest son of the Lisbon family, Hayes Lisbon, was sitting in the carriage. He was a young man with golden hair and green eyes who was smoking a cigar. Suddenly, he turned to his sister and promised that they would return when their affairs were better. When he didn't hear a response from his sister, Hayes looked at her angrily and asked her why she wasn't answering him and why she was frowning so much. He thought she looked miserable, as if something bad had happened. His golden-haired sister remained silent, still looking out the window and nervously biting her nails. She wondered if things were really not that bad. The girl recalled a long war with a neighboring country, after which there was an economic decline, and their father died, leaving only debts. Their mother fell ill from shock, and her brother was cheated and lost all his property. Unfortunately, their last hope had been taken away from them, and they had been kicked out of their great-grandfather's house, so they had nowhere to go. Sitting in the carriage, she wondered what was wrong with what she would have to endure now. Hayes continued to reassure his sister, promising that she would live like a queen after he had sorted everything out. He was sure they would even pay off all their debts, and their mother would enjoy life again. The girl, who had been biting her nails all along, flinched nervously when her brother asked her if she understood everything he had said. Clenching her hand into a fist, the eldest daughter of the Lisbon family, Ray Lisbon, turned around and looked at him sadly with her blue eyes. She said she understood. Hayes calmed down, looked at her unhappily, and said that he thought a respectable, noble family lived here. However, he did not understand why their house was so far out in the middle of nowhere. Holding a cigarette in his hand, Hayes mockingly said that he would not be surprised to be met by a farmer. Ray looked at him with disapproval and shouted his name sharply, thus reprimanding him, but Hayes didn't see anything wrong with his words and shrugged his shoulders, saying that he was telling the truth and that sometimes you have to say things like that out loud. Ray still disagreed with him and asked him not to say it to their faces. Her request angered Hayes. He angrily asked her if she thought he was an idiot. In his opinion, Ray's problem was that she did not understand the nature of arrogant nobles. The girl was silent and sadly looking forward. She was clutching her hand nervously. Hayes sighed and said that it was a waste of time to talk to such an uneducated hillbilly. His words struck a nerve with her. She angrily shouted at him that it was because of him that Ray couldn't read. After all, if he hadn't tormented all their teachers, she would have learned it long ago. Hayes did not expect such accusations from his sister. He looked at her unhappily and explained that no one was to blame but her tiny brain, because someone else, in her place, would have already spoken 10 languages. He swung his arm and wanted to hit Ray, who closed her eyes in fear and trembled. But Hayes did not do so. He stopped and scratched his head angrily, clenching his teeth. He realized that her beautiful face shouldn't be bruised. Ray breathed a sigh of relief and opened her eyes. She thought her brother was going to hit her again. Every time she argued with him, he would hit her or yell at her. The girl looked sadly out the window and felt as if she were suffocating. She seemed to lack fresh air and wanted to hear the raindrops dripping. She began to open the window, while Hayes, unhappy, said that the weather was so terrible. He looked ahead angrily and said that he didn't like anything about it at all. Ray didn't say anything and quickly closed the window. Finally, the carriage stopped, and the rain kept pouring down like a bucket. The coachman told them that they had arrived. Ray looked out the window curiously. Hayes leaned over, opened the curtain, and looked out the window. He wondered what the estate looked like, where they had been traveling for so long. Unfortunately, instead of the estate, he saw only an endless path in the forest, a gray sky and crows flying around and cawing, as well as heavy rain that was not going to stop. Hayes clenched his teeth angrily and realized that he was in an unpleasant situation. Ray hadn't expected to have to walk to the mansion either. He opened the window and asked the coachman to give them a ride closer to the estate because it would be difficult for them to walk with their suitcases in the rain. However, the coachman looked at him unhappily, waved his hand, and said that it was their problem and refused to drive them any further. Hayes shouted in indignation, "What?" The coachman explained to him that if he had known they were going to travel this far, he would have charged them more money. He thought they should be happy that he had brought them here. Hayes could not tolerate such disrespect. He shouted angrily at Kusher to watch what he was saying. He also reminded him that they had paid him, and he wanted to do this to them. Quickly opening the door, he got out of the carriage and shouted indignantly, "Some commoner with his trough!" But the coachman only laughed, and holding their suitcases in his hands, reminded them that this trough had taken them far. He threw their suitcases, which fell into puddles and splashes of dirty water flew toward Hayes, who barely managed to jump away. The coachman advised him to take his suitcases and leave. Ray put on her cloak and silently left the carriage. She realized that they would not be able to convince the coachman to take them any further. She went to her brother. The coachman quickly went to the carriage, telling Hayes lastly that he was not omnipotent and did not have a single penny in his pocket. His words angered Hayes so much that he even promised that he would get to the coachman who dared to speak to him so brazenly and disrespectfully. While Hayes was insultingly shouting at Kusher that he was an ungrateful, dirty commoner, Ray silently took out the envelope. It contained an important letter with stamp marks on it. She gently squeezed the envelope in her hands, hoping that their lives would change for the better. Ray calmly took the suitcase and asked her brother to hurry up because they could get sick if they stayed in the rain for so long. Hayes finally shouted indignantly that if he ever saw Coachman again, he would break his legs. At last, they came to a large mansion, which was extremely luxurious and had a light inside. The gate in front of the mansion was framed by red roses, the petals of which were blown around by a strong wind. Hayes, soaked to the skin, curled his lips but said nothing, and Ray also stared in silence at the luxurious mansion. Her brother started knocking on the gate and asked if anyone was home. However, no one answered, and there was silence around. Although the lights were on in many rooms in the mansion, Hayes, banging his fists, shouted angrily for the door to be opened. Ray said worriedly that maybe they had come to the wrong place. But her words did not stop him, and he continued to shout, demanding that they open the door, since they had gone through so much to get here. Suddenly, a tall man with graying hair approached them, and angrily looked at him and asked who they were. When Hayes saw this burly man, he felt a chill go down his spine and opened his mouth and eyes wide in surprise. Still, he pulled himself together and politely explained that his name was Hayes Lisbon, and he had come to meet the owner of the estate. He began to say something under his breath and quickly looked for the letter. The butler watched him silently. He then turned his back on them and said that he had never heard his master mention the Lisbon family, so he asked them to leave. Ray quickly walked over to him. She took off her hood and asked the butler to give the letter to his lordship and said that they did not need anything else. Hayes was surprised that his sister had had the letter all along. The butler turned and looked suspiciously at Ray and the letter in her hands. Of course he could not refuse her. He took the letter from Ray's hands, which she held so carefully as if her life depended on it. He then opened the doors of the mansion and allowed them to go inside. When they got inside, Ray thanked him and put her suitcase on the floor. Hayes, meanwhile, walked forward happily and bragged about being right. He straightened his hair and ordered them to be shown to their rooms and a bath prepared. At his words, Ray sighed and blushed, thinking that her brother was behaving shamelessly. The butler turned to Ray, who was holding a wet raincoat in her hands, and asked if she needed clothes and anything else she needed to take a bath. Ray was surprised that the butler had become so friendly. She replied that she would like to meet his grace first. The butler looked at her intently and asked if she really wanted to talk to him like that, in a wet and dirty dress. His words made Ray uncomfortable, and her cheeks flushed. She straightened her hair and quietly asked the butler to give him the letter. Suddenly, Ray smelled a pleasant aroma coming from the kitchen. She looked in that direction. The smell of soup with vegetables, mushrooms, and herbs, as well as freshly baked bread, came from there. In addition, she smelled the smell of baked chicken and vegetables. This delicious smell and her intense hunger drew her there. Suddenly, she turned her attention to the stairs, where she saw the shadow of a man coming down and looking at them. This tall, muscular man with black hair and golden eyes held a glass of wine in his hands and looked at them intently, especially at Ray. The butler called him Master. Ray looked at him in confusion. She hadn't expected to see him right now, looking like this, with water dripping from her dress. The owner of the house seemed to be eating Ray with his eyes. He licked his lips with his tongue with satisfaction and seemed to eat her. The butler bowed to his master and explained that Hayes Lisbon and Ray Lisbon had arrived. He looked at the fragile Ray, whose blue eyes were like a bottomless blue sea. They attracted and seduced him with their mystery. He drank some wine from the glass he was holding. He liked this girl. The butler handed the master the letter they had brought for him. Upon opening the letter, the owner realized that it was from Elliot Wester. Hayes explained that this was their great-grandfather, who had died last year and who had once helped the owner's family with this estate. Hayes said that their family was having some difficulties, and he and his sister needed a temporary place to stay. He asked the master to let them stay at his estate for a few days and promised that they would always remember his kindness. Hayes started to brag, wanted to tell something about his family, the Lisbon family, but the owner stopped him. He scratched his neck and, without taking his eyes off Ray, said that Hayes had a nice sister. Then he asked if she was married. His question surprised Hayes, and he asked the master again in confusion, as if he had not heard the question. But the master did not answer, but only looked at him angrily, like a real beast about to tear him to pieces. Hayes couldn't stand the pressure and fell to the floor and looked at him in fright. The owner approached Ray and looked into her beautiful blue eyes and asked if she was married. Ray felt like a little bunny caught in the paws of a lion. She could not take her eyes off this predator and quickly answered that she was not married. He looked at her intently and asked her again if it was true. And then, realizing that she hadn't lied, he smiled with satisfaction. He already had his own plans for this beauty. Ray was even more surprised when he smiled at her. She did not understand what his smile meant. The master also allowed them to stay at his estate as long as they needed and make themselves at home. Meanwhile, Hayes had already stood up and thanked the host for his hospitality and help. He then asked the host's name. The owner, not taking his eyes off the beautiful Ray, replied that his name was Clodan Castle. A week had passed since Ray and her brother had arrived at the estate. The whole time they were there, it was raining heavily. She looked sadly out the window and wondered when it would end. In addition, she noticed that the longer they stayed inside, hidden from the sun, the worse her relationship with her brother became. They didn't talk, and he was not as cheerful and seemed to be losing his energy. Also, the estate did not listen to his wishes very much, for example, regarding the food he wanted to eat. When he complained about the food, the maid sharply told him that if he didn't want to eat, he could not eat. No one paid attention to all of Hayes's requests, big and small, and no one paid any attention to them. It all made him very angry, and he had to clench his teeth and hands into a fist to contain his anger. He had even more complaints about the estate. At first, he didn't like the number of employees there. Only Lady Mary, a maid with gray hair and red eyes, worked in the kitchen. Philip, the butler, also worked there and let them in when they first arrived at the estate. In addition, there were two other employees, Jack, who ran the storeroom and wore a cap, and a broad-shouldered, tall gardener who never left the outhouse and looked very sad. Apart from these four employees, there was no one else on the estate. They were cold and unfriendly, and treated Hayes like trash from the street. Hayes was very irritated by their behavior and was too arrogant to tolerate disrespect. He complained angrily that no one taught his employees good manners. Of course, Hayes complained about Claudin, the owner of the estate, who was very special. Although he did everything he could to show kindness, he was not very friendly. He seemed relaxed, but there was an invisible wall between him and the others. Even when they first had breakfast with him, Ray felt this wall. That day, Claudin warned them not to even think about going up to the third floor. He looked at Ray and explained that he lived on the third floor. She felt his gaze on her, and her heart started to race and her cheeks turned red. It seemed to her that he wanted her to come to the third floor. Hayes looked at Claude decisively and made him an offer. The owner looked at him with interest and asked what he wanted to offer. He handed him a folder of documents and explained that he had an idea for a business. Hayes suggested that Claudin read everything on his own because it was difficult to explain everything to him. Meanwhile, Ray nervously watched her brother, who wanted to try to become a businessman again. He happily began to tell him that his business partner had many connections, so he could make a profit even in wartime. Hayes promised Claudin that this business would justify his investment. Although Ray was silent, she was listening intently to her brother. She looked at Claudin. He sat in silence and propped his head in the palm of his hand, quickly flipping through the pages of this business plan her brother had proposed. Of course, Ray knew Hayes and was sure that his proposal was not worth Claudin's attention and that he would quickly turn it down. She continued eating, waiting to see what he would say. But when she heard the answer, she looked at Claudin in surprise. He thought Hayes's idea was not a bad one and was ready to accept his offer. Meanwhile, Claudin also looked at her and asked what she wanted to say. Ray was about to say something, but her brother beat her to it. Hayes stood up and said, beaming with happiness, that he knew Claudin would agree and was sure he had made a great choice. Hayes also offered to show him around when he had some free time. However, before signing the agreement, Claudin had one condition. Hayes was silent and smiling, while he mentally prayed that this was not something crazy. Claudin explained that if the investment returns were lower than promised in the contract, Hayes would have to reimburse him for everything. He quickly took the contract and smilingly said that he agreed to its terms, and Ray felt that this business would end in failure as well. Since then, Hayes has been busy. He was constantly going out, and most of the time, only Ray was at the estate. In fact, she envied Hayes, who was a graduate of the best school in the country and had many connections. Even though he was arrogant and boastful, his cheerful nature attracted many people. While Ray felt like a prisoner on a desert island, she sighed sadly and decided that it would be better to listen to the sound of the rain than to remember the past. The mansion was always very quiet, and she could hardly hear the footsteps of the servants. So Ray spent all her time just looking out the window. She was never sad or lonely. She had always dreamed of such peace and quiet. She recalled the moneylenders who would break into their house as soon as she lit a candle. Her mother constantly asked her grandfather for help, and her cousins spread gossip about her family. But now everything was calm, so Ray had nothing to be sad about. Suddenly, she heard a woman's voice addressing her. It was an old woman with gray hair who asked if Ray was cold and if she needed to bring a blanket. Ray looked at her happily and smilingly, thanked her for her concern, and said that she was not cold. However, the woman did not leave, but stared at her intently. Ray asked if she had anything to say to her. At that time, thunder rolled. The woman finally asked what Ray was doing in such a place. She asked in surprise, "In a place like this?" Ray didn't understand what the woman meant. She explained that Ray was still innocent and had not yet been defiled. However, Ray still could not understand what the woman was referring to. She asked her what she was trying to tell her. The woman held out her hand and warned Ray to be careful. She believed that every living soul in the manor was dreaming of swallowing Ray alive and possessing her. Suddenly, she grabbed Ray's arm so tightly that she screamed in pain and looked at her in fear. The woman said that Ray would lose her parents early and that her brother would have a dim future. She explained to Ray that this place was cursed and she should not accept anything from them, not even a glass of water. The agitated woman shouted at Ray not to look at anyone and not to give her body, and especially her heart, to anyone. Ray demanded that the woman let go of her and tried to pry her hand from her grasp, but the woman was not going to let go and asked her excitedly if Ray really wanted to become like her. The woman warned Ray that the beast had already taken notice of her. Her words scared Ray, who could not believe that what she was saying was true. However, the woman convinced Ray not to believe him, because he was just waiting to suck her blood. Even now, the woman could hear him growling. She asked Ray to listen and asked if she could hear him. Ray again recalled the loan sharks who came to their house and demanded money back, her mother who constantly asked her grandfather for help, and her cousins who gossiped about them. The time she spent sitting by the window and looking out, enjoying the silence, reminded her of her troubled life at home. Ray shouted angrily again, demanding that the woman let her go because she was in pain. Suddenly, someone called the woman's name, and Dela flinched and let go of Ray's hand. It was Claudin, who was standing on the third floor smoking a cigar. He calmly said that she was scaring their guest. He exhaled the smoke and, like a real animal, looked fiercely at Dela with his red eyes, telling her to leave quickly. The woman saw his fierce gaze and felt a chill run down her spine. She understood his hint and threat. Dela quickly turned around and said goodbye to Ray. "Take care, lady, and you, master." For some reason, her words made Claudin laugh, and he laughed out loud for a while. As soon as Dela closed the door behind her, he stopped talking and looked at Ray, who was standing silently downstairs. Ray turned and looked at Claudin, then sadly lowered her head and apologized for the inconvenience. Claudin smiled and asked why Ray was there. He reminded her that she knew he was on the 3rd floor. Although he was pleased to see her standing there beautifully, he would have preferred her to join him. So he invited her to go up to the 3rd floor. She was uncomfortable and clutched the curtain in her hands as if trying to hide behind it, and uncertainly reminded him that he had warned them not to go up there. But Claudin asked her if she was trying to seduce him. Ray was a shy girl, so his question really embarrassed her, and her face turned as red as a strawberry. She quietly asked why he was teasing her. Claudin looked at her seductively and replied that she had nothing to do anyway, so he held out his hand and invited her to come up to him. She slowly let go of the curtain and looked down in confusion, wondering what exactly he was seducing her for. Ray slowly approached Claudin, who was standing by the window. She felt embarrassed, and at the same time a certain danger and temptation that drew her to him. On the 3rd floor, she noticed antique furniture and old works of art. It seemed to her that time seemed to stand still on this floor. Ray continued to walk slowly and look around. Stopping in front of the room, Claudin asked her if she was tired, because he noticed that Ray was walking more slowly. But she smiled and said she wasn't tired at all. He was pleased to hear that. Claudin explained to her that they had come and touched the door handle and opened the door of his room. As a true hospitable host and gentleman, he politely invited her to come into his room, where Ray saw a shelf of books, a table with chess, a candlestick, and books. At this point, Ray hesitated and was confused. She knew that she shouldn't go into his room alone, but something was still drawing her there, so she slowly went inside. The first thing she noticed was that it was a hidden room with no windows. There were many books on the shelves. The bed was well made, and there was a gramophone on the table by the bed. Ray felt that the room smelled like Claudin. It was the subtle smoke of cigars, with a refreshing childlike naivety. For some reason, in her imagination, Ray saw a young man running across the green grass, and the sky was blue and sunny, and even fluffy clouds could not stop the sunlight. This young man turned around and smiled happily at her. He looked happy, and he looked like Claudin. He too had black hair and golden eyes, and an incredible smile. It was the scent of youth. She seemed to be in another world. That smell was unusual. Claudin's voice brought her back to reality. He asked her if she liked it. Ray flinched at the unexpected question, and her face turned red again. She quickly asked what he meant. Claudin calmly explained that he was asking if she liked the place. Ray sighed mentally and began to reproach herself for thinking the wrong thing. She said that the room was very nice and everything was tidy. He took her hand and led her further across the room. Stopping at a shelf, Claudin picked up a book, gave it to Ray, and told her that he only brings what he likes into this room. With great curiosity, she picked up the book and began to look at its cover, trying to understand what it was about. Unfortunately, she could not guess what it was about. Claudin saw her confused face and asked if she had ever read the book. Ray was uncomfortable, admitting that she couldn't read, so she ignored his question and asked if he liked books. He looked at her angrily and asked if she didn't like books. His reaction made Ray worry. She didn't understand why he was angry and spoke to her in such a tone, so she asked him why he thought that. Claudin explained that she hadn't even looked at it, so he thought that maybe the book was too naive for her, so he wanted to take the book back. Unfortunately, he misunderstood her, and it upset her. Ray nervously clutched the edge of her dress in her hand and thought that everything was wrong, and if she had told him that she could not read, there would have been no misunderstanding. At this point, Ray wondered if it was weird to think that she could lean forward and kiss him. She touched his hand and looked him in the eye with a pleading look and asked him to read the book aloud to her. Claudin smiled and said that he would be happy to read her a book. His mysterious smile hinted that it would be more than just reading, but perhaps something more. His subsequent behavior was confusing, and her cheeks burned with excitement. She did not understand what was happening because she thought he would be sitting next to her. The man wrapped his arms around the girl's waist and pulled her to him. They plopped down on the bed together and got comfortable. Ray did not expect this behavior from Mr. Pawn. Why did he decide to hug her from behind? Claudin leaned closer to the girl and whispered, and gently asked Ray again if she had read the book before. The girl began to worry even more. She did not know what to do or what to say in this situation. Her breathing and heartbeat were so loud that she was afraid that Claudin would hear them. There was an awkward pause in the room. The man asked again why the girl was not answering him, but Ray couldn't think of anything else but that Claudin was too close to her. She regained consciousness and mumbled something about wanting Claudin to read a book. The man smiled strangely. He looked at Ray's golden hair, and then he gently ran his hand through it, separating each strand from the other. He moved the girl's hair to the side so that it would not get in his way, and then leaned over and began to kiss her gently on the neck. The girl screamed out of surprise, "Mr. Claudin!" The man stopped for a moment, looked at the girl, and smiled broadly. He said, "Be patient. I'll read everything to you." The girl replied that she was uncomfortable sitting like that because she could not see the gentleman's face, as he was behind her. Then the man pressed her even tighter and said that it was hard for him to concentrate on the book next to her. At this point, Ray's thoughts were that she should have behaved like a true lady. But on the other hand, she didn't want to upset Mr. Claudin and wanted to see what would happen next. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was the butler who brought the master the news. He said that Hayes Lisbon had returned to the mansion and he wanted to meet him on the ground floor. The butler asked if the master would come out to see him. Ray was terrified. She was afraid that Hayes would see her on Claudin's lap, get angry, and beat her. She didn't want that to happen, Claudin was thinking. He pressed his lips to Ray's shoulder and stared into the distance of the room. Ray suddenly realized that she had to go to her room because her brother had returned, and she didn't want to disturb him and Pan. She tried to get off Claudin's lap, but the man abruptly grabbed the girl by the waist and held her even tighter, as if not allowing her to get up. He began to kiss the girl's neck even harder until the butler's voice interrupted him again. He asked again what he should say to Hayes. Claudin let the girl go and nervously shouted for the butler to tell Hayes that he would be right down. Ray looked toward the door and began to listen for sounds. She hoped to hear footsteps moving away from the room so she could get out of the room without being seen. But Clodan interrupted her thoughts and hugged her again. He leaned in so that their lips almost touched and spoke gently. "I will lend you this book. Here you go." Ray looked at her and reluctantly took the book to her. The man saw this and asked her why she was so unhappy, if she didn't like the book. But Ray smiled sharply and said that it was wonderful and thanked him for the book. The girl could not admit to her husband that she could not read, so she pretended to like the book. At that time, the weather changed and the rain stopped. The sun was shining outside. Beautiful yellow roses were blooming, and water was pouring from the fountain. When they left the room, Ray looked out the window, surprised and happy at the same time that the rain had stopped. It was as if she had come to life and was smiling happily and enthusiastically about the warmth and sunshine outside. Claudin watched her silently and was surprised that she could be so happy about the sunny weather. He asked her if she liked the warm weather. Ray happily replied that of course she did. Claudin asked coldly, "Why?" Ray did not understand his question and looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. This time, Claudin explained that he wanted to find out why she likes it warm outside. His question was strange to her and made her think. Ray, holding the book in her hands, lowered her head and looked down smiling, and replied that when she falls asleep in the sun, she feels like she will definitely have a good dream. She explained that this is why she likes it warm. Her answer was unexpected for Claude. He had never thought about it and did not know that someone could love warmth so much. Ray straightened her golden hair and for some reason felt awkward and embarrassed because no one had ever asked her about it before. She looked at Claudin happily and asked if he didn't like the warm weather. He looked into her blue eyes like the sea and wanted to say something, but hesitated and at the same time did not have time. Hayes did not let them talk. He was surprised and angry when he saw Ray on the third floor with Claudin, so he asked her why she was coming down from there. She wanted to explain to him that Claudin had invited her there, but Hayes wouldn't let her. He angrily yelled at her that she was being rude and could ruin everything. Hayes was worried that she had said something stupid that would get them into trouble. He quickly went up to the third floor. Claudin wrapped his arm around Ray's shoulders and demanded that Hayes stop swearing at her because he was the one who had been rude. Hayes started to make excuses, but Claudin interrupted him and explained that he had invited Ray to his place to give her the book. When Hayes heard about it, he asked in surprise, "A book? Ha! To a fool who can't read?" His words made Ray pale and shudder. She lowered her eyes and looked down sadly, trying to control her emotions and convincing herself that everything would be okay. It wasn't the first time she'd heard him say that, and she was used to it. The irascible Hayes waved his hand and demanded that she come downstairs. He said indignantly that he couldn't imagine how she had the courage to lie to Mr. Clodan while looking him straight in the eye. Although Ray tried very hard to stay calm and not react to her brother's words, she couldn't help but react when Clodan spoke to her. He wanted her to speak up and clear the air, but the moment he called her name, the internal invisible barrier she had put up to protect herself from Hayes's words and contain her emotions suddenly cracked. Ray looked at Clodan in fright, and tears welled up in her eyes. She was very ashamed. She knew she had done wrong when she couldn't tell him the truth. So, holding the book tightly in her hands, Ray ran away, pushing her brother. Clodan wanted to stop her, but he didn't have time, and Hayes shouted in confusion for her to stop. Ray ran down the stairs as fast as she could, holding on to the railing. She wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible, and she succeeded. She quickly ran into her room and only heard the loud sound of her door closing. A worried Ray sat down on the bed and hid under the covers. Feeling safe there, she continued to hold the book tightly in her hands, hugging it to her, and cried bitterly. At that moment, she could no longer contain herself, and the pain she felt came out through her tears. She remembered the moment when she told Clodan that she didn't really like fairy tale books because in the real world, there is no fairy godmother and no magic. She continued to lie under the covers and sadly said that there was only sadness in this world. In the morning, she was woken up by Lady Mary, who asked her if Ray was awake. She explained that she had brought her food and medicine. Ray woke up quickly, and after coughing a little, she sat up comfortably and was ready for breakfast. She thanked Lady Mary for taking care of her, putting the food in front of her, and explained that it was her job to serve her. Ray began to eat the soup slowly and felt Lady Mary's eyes on her. She was surprised that the maid did not leave this time, but continued to watch her. Lady Mary looked at Ray intently and said that she had been in bed for the past 3 days. She asked if it was because of Master Clodan. Hearing her question, Ray flinched and stopped eating. She remembered again that she had lied to him, and fear and guilt flashed through her eyes. She put the spoon down and nervously clenched her left hand into a fist and said that he was not to blame and that it was actually her fault that this had happened. Ray hid in her room from his eyes because she felt weak and worthless. The maid began to sympathize with Ray because she thought it was not easy for her to sleep with Master Clodan, but Ray didn't understand what she was talking about. Suddenly, it hit her. Lady Mary had mistakenly thought that something had happened between her and Mr. Clodan. Ray explained that she was mistaken, but the maid did not believe her. Ray began to replay the day in her mind, trying to figure out at what point she and Clodan had been seen by the maid, but she couldn't remember anything. Lady Mary said that after Ray had not left the room for 3 days, Master Clodan became impatient and constantly irritable. Ray tried again to explain to Lady Mary that nothing had happened between her and Mr. Clodan, but the maid insisted. She said that Ray should not try to hide it, because she had seen her and the master together. Lady Mary then asked if Ray had been involved with other men. She explained that no reasonable man would invest his money in a business he was not interested in, and Master Clodan only gave Hayes money because he was her brother. Ray was afraid to hear that, and she was sorry to hear it, because now she was worried about what would happen to her and her brother. She wondered if Mr. Clodan would kick them out if the Hayes business failed. Lady Mary took the tray of dishes and said that he would not throw them out. The maid reassured Ray and told her not to worry. She explained that their master did nothing that could harm him. Lady Mary thought it would be the other way around. The maid sighed and said that maybe Ray would be the one to escape the fate. This frank conversation surprised her, and Ray tried to figure out what she could avoid. She looked at Lady Mary with concern and asked if she didn't like Mr. Clodan. But Lady Mary said she was only a servant, and her opinion did not matter. Ray said that old Lady Dela didn't like their master very much either. The maid moved away from the bed and explained to Ray that it was the master's nanny. Suddenly, she stopped and looked down sadly, and said that Lady Dela was the only one in the estate who could go wherever she wanted at any time. The maid thought that Nanny was very lucky. This surprised and worried Ray even more, so she asked Lady Mary to tell her more about it. The maid shuddered and wished she hadn't held back and told Ray about it. Lady Mary turned around and asked Ray not to be angry with Mr. Clodan, but to consider that she had finally found her man, perhaps even her destiny. But Ray was even more surprised, confused, and did not understand what the maid was talking about, so she asked what she meant. However, Lady Mary did not answer her question, but opened the door and reminded her that she would not be able to come to her the day after tomorrow, Before closing the door behind her, the maid asked Ray to stay in her room that day. So the day passed and the night came. The sky was gray and it was raining heavily again. Lanterns were shining near the mansion. The next morning it did not rain, and the sky was blue and covered with white clouds. Near the mansion was a beautiful garden with beautiful white and other colors of flowers and bushes. The sunlight came through the windows into the corridor. The walls and ceiling and everything around were luxuriously decorated and decorated. Ray left the room and walked down the hallway, holding the book tightly in her hands. She was dressed in a lavender and white dress, and her feet were wearing red shoes. All the suppressed emotion she had been trying to hold back finally came out. She recalled that she was like an animal in hibernation because she had been in bed for several days because of a high fever. And when the sweat that was dripping down her body and pressing her to the sheets was gone, Ray took the book in her hand that was lying next to her pillow and thought about Mr. Clodan. She went up to the 3rd floor and approached where Claudin's room was supposed to be. But to her surprise, there was a wall. After a while, she got tired and sat down on the floor by the window. She sadly wondered where Mr. Claudin's room was. During this time, Ray had asked Lady Mary and the butler about it, but no one knew where it was. In fact, Ray wanted to apologize to Claudin for telling a lie and never wanting it to happen. She looked at the book and said that she hoped she could apologize before it was too late. Suddenly, she heard some strange sounds coming from the master of the manor's room. She listened and realized that it was Mr. Claudin's voice. She quickly ran in the direction of the sounds and saw the door of the room. The first thing that came to her mind was that he was injured. Ray knocked on the door and asked him excitedly if he was okay and asked him to open the door, but he didn't answer. So Ray started looking for the doorknob and tried to figure out how to get in. Finally, she saw the handle and was very happy to find it. She lightly touched the doorknob and gently opened the door. She rushed in to see if he was okay. She was very frightened by the sound she heard, but when she saw the picture that appeared before her eyes, she fell into a stupor. A powerful, burly man stood before her. His muscles were filled with blood, and his veins pulsed in time with his heart. The man was just remembering Ray at that moment, and he was speaking out loud, but whispering her name. Suddenly, the girl blushed with shame. She felt ashamed that she had entered the master's room without knocking when he was meditating. She lowered her head to look away from the master's eyes, which were looking at her from the half-lit room. The man asked her why she had come to the room. Ray replied in a trembling voice that she just wanted to return the book. Without even looking at the girl, Claudin told her to leave it where it was, on the floor. Ray clutched the book tighter to her and began to apologize in a shrill voice for barging into Mr. Claudin's room. Suddenly, the man interrupted the girl and shouted at her to leave. This rude tone hurt Ray's heart. The man pompously lit a cigar and rudely told her to just go away. Ray was kicked out of the room and the door slammed very loudly behind her. Ray's eyes were empty. She seemed to be broken by the way she saw and felt Mr. Clodan treating her. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Suddenly, Ray started running. She wanted to get away from the shame and rudeness she had just experienced. She couldn't believe that her husband had been so rude to her, especially after he had been the first one to hit on her. Ray felt that she'd been treated unfairly and that she did not deserve this. Suddenly, her legs got tangled in her long silk dress, and she fell at full speed to the hard floor in the corridor. Heavy, salty tears flowed from her eyes. She cried and asked herself what she had done wrong. Why is Mr. Clodan so rude to her? Is it because she can't read? But it was not her fault. The girl clenched her hands tightly into fists. She was filled with anger at the injustice she had experienced. She went back to Claudin's room and burst in again. Claudin was sitting on his bed, finishing his cigar. She shouted at him, "Do you think I don't want to learn to read? Do you think I don't want to learn to write letters? Do you have any idea how much shame you have caused me? Do you even know how much courage it took for me to dare to come here?" Claudin got out of bed and slowly approached the girl. He asked her why she had come to him only now and not earlier. The girl said that she was ashamed to go to him because she had taken a book from him, even though she could not read. She thought that Mr. Clodan was disrespecting her. Then the man gently ran his strong hand over the girl's face to calm her down and said that it did not matter to him whether she could read or not. He explained to her that he was upset because they had a good time together that day, and the next day, she didn't even come out of her room. She stopped showing up in public altogether. He leaned closer to her to hear if Ray enjoyed spending time with him. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and she felt ashamed of her behavior. She asked naively, "Were you waiting for me, sir?" but Claudin demanded an answer to his question. Their lips were almost touching. Tears were running down Ray's cheeks. Despite all the thoughts that were raging in her head, Ray managed to gather herself and answered that she had enjoyed their time together. After that, Mr. Clodan kissed the girl tenderly and at the same time with passion. He picked her up and carried her into his room. It was not difficult for a man like him. Claudin is gentle and rude with Ray at the same time. The girl asked him to tone it down a bit, but the man did not listen to her. From the emotions that reigned in her soul, the girl accidentally shouted out, "Claudin!" Suddenly, the man stopped kissing the girl and moved away from her a little. He asked in a rude tone, "What did you call me?" The girl had a confused look on her face. She could not understand what she had done wrong. But the man interrupted her thoughts and asked her to call him by name again. The girl was surprised by this strange request, but again called him Claudin. The man froze in place. He seemed to be enjoying it, but did not show his emotions. He seemed to be pleasantly surprised that the girl was calling him by name. Mr. Clodan hugged the girl, laid on her shoulder, and asked, "Ray, why are you so sweet?" This question echoed in the girl's mind. She remembered that she had already heard him ask this question as soon as they arrived at the estate, and also when she sat in her room and looked at the rain. Then Claudin called her cute, too. She hugged the man's neck. She was pleased with what he said to her because she had never heard so many compliments even from her family. Hayes, meanwhile, was walking along the path through the woods that led to the estate, suitcase in hand. He was very angry that it had rained that day and ruined his clothes. He gritted his teeth and blamed Kanyuk for this. Hayes thought the man was a pompous, worthless, low-born asshole. This happened because the groom refused to take Hayes further to the estate because he had not paid him enough money. Hayes tried to persuade him, but it was all in vain. So he became very angry and reluctantly walked along the path, at the end of which he could see the estate. Not far from the path he saw a man. Hayes quickly walked past the stranger without paying him any attention. The man spoke to him. Hayes turned around and angrily asked who he was. The man pointed in the direction of the mansion and asked if he was going there. Hayes angrily replied that the man shouldn't bother because he wouldn't give him any money. The stranger continued to point in the direction of the estate and explained that Hayes had misunderstood him and that he was worried about him. The man said that the estate was dangerous and that no one in the village went in that direction. However, Hayes did not believe the man, but angrily shouted at him to watch himself and not to interfere in his affairs. Finally, he shouted even louder for the stranger to leave. It was a terrible day for Hayes. He didn't understand why this was all happening to him. His sick mother was getting worse every day. He also didn't know what his business partner was thinking. In addition, all the goods he had received for his business were defective, and his investment funds were almost gone. While he was reflecting on everything that had happened to him, he did not notice that he had reached a mansion with lights on and red roses growing in front of it. When Hayes came inside, he quickly closed the door behind him and said happily that he had finally arrived. He greeted me loudly and asked if anyone was home. Hayes also said he would be eating dinner in his room, so he ordered the food to be brought there. He pulled out a blue gift box from his pocket, which was wrapped in white ribbon. Hayes looked at the gift and decided that he should give it to Ray before dinner. He hoped that she had stopped crying and that the unexpected gift would make her feel better. Suddenly, the butler appeared behind him and frightened him. Hayes angrily said that if he heard him, he should have answered, but the butler remained silent. Hayes angrily said that he would be having dinner in the room and wanted lots of delicious food brought to him. The butler turned sharply and looked at him coldly, saying that dinner was over and that Hayes could make himself a meal from the food left in the kitchen. These words not only shocked, but also angered Hayes even more. He became angry and began to loudly indignant at the rude behavior of the estate workers. The butler stood silently, his back turned to him. Hayes shouted that he was walking in cold weather and demanded dinner immediately. Finally, the butler's patience ran out and he left. Hayes tried to stop him and demanded that the man stop and cook dinner for him. He could no longer hold back the indignation and anger that overwhelmed him. Hayes gritted his teeth as he realized that everyone was looking at him like garbage, even this old man. He grabbed a vase of yellow roses and threw it to the floor with all his might. The vase cracked and broke into pieces, and the flowers and their petals flew in different directions. Hayes said angrily, "If you are a servant, then behave like one." The butler stopped and turned around. 2 teeth and a long tongue, like a snake's, peeked out of his mouth. He looked at him menacingly, hissed, and advised Hayes to behave, while no one noticed them just because everyone felt sorry for them. Hayes was so frightened that he fell to the floor, and his whole body trembled with fear because he was facing a real monster. Immediately, he remembered the stranger who had warned him about the estate and told him that no one from his village went in that direction. Quickly grabbing his suitcase, Hayes ran to Ray to escape from this terrible mansion together. Finally, he was in the room and began to call out excitedly and look for Ray, hoping that she hadn't been eaten yet. Suddenly, he saw her. Hayes was very happy to see that his sister was fine and no one had hurt her. Ray was sitting next to Claudin, holding the book he was reading to her. She looked happy and smiled happily. Claudin asked if she liked this part. Ray replied happily that she liked it very much and asked him to read her the next chapter. Hayes opened his mouth in surprise. He could not understand when they had become so close. Hayes called out for his sister, but suddenly felt his voice was gone. He put his hand to his throat and coughed. He did not understand why he could not speak. His body was held back by some invisible force. But he was even more shocked when Claudin told Ray that her brother was running late. It turns out she hadn't even seen Hayes in the room. Suddenly, Ray nervously began to clench her fingers and asked Claudin if he would hate her if her brother's business went under, and Claudin lost money because of it. Claudin smiled and reassured her. He explained that she shouldn't worry about it. She asked why not. He hugged her, and looking intently at Hayes, said that he always takes what he wants. Hayes realized that Claudin was a monster like everyone else here. He never wanted to make money from a business partnership with him. Claudin knew that this business would fail, and then he would take Ray for his own pleasure. That was the original plan. Ray looked ahead and wondered what he meant by mine. She smiled, hugged him, and said that she understood. Ray was still a naive girl. She thought that Claudin meant that she had nothing to worry about. That's why she thought what he did was quite sweet. After a few minutes, she got up and said that she had just noticed that it was getting dark, and she had to go to her room. So she asked Claudin to continue teaching her tomorrow. He held her hands and told her that he would not be able to teach her tomorrow. He reminded her that he had already told her about their traditions. He meant that on certain days they were not allowed to leave their rooms. Of course, Ray remembered it. She had just forgotten that tomorrow was the day. She felt sad, but Claudin didn't understand what she was thinking or why she was sad. Ray asked him about this tradition and whether they should follow it no matter what. She had heard that it was an old tradition that had been passed down from generation to generation. However, after observing the estate's employees, she believed that none of them liked her, so she wondered what would happen if she didn't follow her. Claudin took her hand and kissed it. He looked at Hayes intently, smiled slyly, and told him that if he came to her doorstep, she was not to let him in her room under any circumstances. But Ray wanted to know more and why it shouldn't be done. But Claudin didn't want to tell her, so he turned to Hayes, who had been in the room for a long time. Ray quickly turned and saw her brother standing motionless at the door. She asked him excitedly when he would be back, and told him that she had been worried about him because he had been away from the estate for several days. Hayes was trembling. He felt that he could not only move but also speak. His sister continued to look at him anxiously and waited for him to answer. She turned to him again, but he remained silent, and Claudin stared at him intently. He took Ray's hand and kissed it again, keeping his eyes on Hayes. Claudin said that her brother didn't answer his sister's questions because he was probably tired. Hayes felt a lot of pressure from Claudin and realized that he was the one who had done this to him. He clenched his teeth and looked at him fiercely. Ray was very scared. She thought that her brother looked like he was going to kill her because she was so close to Claudin. So she quickly took her hand away, smiled, and said that she had to go back to the room and promised to meet him another day. She quickly ran away, leaving Hayes and Claudin alone in the room. As soon as she left, Claudin looked at Hayes angrily and thought about something. Then he snapped his fingers, and Hayes fell to the floor, feeling the incredible pressure of an invisible force from above on him. Claudin sat down comfortably on the couch and closed his eyes and asked Hayes how the business was going. Finally, Hayes could speak. He demanded that Claudin let his sister go because she was innocent, and it had to do with his business. Claudin calmly asked Hayes where his sister would go if he would make her sleep on the street. Hayes replied that she had a place to go and was an adult. Hayes thought that wherever Ray went, it would be safer than here. He said he planned to send her somewhere next spring. Claudin instantly became like a beast. His eyes turned red, and a red aura appeared around him. He looked fiercely at Hayes and asked him who he was going to send Ray to. Claudin demanded that he answer his question immediately. Meanwhile, Ray sat quietly in her room, braiding her hair, while Lady Mary closed the curtains. Ray was glad that her brother had restrained himself from yelling at her. The maid reminded her not to leave her room from midnight until the following evening. Ray smiled and said with a sigh that Claudin had recently told her that tomorrow was the day. Lady Mary was surprised, and at the same time glad that the master had told her. Lady Mary warned Ray that if she wanted to eat something in particular, she should tell her the day after tomorrow, and not leave the room and look for it. Ray understood her request, and they said goodnight, after which the maid left. Being alone, Ray was able to relax. She lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. In fact, many things seemed strange to her, and she did not understand why everyone was hiding from her about the traditions of the estate and why no one could leave the room on a certain day. She recalled that Lady Mary had explained to her that it was an old tradition, and the butler said that on this day they clean the estate. This all seemed suspicious to her because their answers were different. In addition, she did not hear anyone cleaning up. On the contrary, it seemed as if all the estate workers had disappeared. To her surprise, there was not a sound to be heard, not even mice. The entire estate was dead silent. Even when Ray asked Claudin about it, he told her not to let him into the room under any circumstances if he came to her. Unfortunately, she didn't understand what he meant. Ray thought that maybe they weren't telling her because she was a guest, or they thought it was so obvious that they didn't need to explain. However, despite this tradition, Ray liked delicious desserts that you just want to eat. She also had the opportunity to read interesting books, of which there are so many in the estate. And most importantly, here was a man who looked at her as if she were the most charming in the world when their eyes met. There were also all those little things that made her cheeks burn, her body tremble, and her heart beat incessantly. Her cheeks flushed red, and she covered her face with her hands in excitement. Before coming to this mansion, she had never experienced such feelings. It was like an endless dream compared to the past. In her family, she felt lonely and sad, while her parents' attention and love belonged to her brother. Now she felt happy, and it seemed like it was all unreal. Ray clenched her hands into a fist and realized that if they went back to the way they were before, she would be unhappy again. However, she told herself not to think about every little thing and to sleep, because even Claudin told her not to worry about it. Suddenly, someone knocked on her door. It was Hayes, who kept knocking on her door and demanding that she open the door for him immediately. Ray looked at the door anxiously and didn't understand why he was coming to her so late. She began to worry that maybe she had done something wrong. Maybe he wanted to get mad at her for getting close to Claudin. Her brother kept calling her and banging on the door. Ray asked him to be quiet and said she would open the door. She quickly got up, opened the lock, and pushed the door open. Hayes quickly entered her room. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, and he looked very scared. He said, crying, that his dear sister had no idea what he had seen and endured while he was on his way to see her. It was the first time she had ever seen her brother so scared. Ray asked him anxiously if he was okay and what had happened to him and what was going on. He took her by the shoulders and told her that there was no time to explain everything because they had to get out of here as soon as possible. Instantly, Ray felt a coldness piercing through her. She looked at him in fright and asked what he was talking about. Without wasting any time, Hayes quickly took her hand and pulled her along. He said they didn't have much time and they were leaving. Ray asked if he had lost all of Claudin's investments. He replied that they hadn't made any profit and that she should forget about them because they had to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, she stopped, quickly took her hand away, which he was holding tightly, and looked at him angrily. She shouted that it was the payment for their stay at the estate. Ray demanded to know what he had done with the money. Hayes couldn't contain himself any longer and slapped Ray on the cheek. He angrily said how many times he needed to do this before she finally behaved with respect in front of her older brother. She fell to the floor. Hayes grabbed his naive younger sister by the hair and angrily asked if she really thought Claudin had any feelings for her. He looked her straight in the eye and shouted, "No, this place is a real hell, and Claudin is the lord of all the demons here, and he is trying to devour you alive." At this point, Hayes looked like he was crazy, and Ray couldn't believe what he was saying. But when Ray asked him if he was drunk, he fell silent and stared at her intently with his eyes, which began to redden with anger and excitement. Ray grabbed his hand to make him let go of her hair. She calmly asked him how much he had drunk, and if he wanted to run away because he was afraid to take the blame for his business failing again. She punched him in the arm, and he let go of her hair. Ray angrily exclaimed that she didn't want to leave, and she wasn't going anywhere with him. Hayes was angry that his sister didn't believe him. He angrily said that she was crazy, and that Claudin had messed with her head. Ray took his hand and advised him to apologize to Claudin. She looked at him excitedly and asked him where he was going to go this time and if they had anywhere to go. Ray quietly said that she liked it here, and everyone was nice to her. Hayes grabbed his head with his hands and shouted that they were acting like that because they were all trying to eat her. He tried to tell her that for so long, but she didn't want to believe him. There was silence between them. Hayes hoped she would listen to him and go with him, and Ray hesitated. She didn't even realize that her brother cared about her and was actually trying to save her. He grabbed her hand and led her away. Hayes said that she was bewitched, and she didn't even realize it. Ray was outraged that he had decided everything for her, but Hayes explained that when her parents were not around, he was responsible for her, and she had to obey him. He also explained once again that this was their only chance to escape, so she should be quiet and follow him quickly. Hearing this, the excited Ray realized that this happy period in her life would end when she left the mansion. She indignantly said that she disagreed with him and that she would meet with Claudin in the morning because at least one of them had to apologize. Ray demanded that he let go of her hand. Hayes angrily replied that she was crazy and wanted to stay with the monster. Suddenly, behind his sister's back, Hayes saw a woman with black hair. He asked excitedly who she was. Ray was surprised and turned around, but she didn't see anyone there. She told him that there was no one there. However, Hayes saw a scary woman in front of him, and just looking at her made his body fill with fear and tremble. She smiled and said it was just them. Looking at his sister, Hayes realized that he was the only one who could see this terrible woman. For a moment, he almost lost his balance and nervously began to complain about why he was seeing her. Hayes looked anxiously at Ray, who was so reluctant to go with him. He let go of her hand, pushed her away, and told her that she could rot here if she wanted to. He ran as fast as he could away from this hell, shouting that he was not going to die here. Ray tried to stop him, but it was too late. She looked forward in fright and sat down on the cold floor, holding onto the wall. Ray was shocked and could not believe that her brother had run away and left her alone in the mansion. She did not understand how he could do this to her. Ray thought about Claudin, who, after reading the documents, learned that her brother's business had failed. In her imagination, she could clearly see him getting angry and ready to deal with her brother. But she was even more afraid for herself that he would hate her. Out of fear, she put her hand over her mouth and stared into the void. Instantly, tears spilled from her eyes. She said excitedly that she didn't want Claudin to hate her. In fact, Ray guessed that this happiness would not last long, and unless a miracle happened, Hayes's case would not be successful. Ray sat on the floor and cried. She was afraid that Claudin would never speak to her again, and she didn't know how to handle this situation or what to do next. Eventually, a cruel reality set in that she tried to ignore. The doors of the mansion remained open after Hayes's escape, a reminder of his desperate flight. It was not very dark outside. Ray sat sadly on the floor, head bowed and arms wrapped around herself. She knew that this happiness was not hers. Suddenly, someone came up to her. She turned and looked up, thinking it was Hayes who had come back for her, but she was wrong. It was not her brother, but Claudin. He was wearing a robe that showed his muscular chest. He looked at her angrily and remained silent. His gaze frightened her. She continued to look at him, and the tears did not stop and flowed down her cheeks. Ray thought he knew everything about her brother's business. That's why he was looking at her like that. She immediately said that Hayes was gone and began to apologize to Claudin for his unworthy behavior. Of course, she promised that she would pay him all of her brother's debt and work for him. With her head bowed and crying, Ray promised to be a good worker, or earn money however she could. She assured him that Hayes would come back someday. Suddenly, Claudin said he was tired of hearing that damn name. He got down on one knee in front of her and took her by the chin and told her that she was acting like he was her husband. No matter how much he tries to be nice to her, she always talks about this damn Hayes. Looking into her bottomless blue eyes, he ordered her to stop saying her brother's name because he was sick of it. It was the first time Ray had ever seen him so angry. She tearfully apologized again and said that she was sure he was upset about what her brother had done and that he was disappointed in her as well. But her excuses and explanations irritated him even more, so he angrily told Ray to stop speaking slowly and inarticulately. However, she did not stop and continued to speak. Ray said she understood why he was angry. However, she asked him not to be so cold to her. Still, her words had an effect, and Claudin smiled because she thought he was cold to her. Leaning over to her, he reminded her that he had told her not to leave the room. Ray apologized and explained that something had come up, and that was why she had left the room. Claudin put his finger on Ray's tongue and spoke sternly. "Ray, I told you to stop mumbling. Every time you do that, I want to put something over your mouth." He grabbed the girl by the arm and dragged her somewhere. Ray tried to resist, but Claudin was stronger than her. He dragged her into the room, threw her on the bed, and started kissing her. Ray's eyes opened wide in surprise. They kissed for a very long time. Suddenly, he stopped and told her that he had dreamed of sleeping with her many times, but had held himself back because she was so nice to him. All this time, he hadn't minded playing these games with her, but now he could no longer control himself. Claudin kissed Ray and gently stroked her hair. He was biting her neck, so she asked him to stop. He raised his head and asked, "Don't you like it? I can feel your body burning." Ray blushed. She asked Claudin to stop saying such embarrassing things. Then Claudin said that Ray should be happy about how gentle he is with her, because he puts a lot of work into being so gentle. She felt uncomfortable. She shook her head sadly and said that she had never been in a situation like this before, so she didn't know what to say. Her mind was blank. Then Claudin started kissing her again, and he grabbed her lips so sharply and firmly that she opened her eyes wide in surprise. It was strange for her to experience these new feelings. Ray was bent over with new emotions. Claudin noticed this and said he didn't know she could do that. He asked her to relax so she wouldn't break her back, but Ray didn't even have the energy to answer him. She barely whispered to him that she was a little tired, but the man defiantly told her that they hadn't even started yet. Then Ray gathered her strength and naively asked why Claudin didn't want to let her go. She asked, "Is it because Hayes ran away from the estate?" The man stopped kissing the girl. He leaned his forehead against the girl's and answered angrily, "I told you I'd throw up if you mentioned your brother's name again." She didn't understand why Claudin had such a reaction, since Hayes was her brother after all. He explained that in addition to being her brother, Hayes is first and foremost a man. Who knows what's in his head? Claudin stood up and looked at Ray and continued to speak sternly. "If I were your brother, I would come running to you every night wanting to sleep with you." Tears began to form in Ray's eyes again. She couldn't understand why Claudin was being so rude to her again. What had made him so angry? Sometimes he is cold as ice, and sometimes he is the sweetest person in the world. What to do now? How should I feel about him? Maybe he thinks that he was wasting his time being so nice to Ray and her brother, and they didn't repay him properly, and Hayes even ran away. The girl asked Claudin if he hated her now. Claudin wiped the tears from her face and replied cynically, "Ray, don't you get it yet? Your brother betrayed you." She was surprised to hear this. Why would he say that? In the end, Ray asked Claudin to stop hating her. However, his actions only hurt her more and more. He said that it was Ray who started flirting with his emotions when she first burst into his room, and with that, she started walking on a razor's edge. Now, he doesn't want to let her go. And now that her brother is gone, where will she go? It was at that moment that Claudin realized that he would take Ray's soul for himself as soon as her brainless brother lost all his money. Eventually, Ray lost all her strength and passed out. Claudin put her to bed and, stroking her hair, said that now he would definitely not let this girl go anywhere. The room shone with cleanliness and light. The curtains on the window were still slightly open and showed an incredible view of the garden that was next to the estate. There was a vase with roses, a gramophone, a lampshade, a clock, and a wall lamp with candles hanging near the window. Lady Mary soaked the cloth in clean water and squeezed the water well. She walked over to the bed where Ray was sleeping, and Claudin was sitting, watching angrily as the maid wiped her body. His robe was untied and exposed much of his muscular body. Lady Mary said he was too rough with her. The maid explained that Ray was an ordinary man and should not have gone so far. Claudin asked her why she thought he had gone too far. She asked him if he didn't see what his poor Lady Ray looked like and thought it was even possible. Ray looked exhausted and continued to sleep. Claudin looked at Ray tenderly and smiled with satisfaction, for he was glad that she belonged to him alone. He believed that Lady Mary would hardly have been able to resist. The maid was silent and looked at him sadly. Claudin explained that he wasn't even going to let her touch her. Lady Mary squeezed the water out of the wet cloth again and told him that he needed to leave it alone for a few months. In her opinion, Ray had a weak body. Therefore, the maid was worried that Ray might not be able to withstand what would happen to her in the near future. Claudin was silent and thinking about something. He did not like to be preached at, so he used his power on Lady Mary, who had crossed the line with her advice and opinions. She flinched, felt the strong pressure and his anger and words about how much it annoyed him. Suddenly, the basin of water fell to the floor, and all the water spilled around. Claudianus's strength was so great that the maid fell to the floor and could not get up. She cried out and begged her master to forgive her unworthy behavior. Claudin was very angry. He looked at her angrily and told her that she was always forgetting her place. It seemed that he was not going to forgive her. Lady Mary continued to beg him to forgive her. At that moment, Ray's hand trembled as if to warn her that she would soon wake up. Meanwhile, Ray had a dream that she was sitting in the garden at a table and was about to have tea. Lady Mary came up to her and asked her in surprise if she had cut the apple herself. The maid caringly told her that she should have called her, but Ray smiled and raised her hands and said that Claudin had cut it for her. Lady Mary asked in surprise if the master himself had done it. The butler was also surprised to hear this. It was hard for them to believe what she said, but they remembered the moment when she was sitting on Claudin's lap and he was spoon-feeding her while she was reading a book. So they thought that Ray was not lying. She also said that Claudin was very nice, and then she thought about how he was sometimes a little scary when he was upset. The maid was very surprised that Ray thought he was cute. She smiled and said that she couldn't imagine how hard it was for him to hold back his true self. Suddenly, the butler came up behind her and reminded her to keep her mouth shut. However, Lady Mary angrily asked if she was wrong. Ray was surprised that they had such a relationship. Finally, she woke up and heard Lady Mary's voice asking the master to forgive her. Ray was worried because she didn't understand what was happening. She looked at the maid, who was lying face down on the floor. Her body was shaking, she was croaking, and she could not get up and begged for mercy. Ray wanted to understand what was happening to Lady Mary and Claudin, who was angrily staring at the maid, with purple flames or some unknown force around his body. Ray called out quietly to Claudin, trying to help Lady Mary in some way. He turned around and looked gently at Ray with his golden eyes and smiled. Claudin was glad she was awake. It was strange for her to see him smile in such a situation, and for some reason she felt a little cold. He sat down closer to her, and noticing her worried expression, asked if something was bothering her. In fact, Ray was surprised that the room fell silent very quickly, even though Lady Mary had been in great pain until recently. Claudin reached out his hand to touch Ray, but she turned away and said sadly that Lady Mary had been screaming recently. Suddenly, she realized that she had made a mistake and angered him. She looked at his angry face and felt very worried. Claudin angrily asked if she was avoiding him. Ray excitedly explained that she had not done it on purpose. He listened to her silently and watched her expression carefully. Straightening her golden hair, she explained that she was just scared, so she behaved like that at that moment. He remained silent and stared intently. It seemed to him that she was telling the truth and had nothing to hide from him. Suddenly, he got up and walked away. Ray started to worry because she thought he was upset with her, so she asked him to stop, but he did not respond to her words. She wanted to get up and catch up with him on her own, but she couldn't because she was in so much pain. Her whole body ached after their hot night. After a while, Claudin returned and brought food for Ray. He asked her to eat first. He was worried about her health because she had been in bed all day and was probably hungry. He also asked if he could pepper her food. She was surprised that he acted as if Lady Mary were not suffering now, so she said quietly that the first thing to take care of now was the maid. Suddenly, she saw Lady Mary continuing to do her work as if nothing had happened. Ray could not even close her mouth in surprise and could not believe her eyes that it was true. After all, not long ago, the maid was lying on the floor and couldn't get up. Lady Mary wondered if something had happened. Ray asked if she was okay, because she had just been on the floor. The maid explained that this sometimes happens and that it was nothing to worry about, so Ray shouldn't worry about her. The maid took the basin of water and bowed and told Ray to call her when she needed anything. She quickly left the room, closing the door quietly behind her. For a while, Ray was lost in thought, trying to understand what had happened. She could clearly see that Lady Mary was lying on the floor screaming in pain, and now she was acting as if nothing had happened. Ray was sure she hadn't imagined it. Claudin, who had been silently watching her the whole time, said angrily how annoyed he was with the situation. He asked Ray if he should fire the maid. Ray looked at him worriedly and replied that he shouldn't do that. She began to convince him that Lady Mary was kind and even took care of her when she was sick. Claudin stirred the soup he had brought for her in silence. He explained to her that when she defended the maid like that, he wanted to fire her even more. Ray asked him excitedly why he was acting this way, if he hated her. But that was not the case. Claudin confessed to her that he didn't like it when Ray praised others. After all, he could easily get jealous. So he advised her to think about what she was saying. His words upset her, and she shouted at him why he was being cruel to her. She did not understand how he could change so much overnight. Putting the bowl of soup on the table, Claudin explained that she had misunderstood his words. He was talking about Mary, not her. Ray finally calmed down. Claudin also reminded her that he was very jealous. In addition, Lady Mary had long irritated him, and when Ray was constantly thinking about her, he became even angrier. She had no idea that Claudin could be jealous of the maid. Claudin began to gently stroke her hair and touch her face. Ray realized that he liked her. She lowered her head and asked in a sad voice why he was so rude to her yesterday. He asked her to remind him what he had done. Ray's face instantly turned red. Claudin looked at her carefully and listened to her. She said in a quiet voice that she had asked him several times yesterday to stop, but Claudin had not listened to her and had said strange things. Claudin thought and remembered their hot night of love and scratched his nose and said that he remembered everything. The man leaned closer to the girl and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, I remember. You asked me not to hug you so roughly." Ray tilted her head in embarrassment. She wanted to look away so that she wouldn't have to look Claudin directly in the eye. She asked him to stop embarrassing her. Then he laughed and said he was just joking. She had called him cute last night, so today he was making fun of her in the same way. He admired her embarrassed face and asked her if his behavior looked stupid. Ray replied that she hadn't said that. Claudin smiled and said that he had always been like that. He looked at her seductively and said that if she could give up for him, they would be good lovers. His offer confused and interested her. Suddenly, she saw a jewelry piece made of precious stones on her foot. She asked excitedly what it was. Claudin said that he had made this jewelry for her himself. He asked if she liked it. Ray loved this charming piece of jewelry and thanked him for it. She touched it and sadly said that she wanted to do something for him too, but she had nothing. However, Claudin reminded her that she just needed to give herself to him. He gently stroked her leg and assured her that this was all he needed. Ray hesitantly asked if that was all he really needed. Claudin smiled and asked if she understood what he was asking. She gently stroked his hand and smiled and said that she was not sure if she had understood him correctly. However, Ray was ready to give him what he wanted, because that was the only thing she could do for him now. Ray also thought before that he was angry with her. At that moment, he was cold to her, so she decided that he didn't like her anymore. But now, after his explanation, she felt happy and smiled happily. Ray did ask him not to be too rough with her. His beast inside was surprised that she agreed and understood him. However, he believed that after all he had put her through, she should have slapped him, cursed him, run away as far as possible. But this poor, sweet, innocent beauty still accepted the ferocious beast that was biting into her flesh. Claudin leaned toward her, and before kissing her, he said that this was why he liked her, but that it made him angry because it made him a thief. He held her hand and kissed her gently. Ray couldn't tear herself away from his lips either, and enjoyed their kiss, which made her feel affectionate and tender. Claudin remembered the past, namely the gray, rainy day when his life changed. He was standing outside the mansion, with his godfather and teacher in front of him. He was looking at him angrily, while thunder and lightning were rolling around. There were drops of blood on his face. At that moment, he felt invincible and very strong. The man in front of him looked at him sadly. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, and blood was coming out of his mouth. He spoke softly, "My dear godson, my poor student Claudin." He was on his knees, coughing up blood, and then he said that he was on top now, and that he probably considered himself even God himself. His godfather raised his hand, around which chains appeared, and sent a magical curse through his finger at him. The man said that Claudin would receive the immortality he so desired, but he would become the monster he despised. Suddenly, invisible chains appeared around Claudin's body. Thus, he became a beast and could not leave his estate. Clodan looked at his hand and realized that it was a curse. He was not upset, however, because he hoped he could break it. This was the end of the life of his godfather, who had also been his teacher. Claudin continued to look at his hand and at the dead body of the man in front of him. He realized that this was his teacher's last attempt, which ended so tragically. Claudin thought he could get rid of the curse right away. He tried different methods, did different research, used everything he could, but he couldn't break the curse. Claudin was very angry and at the same time powerless, despite the fact that he was the last magician in this world. One day, when Claudin was still a young man, he was in his room, where there were many books on the floor that he had read. He looked sad because he was bored. His godfather was standing by the window, holding a book in his hand and watching him. He called him and showed him his magic, which illuminated everything around him like sunlight. Claudin was so amazed and embarrassed and surprised at the same time. He was very curious to observe this magical power. Using magic, his godfather lifted the books into the air, and they began to fly around the room. Then he told him his secret, that he was a magician, the last of his kind. When Claudin heard this, he was surprised, took the book flying in the air, and asked the godfather if he could live forever. He sat down next to him and said that they would eventually figure it all out, but that Claudin had to keep this secret. When he grew up, one day he walked through the forest and came to a lake, which was a source of strength. The water in the lake was blue and very clean. Many trees grew near the lake. He felt that all the power came from here. He drew water from this lake and found out that this power is not infinite. In this way, Claudin learned that the most important things were hidden from him by the godfather. Sitting on a chair in his room, he scratched his head nervously and said that if he could have all this power, he would finally become immortal. But he could not understand why he could not break the curse. No matter what he did, Claudin could not break the curse of the godfather. He smiled and realized that his estrus cycle made him feel like a beast. Unfortunately, this curse affected those who were close to him and consumed their lives. No matter how much these people asked for help, he just passed them by. His nanny grabbed his hand and reminded him in a pleading voice that he knew very well that such curses only get stronger, and the more he spreads the curse to his neighbors, everything will come back to him. His eyes glowed as if he were indeed a beast. Claudin replied in an indifferent voice that even he could not lift the curse and did not care whose life he consumed. He also said that he was always agitated and could not stay sane. In addition, he could not leave the estate even if he wanted to escape. Claudin laughed like a madman and asked, "I'm like a tethered animal, aren't I, Dela?" The nanny looked at him with fear in her eyes and could not say a word. Claudin was sitting at his desk and broke his pen out of excitement when the butler came into the room and said that everything was ready. There were manuscripts, letters, books, and other papers on the table. The butler asked if he was all right and if his body was disobeying him again. In fact, he didn't look very good. Claudin asked where Ray was. The butler told him that she was in the garden and asked if he should bring her in. He sighed and remembered that the sun had risen. Walking quickly to the window, Claudin opened the curtain and looked out the window, which overlooked the garden. The butler stood silently aside. Seeing a happy Ray happily drinking tea and smiling, Claudin said that there was no need to bring her. In the garden, Ray sat at a small table with various pastries and sweets on it. Lady Mary poured her a cup of fragrant tea and asked if she liked it very much. Ray laughed and said that it would be nice if Claudin could join them. Lady Mary shuddered and explained that the master had many things to do. She then left Ray to fetch more water for the tea, which had run out. Ray smiled and thought she didn't want any more tea. She drank a little more tea, and feeling someone else's eyes on her, turned around and saw another employee of the estate. Before her stood the gardener, who had dark hair and brown eyes. He bowed silently and looked at her sadly. Ray smiled sincerely at him and happily greeted him. Her happy smile and her whole body shone as if she were the little son of this manor. She asked him if he had eaten, and without waiting for an answer, she gave him a taste of the sandwiches that Lady Mary had prepared according to the best recipe. The gardener was touched by the young lady's kindness. He carefully took the sandwiches, bowed with gratitude, put on his cap, and left in silence. The butler came down the stairs, holding a candle in one hand to light his way and a basket of food in the other. In front of him, he saw the gardener sitting silently on a chair. The butler was surprised to see him here and asked if he was in charge today. The gardener said yes. The butler said that he could leave now. In fact, he didn't understand what was happening because he hadn't heard Sadovnik speak for the last 50 years. The butler asked him what was wrong. The gardener quietly replied that it was the girl. The butler looked at him in surprise and asked him what girl, if he was talking about Ray Lisbon, what had happened. The gardener remembered seeing Ray in the garden near the red roses. Then she said with such enthusiasm that it would be great if there were blue roses. He quietly told the butler that she wanted blue roses. The butler, however, looked at him with displeasure and suspicion and asked why he was interfering. The gardener trembled and replied that she wanted them. One butler sternly replied that he should not interfere in this. He looked at the bars behind the man and asked the gardener if he really wanted to end up like him. The gardener replied that he did not want it. The butler advised him not to even look at what belonged to him because the master was merciless and he knew it. The butler said that he would keep coming here, but the gardener should go about his work. The butler came to the bars and looked at the prisoner and said that he did not have much time left. The man behind the bars was in chains. He stood up and grabbed them, shaking them, and asking to be allowed to meet Lord Clodan. It was Hayes, Ray's brother, who did not escape but was imprisoned here. He said that a ship would soon arrive at the port, and when he returned, he would be able to give the money. In addition, if he had to wait, he could borrow the money, and if they let him go, he could return it. The butler coldly replied that he could not return the money, but Hayes explained that he didn't understand that. The butler asked if he really thought anyone would listen to him when he looked like that, because he could get beaten up very badly. Excited, Hayes turned around and saw a mirror in his cell that had lit up, reflecting the light. He took the mirror and asked in surprise why he had given it to him and what he wanted from it. But when he looked in it, he saw his reflection, which shocked him. He could not believe that this had happened to his face, part of which began to turn into the skin of an animal. Hayes screamed in fright at what had happened to his face. He threw a mirror, which fell and broke. An angry Hayes demanded that his face be returned. The relentless butler calmly replied that the curse could not be lifted. Hayes did not believe him. He grabbed the bars and started shaking them again, and shouting angrily that they did not know that he was the heir to the Lisbon family, and he would not leave it alone and would take revenge on them. The butler calmly picked up the broken mirror and replied that he himself did not like the fact that they had new people, and he disliked even more people like Hayes, who did not know their place. The butler stuck out his snake tongue and looked menacingly at Hayes, whose body trembled with fear. The butler said that he had been taking care of the master since childhood and was devoted to him. Looking in the mirror, the butler said that when he once tried to escape, this happened. A tongue, teeth, and skin like a snake appeared. He turned into a beast. And this happened not only to him, but to all the other employees who owed something to their master. Hayes realized that he was in the lair of a monster. The butler sat down near the cell and put down a basket of food. He advised Hayes to stop trying to escape, because if he took a step outside the estate, he would completely turn into a monster. Hayes was desperate and mumbled, "No." Grabbing his hand over his face, he could not accept this life, and from the pain and anger that raged in his body and burst out, he began to cry bitterly. Meanwhile, the gardener came to Clodan, who looked at him with displeasure and asked why he had come to see him. Bowing down, the gardener was trembling and said that he needed his help to grow a special flower. In fact, the gardener wanted to thank Ray with blue roses for her kindness, but he regretted coming when Clodan was in a bad mood. Clodan looked at him fiercely and thought about something when he heard about the special flower. The gardener felt cold, and his body shivered even more. The excited gardener bowed to him again and apologized, saying that perhaps it was too much to ask. But to his surprise, Clodan praised him, saying it was a good idea. The owner gave him a bottle that was blue and blue. It was a magic potion that was supposed to help him grow a flower. Surprised and happy at the same time, the gardener took the bottle and bowed to thank the master for his help. In fact, he did not expect Clodan to help him and thought he would have problems. And Clodan himself thought of Ray, whom he wanted to keep like a caged bird under his care, and was ready to give her everything she wanted. A few days later, Ray was sitting on the couch, reading a book intently. She was wearing a pink and white dress. On the wall was a painting of the mansion where she lived. After finishing the book, she closed it and looked at the other books she had brought and had already read them all. She thought about Clodan and wondered if he was working with the butler, who was always helping him. She felt bored. She understood that he was busy, but she missed him because she hadn't seen him for several days. Of course, she wanted to visit him, but she thought she would be in his way. Suddenly, she heard that it started to rain, so she got up and hurried to the window to close it. As she was closing the window, she saw something in the garden that hadn't been there before, and it surprised her. Her sad mood instantly disappeared, and she became joyful and happy, as if her long-held dream had come true. She quickly ran out of the room and down the stairs so fast that Lady Mary, who was sweeping below, worriedly asked her not to run because she might fall. Ray took a pink umbrella and went outside where it was raining. She looked happily ahead and saw something incredible. Approaching the rose bush, she leaned over to the flowers and began to look at them closely. Ray said enthusiastically that they were indeed blue roses, and she was right. When she was little, she asked Hayes if there were blue roses, but he just laughed and said that there was no such color of roses, and that it was all nonsense. And now she saw them and was just delighted. Admiring the blue roses, Ray wondered if these flowers had heard her wish and grew on their own. Suddenly, the gardener, who was standing nearby, said, "These..." But he didn't have time to finish, because Ray fell and her umbrella flew to the side. The gardener came up to her and asked if she was okay. She replied that she was fine. Ray quickly stood up and felt awkward, worried that he might have heard her talking to herself. The gardener picked up the umbrella and covered Ray, who happily said that it was the first time she had heard his voice. He asked if she liked the flowers that were in appreciation for the sandwiches. Ray replied that they were beautiful, and her dream had come true, even though she didn't know blue roses existed. The gardener was surprised and wanted to say something, but didn't have time. Lady Mary shouted excitedly for Ray to come inside because she might get wet. The gardener, lowering his umbrella, said sadly that it seemed Lady Mary had misunderstood something and he would talk to her. Ray thanked him for showing her the flowers and returned to the mansion. As soon as she returned, the excited maid asked if Ray was hurt. She told her that she had only tripped. Lady Mary said that Ray's clothes were all wet and she needed to wash and change them. The maid was so worried about Ray that she said, "You're going to drive me crazy." Then she turned and looked angrily at the gardener, hinting that she would deal with him later. And the gardener continued to stand in the rain, holding his umbrella down, next to which lay the blue rose that had made the young lady so happy and endangered his life. Claudin, meanwhile, went into the bedroom, which was decorated in blue. He looked at the bed where his beloved had recently been lying. Sitting down on the bed, he smelled the blanket, which smelled like her, his much-coveted Ray, whom he wanted to hug and kiss so badly right now. Lady Mary helped Ray take off her wet clothes and gave her a towel to cover her body while she prepared the bath. As soon as the bath was ready, Ray got in. Lady Mary asked her if she liked the water temperature. She smiled and happily replied that it was perfect. As Ray sat in the bathroom, the room fell silent. She asked Lady Mary if she was feeling better. The maid asked what she meant. Ray recalled that she had been feeling sick recently and asked if she had been to the doctor. Lady Mary replied that she hadn't been to see him, but she shouldn't worry about her. Ray asked if it was because there were no doctors nearby. She thought that she should go to town for a couple of days, and Ray could ask Claudin to call a carriage for her. The maid laughed and said she couldn't remember the last time she had left. Ray felt sorry for her. Later, Lady Mary told her about the peach tarts from the Veronique bakery, which used to be very popular among lovers. Sometimes people quarreled because they fell in love with someone else who also went there. Her story made Ray think about those peach tarts. She looked at her reflection in the water and lost herself in thought. She recalled that these tarts were popular half a century ago, and this bakery was destroyed during the war. Lovers could go on dates only in the days of their great-grandfathers, when there were no wars. Nowadays, marriages were arranged between families. Ray thought Lady Mary was acting like she was from the past. After Ray had washed, Lady Mary took her to her room and offered to help her dry her hair. However, Ray refused with a smile, explaining that it was late and she would do it herself. The maid said goodbye and left the room. After drying her hair, Ray looked at the bed and wanted to go to sleep, but suddenly someone reached out to her. It was Claudin, who had been lying on the bed waiting for her the whole time. He grabbed her hand and put her on the bed, hugging her tightly. Ray was very surprised and excited. She asked how long he had been in the room, but Claudin asked her why she came so late. He also reminded her that he hadn't seen her for several days. After saying that, he fell asleep, gently hugging Ray, who smiled happily and looked closely at his face and thought he had lost weight. She thought that Claudin was tired because he was so busy. After kissing Claudin's sleeping forehead, Ray said goodnight and then fell asleep herself. The next day, the sunrise, which shone brightly around, hinted that the day at the estate would be sunny, and there would be no trace of yesterday's rain. When Claudin woke up, he covered his face with his hand and looked at Ray, who was lying next to him on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Ray's golden hair shone like the sun's rays. Her porcelain-white skin, her rounded body shape, which looked very seductive in her lavender nightgown, attracted him more and more. Claudin could not resist such temptation. Meanwhile, Ray had a dream. She was walking somewhere and did not realize where she was. She felt cold. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound and looked in the direction it was coming from. Ahead of her, she saw a large black and white snake with golden eyes, standing and hissing. When Ray saw such a huge snake, she was frightened and at first could not move because of the shock. She realized that this snake could swallow her whole. She wanted to run away, but stumbled and fell. The snake rushed toward her. Frightened, Ray closed her eyes and thought the snake was going to eat her alive. However, the snake looked at her carefully and did not attack. This surprised her greatly, because she was already preparing for the worst. Suddenly, the snake grabbed her with its tail and began to lift her up. Ray tried to free herself and demanded that the snake let her go. She called for help, but in vain. Seeing that she was very high up, Ray realized that if she fell from such a height, she could die. Meanwhile, the snake was looking at her carefully. It was cold and dangerous. Ray looked at her frightened and begged the snake not to let her go. However, the snake did not listen to her and let her go. Ray fell into the water and could not swim to the surface. Finally, she managed to wake up and even jumped up and shouted something, breathing in the air that she had been missing when she was in the water. It was just a dream, but it was strange. The girl grabbed the right side of her neck. Something hurt very badly there. Suddenly, she heard Claudin's voice. He was sitting on a chair next to the bed, drinking his morning coffee and saying, "I'm a little more gentle in the morning, aren't I?" He smiled slyly and continued, "You need to eat less sugar because your neck was too sweet." The girl felt embarrassed. Had he really kissed her all night while she slept? She said, "Don't play with me. I haven't seen you for 2 days, and this is the first thing you say to me? I have traces of you all over my body." The man pushed his cup aside and leaned toward her. He whispered gently in her ear, "But you let me do this." Ray replied, "But I didn't know you were leaving marks." Suddenly, he stuck his lips to her neck. They began to kiss. Passion arose between the young people. From time to time, Ray said that she was running out of strength, but Claudin held onto her tightly and did not let go. They spent another half a day in bed together to evoke new feelings in each other. A few days later, Ray and Claudin were sitting next to each other in the garden. The weather was sunny, but Ray looked angry. Claudin asked if she was still angry with him. Ray turned around and indignantly asked him if he knew what time she woke up yesterday. She said that she fell asleep again, and when she woke up, the sun was already setting. It scared her very much. Claudin looked at her and said she was a sleeper. Ray was even more outraged and blamed him for everything. She asked him in confusion why he was being so rude to her and saying those horrible things to her, but he denied it, saying that he had never said anything terrible to her. This made her very angry, and her cheeks even turned red with embarrassment. She shouted angrily that he had said that. Then Claudin held her even tighter and said, "Ray, it's your own fault for being born so beautiful. I just couldn't resist your beauty." He was holding her more and more tenderly, but she was embarrassed. She asked him to stop because she would get angry with him. Claudin sighed and slapped his cheek to keep her from getting angry with him. Her anger began to gradually fade. Seeing that her mood had changed, he gently looked into her beautiful eyes and told her to stop being angry with him because they were spending time together. He offered Ray breakfast. There were already dishes and pastries with fruit and tea on the table. Ray sighed and said it was hard to say no. Looking carefully at the food, he asked Ray what she wanted to try first and what she liked. She was very surprised that he was so concerned about her, and for some reason, she found it so funny that she even laughed. Claudin was confused and asked her why she was laughing. When she stopped laughing, Ray happily said that Claudin was very nice. He looked at her suspiciously, but Ray explained that she knew he hated this sunny weather and was still frowning, but he went out for her, even though no one had ever done anything like that for her. Ray told him that once when she was a child, she came to her mother with tears in her eyes and asked her to help her get her doll back, which her sister Lily had taken from her. She also said that she had told her aunt about it, but she did not say anything. At that moment, she was crying so bitterly. Her mother turned around and said, as if nothing had happened, that it was just a doll, and she should just give it back, and that was that. For a moment, Ray stopped crying and looked at her mother in surprise, and then said that it was a doll she had been given for her birthday. Her mom, however, thought differently. She turned around and left the room, leaving Ray alone and telling her not to bother her and that a lady should know when to stop. Looking at Claudin sadly, Ray said that she was taught not to bother others, but Claudin still does what she likes, even if he's not in the mood, and that's why she likes him. Ray apologized for the sad story and asked if there was anything he didn't like. Claudin asked why she wanted to know. Did she really want to endure it for him? With a smile, she replied that of course she would. He looked carefully into her eyes and warned her that if she continued to behave like this, she would spoil him. However, Ray replied that he always spoke in such a cryptic way, but she was still willing to do it. Claudin looked at her seductively and whispered softly, wondering if she would do anything for him. Ray waved her hands in delight. She was so surprised and shouted, "You are always so mysterious, Claudin. I am completely serious with you." She was sitting on his lap, feeling more than comfortable, and the man admired her emotional phrases. As always, she fascinated him to the core. Her blue eyes made him melt like ice cream in the sun. Suddenly, the girl took Claudin's hand and kissed him. A small gesture for her, but it meant an incredible amount to the man. It was as if she was trying to tell him that she was ready for anything with him, because now she felt at home. These emotions drove him crazy, destroying his ideal picture of a gloomy universe. Claudin said in his mind, "Not again, why not? Every time she shows me her weakness, when she shows me tenderness, when she shows me her love, I feel like I'm being torn in two." They were so different, as if from two worlds. She was the bright and scorching sun, like the shore on the beach, and he was the gloomy moon and the wolf in the forest. Now, more than anything, Claudin wanted to break this curse. He wanted to free his soul from all the consequences he had suffered because of it. Wait, did he just make himself regret the curse? It was impossible. The man mentally repeated again, "Not this. I never regret anything, not even the curse. I was only angry at how uncomfortable it was with him, but I never regretted anything. Why do I feel so bad?" Everything in my head was so mixed up that it was hard to get the world back on track, as if it were a wheel of surprises that could no longer be stopped. He recalled the same prophetic words. "Come on, Claudin. One day, because of your rebellious nature, you will want to kill yourself." It hurt. My body seemed to break from the moral pressure, which turned into a huge layer of pain. His body quickly began to weaken, and the man tried his best to hold Ray and prevent her from falling, but he could feel his eyes going dark. The birds around me started screaming loudly. Everything became so gray and gloomy, and the sun quickly disappeared. The man tenderly leaned against the girl, and then instantly picked her up and pulled her closer to him. He looked her straight in the eyes and said with a smile on his face that it was too late for him to become a good person. It was easier for Claudin to make Ray as bad as he was. After these words, he leaned over to the girl and kissed her as passionately as he could. The girl screamed. She felt the same tender emotions again, even though Claudin did not seem tender. Meanwhile, Brother Ray was in the dungeon. The only food he had was a stale loaf of bread. It was damp and cold underfoot, and rodents covered almost the entire floor. Meanwhile, Claudin's assistants were going downstairs, carrying a small candle to light their way. Everyone knew perfectly well that the prisoner wanted to die. It was impossible to live in this old place. It was just destroying his insides. But suddenly the door opened quickly in front of him, and he was given the opportunity to leave? It all looked like a bait, so the man asked in surprise, "What happened? Are you really letting me go?" But unfortunately it wasn't so. The assistant said it was time to say hello to the owner, so he should hurry. Perhaps this meeting was one of the biggest nightmares, because no one would have wanted to see Claudin's real face. Brother Lisbon was walking up the stairs and mentally saying, "How stupid are they? Do they really think that two of them can hold me here? My hands are free. One old man and a middle-aged woman can't even hurt me. I can easily deal with them. This is my chance." The motivation that grew inside his body made him move forward, but the man came up with a plan on the fly, because the desire to live was stronger than any principles. The only thing left for him to do was to push the woman down the stairs and run away. Suddenly, the assistant returned, as if she had a sixth sense and knew when to return and at what moment. She said with indifference, Your name is John now. What's wrong with your hands, by the way?" Lisbon was scared to death of her reaction. He thought that it had been declassified, and now they could just return him to the dungeon. No one cared that his name was Hayes Lisbon. There was no other name like that here, and no one would ever know where the real Hayes disappeared. The assistant decided to share her advice. A little tip, don't be too aggressive around the owner, otherwise you can't even imagine what he will do to you. It is not known what she was talking about, and it is not known what she meant, but now it was times more frightening. He tried to get their reaction, tried to get some answers to understand what was going on and where they were headed. So unfortunately, they ignored him like the last piece of garbage, used him, and then threw him back in jail. John could hear them talking. The assistants were talking about how they were very worried, that they didn't know how long to wait, and didn't know if the owner would ever stop. Hayes mentally said, "I've given him a year, but first I need to figure out how to get out of here. Count yourself lucky, you stupid monsters." As soon as the man was about to run away, he heard a very familiar voice, a voice for which he would have given his life. His sister sat defenselessly under the heavy body, Claudin hovering over her, saying, "Why are you angry with me, Ray? The weather, the vacation, everything is as you like. You'll enjoy it even more than usual." This voice, a native voice that cannot be mistaken for anything else. Ray said anxiously, "Don't do that outside again, okay? Please?" Hayes was overjoyed to see his sister alive, but the realization that she was being used as a toy was driving him crazy. It was disgusting to watch them flirting, kissing, and Hayes had only disgust on his face. He wanted to say something, to warn his sister about the danger she was in, but he couldn't. He was angry with her, so angry that his sister didn't even pay attention to where he went, and was having fun with this monster alone. Hay jumped out of his seat. He ran to his sister as fast as he could, shouting, "Traitor, did you want to suck up to this monster so badly that you even forgot your brother?" But suddenly, his movements were constrained. An unknown force that took over his body did not allow him to say a word. All he could do was to say hello, his voice as if subject to an unknown force that was squeezing his throat harder and harder. It quickly became clear that monsters were involved. They cast an unknown spell on him, and Claudin immediately realized who was behind him. Race was frightened to see a strange man on the doorstep of the room. Hugging Claudin closer, she asked, "Claudin, who is this?" It became clear that the girl did not recognize her brother. Now it was some unknown old man who had entered their room. The man mentally screamed, "What do you mean? Who is this? Why doesn't she recognize me? I understand that I have turned into a monster, but how can you not recognize your own brother?" One of the assistants covered John, apologized for his behavior, and said it would not happen again. Looking at Claudin, the assistant said again, "I'm sorry. His name is John. He's only been here a short time. We needed someone to do work on the estate. Don't judge his manners. Please forgive him." But Ray was not angry. She was pleasantly surprised that the man decided to visit them. Of course she was a little scared, but she was happy to see someone new. From now on, she did not know who he was, and probably would never know again, so who knows if she will be able to restore her ties with her brother. The man walked disappointedly along the path. He was being led to a dungeon, most likely, where he had already spent quite a bit of time. He reflected, "I thought they were joking. I can't even talk to her properly. But I look like a completely different person? I need Ray to plan my escape. Even the worst snakes go to sleep. He must have weaknesses." Hayes had already started planning his escape plan. He wanted to really do everything quickly and efficiently, but to do so, he had to go to ground. The next day came quickly enough. The bright sun illuminating the previously gloomy mansion made Ray wake up. She was mysteriously walking around the estate when she suddenly saw a childhood photo of Claudin. In this photo, he was quite cute, and the girl was even a little embarrassed that you had been staring at her for so long. She was caught doing this by Claudin, who unexpectedly found the girl in the middle of the main hall and asked her what she was doing here. Ray replied with delight, "I'm looking at your childhood portrait. It's so cute that I can't even look away. Do you know what kind of child you were? Can you tell me about your childhood?" The question made the man go back a few years, but not quite to a joyful childhood. More of a nightmare. He said with disappointment, "About your childhood? My parents died in an accident. My teacher decided to become my godfather, but he was always far away from me. I was not always on my side regardless of my actions, and people around me turned a blind eye to everything." This information really made Ray think about why Claudin became the person he is today. But the story ended there, and he continued, "My so-called friend, I keep repeating the same thing like a parrot. To be honest, I can't even remember anything, only bad things. There was nothing pleasant in my childhood. I don't even know what to tell you." The girl took this information in her own way. and it was interesting that her husband didn't like school as much as her brother, but she couldn't ask him about it directly. Gently on the right side of her chin, Claudin said, "Now everything is fine. Since you came, I have not been bored for a second." The man grabbed Ray by the waist and lifted her high above him. The girl screamed in surprise. On the one hand, she was having fun, but on the other hand, she did not understand what was happening. A strange mixture of fear and surprise froze on her face. Claudin said, "I love that you let me do things like this." After these words, he held the girl even tighter in his arms and began to kiss her neck, cheeks, lips, and shoulders. The girl liked his touch. She did not mind his kisses, but she was very worried that someone might see them. However, the man assured Ray that there was no one here and they could enjoy this moment. However, at that very moment, a maid was walking down the hall. The woman was carrying a basket of laundry, and she came around the corner just as the couple was kissing. When she looked up, the maid was very frightened. It was obvious that she had seen something she was not supposed to see. She even dropped the basket of laundry from her hands in surprise. It must have fallen loudly to the floor and frightened the Ray. But this did not happen. He was picked up by Mr. Clodan's magical power before he could even touch the floor. The man continued to talk to Ray, reassuring her as his gaze turned to the maid. He was stern and angry. His eyes told the woman to take the basket and leave immediately. The maid immediately bowed as if she understood Mr. Clodan's order reflected in his eyes, and taking the basket of laundry, she left, disappearing around a corner. But despite the fact that Ray did not notice the maid, she still wanted to go to the room so that she could finally feel safe there. But Mr. Clodan was not too afraid of anyone. He hugged her even tighter and asked, "Do you want me to stop kissing you and waste time carrying you to your room?" Ray was puzzled by this question. She couldn't understand why Claudin couldn't take her to the room. The fact was that he just didn't want to waste time. He wanted to share his feelings with Ray right here and now. He felt that the girl was ready to exchange kisses too. With the others, he said something that put everything in its place. He told the girl that if they went to the room now, they might break a couple of flower pots in a fit of emotion, and the maid would have to clean up after them, and then she would find out about them. He asked Ray if she wanted to do that. With the rest of them, Ray had no choice but to relax and enjoy the moment that gave her happiness and joy. Claudin was constantly changing his attitude toward the girl. Sometimes he was strict with her, sometimes he was gentle. Exhausted from these emotional swings, Ray was thirsty. The man took a moment to look at her beauty and handed her a glass of water. Ray took it to finally quench her thirst. But suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the door. "Why do I have to work this late?" Ray was frightened by this, but then she calmed down. She realized it was John's scream. She suddenly had a déjà vu experience. John's behavior reminded her of Hayes. She hadn't seen him in a long time and wondered where he was and if he was okay. When they came here, they were holding on to their last hope. She remembered the first time she and her brother came to this house. It seems like only yesterday they were standing with a letter at the entrance to the house, and now she is in bed with Claudin. How did it happen? It was Hayes who came up with the idea of coming to this house, and now he's gone, and he and Claudin became lovers. Apparently, it is impossible to guess what awaits Ray next. These thoughts prompted Ray to ask Claudin how he knew her grandfather. Mr. Claudin replied that they were quite close to him, but Ray noticed that they had a big age difference. How could that be possible? Suddenly, Mr. Claudin attacked her. He asked her why she had decided to ask him about her grandfather. Did she want to hear about this old man while they were kissing? Ray began to make excuses. She hadn't meant to do this at all. She had thought they wouldn't kiss tonight at all. The girl started screaming and asking if Claudin was changing the subject because he didn't want to tell the story. She said that Claudin wanted to know everything about her because he was jealous of her, but he doesn't tell her anything about himself. And then Clodan began to remember. Let's go back years. Elliot Wester, the grandfather of the Lisbon siblings, visited the dark and gloomy mansion. With a very shy and uncomfortable white face, he asked, "Excuse me for intruding. Would you let me wait out the rain in your house?" Clodino let the stranger in, and he offered him a wonderful dinner, as if expecting an unpleasant conversation to begin. But Elliot didn't need anything. It was enough for him that the man offered him such a delicious dinner. The only thing he wanted was to wait out the rain. Claudin sat thoughtfully and looked the man up and down. He was quite familiar. These thoughts were interrupted for a moment by Elliot's words. I heard there is a famous artist here, and I have come such a long way to give my wife a portrait. Claudin recalled, I've heard of Elliot before. As far as I know, he was from that family. He was a breath of fresh air, like warm air in spring. His wife was expecting their child, and they were happy. This annoyed Claudin, because while he was having a seizure every month because of the curse, Elliot was rolling around like a cheese in butter and showing everyone his happiness with a silly smile. The man said, You're going to have a daughter soon. I always anticipate this. I hope it will be a beauty. Elliot shared his joy. He said that he really wanted a daughter who would look like his wife, but suddenly his world was destroyed. Claudin said, It's a pity. I'm afraid they won't see this world, your wife. She's sick, isn't she? Eli jumped up from the table. He was now angry and scared. The man continued, We can make a contract with you. I will help you, and your wife will give you a daughter without any problems, but you have to send her here as soon as she grows up. It seemed to Lyd that it was all a joke that had gone too far, and he wanted to get away from here. Suddenly the guest blushed. He realized he had drunk too much. The taste of wine spreading throughout the body made me relax. Everything in his head began to spin very quickly, and Elliot began to doubt what he was hearing and seeing. With a hoarse voice, he said, Honestly, I didn't come here for a portrait. I came because I heard about a medicine. You know, my wife is sick. This poor man could be understood, because of his wife's illness, he was not himself at all. Claudin replied, Is that why you were yelling at me? I was just trying to help. I have to say it even for my own sake. Maybe I was the only one who thought we were getting along. It seems that Elliot was already out of his mind. He shouted that as long as his daughter was healthy and had all 10 fingers, he didn't care, so he decided to accept Claudin's help. People warned him that if he did not keep his promise, he would have to answer for all this. Well, he was the first to leave the estate alive. His life was perfect. His daughter grew up happy and strict, as he had not expected. He had absolutely everything until the time came to pay for the promise he made. The curse was passed down from generation to generation until it reached Ray. In fact, he had never met anyone like her before in his life. Holding and taming the beast within him, Claudin tried to save her from the evil spell of the curse. He realized that he had never been interested in anything but conquering, stealing, or taking, but now he was trying to fight it. One day, Mary's assistant was standing in the kitchen. She was so tired that she was now conscious of you. She was shouting in her head, I understand that he is the owner of the house, and he is in love with her, but he should have at least a little respect. I never thought he would do this in the hallway. This thought sent shivers down my spine and made me feel very uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, she came into the kitchen and was as cheerful and happy as a ray of sunshine. It scared Mary, so she quickly returned to hide the consequences of her memories. Her head began to hurt. Mary was imbued with magic that controlled her, as well as everyone else in the manor except Ray. The woman thought about the fact that Ray should have been with her owner right now. Had she really left him alone? As it turned out, the girl was worried about a question, so she came to Mary to ask about it. Ray leaned into the maid's ear and whispered to her that if people love each other, should they kiss and hug as often as possible? Because she thought that they often go on picnics or just shopping. Hearing this question, Maid blushed. She hadn't expected Ray to discuss this with her. She replied cautiously that couples do this in the first months after marriage. But in her mind, she was thinking that Claudin was hardly the kind of man who would do such nice things. She went on to say that perhaps Mr. Clodan was going a little overboard, but there was nothing wrong with that. She turned her head shyly, as if she was very worried about what was going on in her head. Mary did not know how to help, but she had to think of something quickly. Attracting Ray's attention, she said, Ma'am, how about offering something to the owner of Claudin? She didn't even know if it was a good idea. But the assistant insisted that Claudin buy her a new pair of shoes. Well, Ray calmed down a bit and took a break, and then decided to listen to Mary, since she's been here longer than the others. They talked for a while as if they were friends, and Ray was happy with everything. But inside, Mary was reproaching herself for the words she had to say to her face, lying and causing pain. The woman mentally said, As long as you are in his power, you can forget about your normal life. His fascination with her is getting stronger every day. If Mrs. Ray wants to leave, the servants will have to take the hit. This girl had the key to everything. She was the key to absolutely every door. It was scary even to think that something could happen to her, and then the whole life in this estate would turn into a nightmare. Mary wanted to intervene before Claudin got fed up with Ray, and she ran away from the estate. As soon as we found the owner, but no one knew for sure where he was, Philip said, Probably in his office. Why do you ask? You don't look important. Mary just said she had an urgent matter and left quickly. She thought about it all night long, before the lady ran away, before the servants and helpers had to take the brunt of it. Mary had to intervene. Standing at the door of his office, she thought, if we had at least some power in this estate, my attempts would have cost a lot. But is it right to do so? Maybe I've gone mad and I should go back. Before she could, however, Claudin's voice cut through the dead silence in the corridor and invited Mary in. Upon entering Mr. Claudin's office, the maid saw Ray lying in her husband's arms, sleeping, wrapped in a warm blanket. The man quietly asked the maid why she had disturbed him. The woman leaned over respectfully as if to greet him and said, I'm not sure if Miss Ray has told you this, but she only has one pair of shoes. I thought it would be nice to buy another pair of heels for her. Claudin basically asked if she wanted another pair of heels. Did she say yes? The maid began to make excuses, but Claudin interrupted her and told her to do what she was doing. She listened to everything Ray said, made her talk about her feelings and worries. Ray needs to have someone she can rely on instead of her brother who is missing. The maid stood there listening to all of Mr. Clodan's orders, and in her mind, she was thinking that he was behind the disappearance of Ray's brother. In the end, Mr. Clodan ordered the maid to give Philip an order. Let him prepare the carriage for the trip to town. The woman was mostly surprised. What carriage? After all, Mr. Clodan can't even set foot outside the estate. However, the man looked at the woman with a stern look, and she understood everything. The woman apologized and ran to fulfill the gentleman's order. Mary quickly ran into Ray's room, shouting, Wake up, Miss Ray! We need to get dressed, and we need to get dressed fast. The woman began to throw over all her clothes in search of a dress for today. Sitting in her chair doing her hair, Ray asked, Lady Mary, do we have guests? She was very worried about this speed, because she didn't know what to prepare for. Of course, there could be no one in this god-forsaken place, so Mary said that the lady was going on a short trip to the city with the owner today. There was no limit to her joy. Ray rejoiced like a little child and began to shine brighter than the North Star. For Mary, it was a surprise that the lady was happy, but on the other hand, it was a guarantee of her peace and safety. Suddenly, the girl asked, By the way, have you heard anything about Hayes? I'm still worried that something might have happened to him. No matter how wonderful life was here, Ray couldn't forget her brother, even though he was evil. It was hard to realize that he had nowhere to go and nowhere to stay, and she would like to see him here. Ray screamed with delight when she saw the final result. My hair is so beautiful. Mary smiled and told the girl to run quickly to the owner because he was waiting for her. Running out of this manor was a cinch. It was very easy to get lost, but after spending a lot of time here, Ray memorized the shortest routes. She looked outside and spotted Claudin. Her joy overwhelmed her, and she hurried away. She threw herself into his arms and shouted, Why didn't you say anything? I'm very excited. Claudin began to joke, but it seems that the girl did not appreciate his sense of humor, and they talked for several hours. Philip, meanwhile, asked John to tie one thing to the carriage, but the man had no idea how it was supposed to work and made a fuss. Ray noticed these cries, and she was quite interested in talking to Claudin, but something strange happened. John shouted, Are you threatening me with food? It's not my fault. I don't have that kind of experience. Ray was so surprised to hear this because she immediately thought of Hayes. Her brother would have said word for word exactly like John. She had never seen a person so similar to her brother before. A few minutes later, everything was ready, and the couple set off on a short trip. Suddenly, the man began to attract attention in the carriage. John tapped on the window, and the girl quickly turned around. She noticed that the man was pointing to the firewood in the backyard. Did he really want to meet there? But why? Claudin controlled the horses with magic, and no one was driving the carriage, so Ray was very surprised that no one else was there. She asked excitedly, I didn't even know it was possible. But where are we going? To the lake? Or maybe to the park? The man said they were going to the store to buy a new pair of shoes for the girl. This made Ray embarrassed. She suddenly realized that her shoes probably didn't look very nice, so the man decided to bring her back to a normal human appearance. She apologized for it and said that she had no other shoes but these red shoes. But it seems that Claude didn't care about her shoes at all. He was more interested in spending time with her. Squeezing the girl's hands tightly, the man said, Ray, I'm not ashamed of your shoes. I just want to buy you more. In fact, the girl understood this, but felt very embarrassed because she had never given anything in return, only taken. Moreover, she always kept in mind Hayes's debt, which he was supposed to pay back when he came back. She sincerely admitted that she was uncomfortable accepting such expensive gifts because she felt poor and weak. Claudin said, "Don't talk like that. You sound like you're only with me because you owe me." Ray didn't want to seem like this at all. Everything was so twisted and so uncomfortable that she thought she was going to go crazy. Clodan held the girl tightly to him, hugging her. He said quietly, "Calm down. I knew from the beginning that he wouldn't be able to give me back the money." Ray turned her head in shock. She did not understand why the man decided to lend money to her brother, knowing that he would never pay back such a sum in his life. As it turned out, the owner of mine wanted to make a good impression on Ray, because he likes her. Turning to the girl, he said happily, "I remember when I was just about to sign the contract, you looked at me with such a sweet and loving look. Anyway, money is not important to me. In the end, I succeeded." The girl was uncomfortable with the man being so close to her, and she abruptly pulled away from him, trying not to show any shame. But shyness seems to have been the least of his worries in this life. Luckily, there was no one in the carriage, so she could not be shy in front of others. Their entire journey was spent in hugs, and they did not stop hugging until they reached the city. Well, the center was so beautiful and big. Ray had never seen it before, so she looked around at every corner. But she didn't seem to be in a similar mood at all. She was walking around so upset and shy that it was starting to worry Claudin. Her husband couldn't stand her sad mood. It seemed to him that all this was unnecessary if they came to a city where they could buy a new pair of shoes. The girl ignored his words, trying not to pretend that she was very shocked by the area. One way or another, he managed to take the girl to several stores. First, they bought a dress, then shoes, and after a few hours, they sat down to rest. After saying this, the man leaned over the girl's ear and licked it, telling her all sorts of sweet little things. The girl was confused by this. She blushed and told him to shut up and not to say such things to her. But this only made Mr. Clodan laugh. He thought Ray's behavior was very cute. He smiled sincerely and said that he probably shouldn't say anything stupid to such a modest lady. The girl replied that it was better to go and find her new heels. The man just smiled and pretended to be a gentleman and said, "Would you be so kind as to allow me to accompany you to the store?" Ray agreed, but was surprised by Claudin's manners. Usually, she was used to him acting a little differently. After a couple of hours of wandering around the city, Ray covered her eyes and expressed her indescribable gratitude to Claudin. The girl, wearing a new dress, pointed out that it was a little too much, showing off her delicate foot, which was adorned with a dainty slipper. Claudin wondered if she didn't like the clothes, but that wasn't the point. Not expecting the man to buy so many luxuries for her that cost a fortune, the girl modestly remarked that a pair of shoes would suffice. Bringing the miniature cup to his lips, Claudin sharply indicated that it was not enough, for he only did so for those he liked. After his reply, a noticeable blush appeared on Ray's face, and her eyes rounded, either from surprise or embarrassment. She was embarrassed, but agreed, noting that she had enough to buy. Claudin, however, was in a hurry to please her, for he was planning to go to another store to buy her underwear. Hearing this, Ray, accidentally miscalculating her strength, punctured her dessert so that splashes of the sweet cream that was on top flew in all directions. Ray blushed again, and looking at Mr. Clodan, whispered, "Are you up to your old tricks again? I thought there was a time and place for this. I want to get out of here." Mr. Clodan, however, had his own plans. He looked at the girl's hand, which had a piece of sweet cream on it, telling Ray not to provoke him. Confused, the girl didn't understand what he was getting at. Then Claudin, taking the girl's hand, carefully and gently ate from her hand the cream that was there. The girl did not know what to say. She was just trying to attract his attention, but the man was immersed in his thoughts, savoring the cream. The man, looking at the girl, asked, "Don't you feel the same connection between us now that we had in the carriage? I know you won't be comfortable with that, but—" Before he could speak, Claudin was out of his seat, rushing toward the girl. He kissed her, gripping her face tightly. It was a very long, very concentrated kiss. Suddenly, Ray's eyes widened, wondering how they had ended up in the tavern. But despite this strange displacement, she was preoccupied with other thoughts. Ray's body had never been as sensitive as it was now. She could feel Claudin's every touch on her skin, and she loved it. She cried out loudly about it. Claudin heard those words, hugging the girl even tighter. The man looked directly into the girl's eyes, and with a smile on his face said, "Ray, you're more cranky than usual today. How badly did you want me to kiss you? Because I feel like this moment is more special to you today than usual." Love is a feeling that Ray has only heard about from strangers. but the girl had no idea that this feeling would be so tender and pleasant. Looking at Claudin, her heart, which was filled with love, beat more and more frequently. The feeling swept over her head as if she were in a dream. This being had taken her mind away completely, leaving only her natural instincts. Ray liked the man's touch, which provoked pleasant thoughts in her mind. She wished to belong completely only to him. Despite the fact that this was her first true love, Claudin noted that the girl gave him joy. Ray tried to do everything to please Mr. Clodan, first of sharing her feelings and emotions. And Claudin noticed it because he asked her to tell him how she felt when they were together. But next to this powerful man, Ray was going crazy, however. Those feelings had taken them too far. It would be dawn soon, and they needed a break from the maelstrom of emotions they had just experienced. Claudin, realizing this, asked Ray what she wanted, expecting to hear anything. But what the girl said shocked him. Ray, grabbing his face, said, "Claudin, I like you!" Afterward, she pulled his face close to hers, lavishing him with a kiss. This kiss was unlike the others that had come before. It was real, filled with love. Suddenly, Ray, turning pale, stopped. Her face turned blue. The girl said it was too hard for her, and she couldn't hold on any longer, and then she just closed her eyes, passing out. The next morning, they lay in bed, cuddled together. Claudin was the first to wake to the sound of Ray mumbling something to herself. He thought the girl was awake, but in fact she was just talking in her sleep. He took strands of her golden hair in his hands, imagining how their children would have hair the same color. He imagined a picture of him and Ray sitting in the summer garden, eating breakfast, and playing with their young children. Suddenly, Claudin stopped. What was he even thinking about? There could be no child. What kind of father would he be? Unable even to take a walk with him in the park outside the estate. Looking at the sweetly sleeping girl, he thought, how long would she be in the dark? When would she realize the truth? The night shrouded the forest in its velvet cover as a silent owl perched on the branch of an old fir tree. Its eyes, like two lanterns, glowed mysteriously in the impending darkness, watching the world fall asleep. Just then, an imposing red portal appeared on the grounds of Castle Manor. Philip and Lady Mary stood with the lamp, waiting for their master. Worried about his master, Philip noted that he had been watching him use magic for a long time, but had never seen it used in such quantity. He was curious if it was harming Claudin's body. A pair of horses' clattering hooves emerged from the portal and swiftly drove the carriage. Soon the carriage itself appeared, and Claudin came out of it, carrying Ray, who was asleep. Philip fussed at the sight of his master and ran up to him. Being faithful to his master, the man, showing concern, offered to carry the girl inside, for Claudin needed a bath and rest. Claudin didn't want the girl to be touched by anyone but him, so he glared angrily at the butler, making it clear that he didn't need any help. Striking the man with his magic, Clodan headed inside the manor as he slumped to the floor, breathing heavily. Lady Mary looked at Philip sympathetically, but with a note of fear. His heavy breathing sounded truly eerie. Whereupon the lady hurried after Mr. Clodan, shouting in his wake to let him help. Arriving in the bedroom, the man gently lowered the sleeping Ray onto the bed, while Mary kindly pulled back the blanket, offering to change the girl's clothes. Ignoring Mary's suggestion, Claudin began to personally prepare Ray for bed. First, he took off her new shoes. The woman was saddened that the owner was once again doing everything himself, so she made a second attempt to offer help. Continuing to ignore the maid, the man began to change Ray into her nightgown. Finally, he covered her with a blanket with care, letting her rest. After putting Ray to bed, Claudin sat tiredly on the edge of the bed, holding his head. Seeing that his host was tired, Mary, wishing him a good night's rest, informed him that it was time for her to leave. Mary was about to leave in a hurry, but she was stopped by the gentleman's sudden, saddened words about wanting to be normal. Claudin, hands clasped to his face, spoke desolately of how he had never regretted his situation, wondering how to break the curse that weighed so heavily on him. Getting rid of this burden was the dream of everyone in the mansion. Mary recalled how, over the years, her master had searched for a way to break the curse, but his search had been unsuccessful. Since then, he had only gone to the lab to get painkillers, and so it is now. A devastated Claudin said he was heading to the lab, to which Mary clarified, or did he want to do research again? Claudin said nothing, however, and slammed the bedroom door shut. Mary realized that the man was at it again, for he knew perfectly well that it was impossible. In the morning, Mary brought a dress for Ray. The girl wondered why she should dress up if she wasn't going anywhere, but the maid convinced her that there was no occasion for dressing up, because it was nice to look good. She listened to Mary and immediately put on a beautiful, lush dress. But her thoughts were occupied with the fact that their little vacation with Claudin had been like a dream. But now the man was at work, and she was back to her normal routine. If anything remained the same, it was the gifts from Claudin that were delivered to Ray's door every day. Lots of new, luxurious dresses and shoes, all different colors and makes. Mary noted that the gentleman had excellent taste, while Ray stared uncertainly at the items presented to her, which made the maid think she didn't like any of them. Ray embarrassedly assured the woman that everything was fine and the gifts were wonderful. The girl went on to say that her reaction was due to the fact that those dresses were obviously worth more than Hayes's debt, but Mary calmed her down by telling her that it was small things, and if Ray wanted, Claudin would buy the whole store. According to Mary, other girls would be jealous of Ray, for the magnificent gifts were a sign that the master loved and cared for her. Miss Lisbon asked if this was true, as if she did not believe it, and the maid answered confidently in the affirmative. Lowering her saddened gaze, Ray herself didn't think she was special. Her mind immediately flashed back to the time a woman had asked her if there were stutterers in her family, and Ray had mumbled and replied that she didn't know. Then the woman said, as if disappointed, that in that case the problem was Ray herself, and she should be glad if she could find a husband, for no one would want a child from a woman with such a flaw. The memory made her panic, and her heart beat faster. She said aloud that she wanted to see Claudin to calm herself. Mary immediately indicated that this was the purpose of dressing the girl up, for she was just in time for the gentleman's afternoon snack. The maid's words made Ray excited. After a while, Ray, with a snack in hand, was already knocking on Claudin's room, from where strange noises could be heard. Opening the door, Claudin looked devastated. Ray immediately asked if he was all right, showing concern. Ray's attention was also drawn to the back of the man's palm, and there was blood on it. The girl became even more worried. Claudin, unemotionally, assured her that he was fine, asking why she had come. Ray explained that she had brought him something to eat, but she was intent on bringing a bandage to treat the wound. Tiredly closing his eyes, the man noted that it was unnecessary, asking to leave the food here, as he was a bit busy right now. It didn't sound convincing to Ray. She was eager to get inside the room. Taking her by the shoulders, Claudin said it was dangerous because of the shrapnel, telling the girl to go back. Moving to shouting, the girl stated why he wanted her to leave, since he was hurt. Ray thought the man was hiding something. The girl angrily flung his hand away, thereby knocking over the snack plate she was holding. Looking at the shards from the broken dishes, tears came to Ray's eyes. She blamed herself for everything. Ray cried bitterly after her act. However, Claudin continued to assure her that everything was fine. Sobbing with tears, the girl apologized endlessly, for she did not want to disturb and annoy the man. Ray hurried away, telling Claudin to go back to his business, and she dared not interfere any longer. Catching up to the fleeing Ray, the man grabbed her arm, asking her to stop. Taking her by the shoulders, he tried to convey to her that she had never annoyed him, and that henceforth she would not dare to say so. Ray looked away from Claudin and said she had to go, wishing the man to continue his work. He asked her why she was running away, to which she replied, "It's nothing like that. She just wanted to call the servants to clean up the splinters." Then the man, angry about the whole situation, indicated that he doesn't care if she gets mad at him or not, but when the girl tries to leave him, he goes crazy, like his head is about to explode. Getting nervous, Ray replied that she just didn't want to disturb him if he was busy. Covering her eyes, Claudin reassured her that everyone knew the man's temper at work, so no one was bothering him, and the girl had nothing to apologize for. Claudin, considering himself a scoundrel, asked Ray to forgive him, but the girl saw him as the sweetest man, encouraging her to do her best, so she asked him not to say such things about herself. As if complimenting Ray's words, Claudin said that it was because he liked her. The girl asked him if there was ever a moment when he would stop liking her. Squinting his eyes irritably, the man said she should only worry that he would fall in love with her even more. Lifting the girl by the waist, Claudin stated imperiously, adding to his words that she still couldn't quite get out of bed. Looking up at him as if he were a puppy, the girl asked if he would never change, to which Claudin remarked that she was acting strange today. Puzzled, Ray thought about what to answer, casually touching his wound on his arm. Claudin immediately yanked his hand away, the girl starting to apologize endlessly again, asking if everything was all right. However, the man replied that he was in pain because Ray had touched his wound. He expressed his desire to have her treat him, and now they were already sitting in the room on the soft couch. Claudin silently and intently watched Ray's every action. Ray was diligently bandaging his arm when the man said she looked pretty today, asking if it was for him. In response, Ray only turned away from him, and Claudin tousled her golden strands in his hand. Taking some of the curls, gently and carefully, he said that just as the girl wanted to be beautiful around him, he didn't want to show her a part of himself. Turning sharply toward the man, Ray expressed her disappointment. After all, she wants to be by his side no matter what state he's in. After hesitating, as if doubting her words, the girl indicated that she was afraid that Claudin would change and he would stop liking her. After this sentence, Claudin grabbed Ray's hand and pulled her to him. Looking straight into her eyes, the man said that was complete nonsense because it would never happen, adding that he should be the one asking her not to change. However, everyone around Ray changed, and her love always remained unrequited, which she told Claudin. As she snuggled into Claudin's broad shoulders, Ray added that she thought it would be like this all her life, but the man had been the first to love her back, adding that she didn't need to change. She clung to him tightly, asking him to stay the way he was now. As he hugged her back, tenderly and lovingly, as if comforting her, Claudin thought to himself that his connection to Ray was like a curse he didn't want to get rid of. Among the emerald lawns in the garden, strewn with a scattering of delicate flowers, the path leading to the mysterious statue, and along it bloomed lush flower beds, creating a sense of tranquility and harmony. Ray strolled leisurely through the garden, looking at the large blue roses on one of the lush bushes. She was looking for the gardener. Her search was successful, for the man's headdress just showed among the plants. Carefully peeking out from around the corner, apologizing for the disturbance, wanting to ask him something. However, the man only indicated in response that blue roses were disgusting, as if muttering to himself. The man, who was actually Jack, slowly shifted his gaze from the roses to Ray, who shuddered under his gaze, asking if she agreed with his opinion of the flowers. The girl was visibly tense, because she thought it was the gardener. The man addressed her by her surname, instead of Mrs. Ray. Ray gently said hello to Jack, feeling uncomfortable around him. Jack plucked the blue petals, clutching them in his hand with all his might, gritting his teeth, saying angrily that ordinary people couldn't do such a thing, because such colors didn't exist. Not expecting such a temper from Jack, Ray panicked and asked what he was doing. After that, the girl, trying to remain calm, answered him, saying that maybe a monster could create such roses. Her answer was followed by a log that hit the back of Jack's head. Ray didn't understand what was happening or who had done it. The one who threw the log was the gardener, who came at Jack with lightning speed, striking him in the face, making Ray even more frightened. The gardener looked away from Jack, and then he looked at Ray, afraid that she had found out, for he had heard their conversation with the barnkeeper. As if in a delirium, the gardener was talking about how they were monsters, and the blue roses weren't real. Dazed with fear, Ray pressed her palms to her face, staring at the gardener in horror. Her reaction made the man nervous. He immediately started denying everything he said, saying that the roses were real. Jack was frantically shouting about how the gardener was a fool, and he knew what they were up to, therefore they couldn't fool him. His words were immediately followed by another punch in the face from the enraged gardener. John was breathing hard, asking him to stop. Philip, meanwhile, entered Claudin's room by knocking. The man informed him that it was time to take his medicine. Sitting in a luxurious chair, Clodan was performing some sort of magical ritual, the light from which illuminated some part of the room. Leaning tiredly on the table, the man said, without looking back at Philip, that he was tired of everything. Nervously swallowing, the butler thought to himself that the side effects of his master's curse were stronger during a full moon. The moon had not yet bloomed, however, so Philip assumed that Claudin had used too much magic. But no matter what, Philip was glad they had a cure that could restrain Clodan. Covering his eyes, the butler was just as glad to have Ray in the manor, for if it weren't for her love for Claudin, there would have been bloodshed long ago, assuming that the cure, his master, made because of the girl. At this moment, Claudin, calling out to Philip, threw him the golden key over which he had performed the rite, asking him to keep it. Clodan indicated that if this key was used to close the door, no one could get out of it, or vice versa. According to Claudin, this should protect Ray, so he told Philip to remember the key and wait for the man to signal to close the door. The next moment, there was a knock at the door of the room, and a man, holding a glass of medicine in his hand, allowed the comer to enter. Mary appeared on the other side of the door, who, with her eyes lowered to Paul, spoke of Claudin's worth to see it, for it was about Mrs. Ray. Hearing Mary's words, Claudin, feeling furious, clenched the medicine glass in his hand, and the butler standing behind him became nervous. A man quickly approached the garden. At the sight of him, Ray called out his name questioningly. Claudin, having shortened the distance between them, put his arm around her shoulders, thinking the girl had gotten into a fight, but Ray calmed him down by telling him she was fine, and Mr. Jack decided to stop before it went too far. Looking at Ray menacingly, the man asked what she had forgotten with those scumbags, to which the girl confusedly replied that she just wanted to help them. Her answer made Claudin a little angry. He only asked why she would want to help them. Pulling an innocent smile on her face, Ray noted that everyone was constantly busy, and she just wanted to be helpful around the house. Grabbing the girl by the wrist, the man Nazumuri Rujivayutsia declared to her that he did not want her to touch the dirt, because if it happens, he will cut off the hands of the servants. Ray was numb with horror at such a statement, and the men standing behind her hid their hands. Claudin continued with the fact that it was about everything else. In his opinion, Ray didn't have to do anything. After all, he only wanted to give her the best. The girl broadcast that by allowing her to be lazy and do whatever she wanted, it was as if Claudin was making a princess out of her. The man responded with a positive nod, letting her know he liked the sound of that. His answer made Ray think of the recent conversation when Claudin had promised her never to change and always to love her. But the girl wished to bind herself to the manor, so that if the man should fall out of love with her, she could stay. Claudin called out to the girl, for she did not answer for a long time. Not wanting to make things worse, Ray smiled sweetly, saying that she had gone outside to look at the flowers, but suddenly encountered two men. Claudin asked why she was looking at the flowers without him, to which Ray remarked that she didn't want to interrupt, since the man was busy. He then invited her to come inside. Turning to Mary and Philip, Claudin, pointing to the gardener and Jack, told them to make sure they had learned their lesson. Frowning, Mary stared after the departing gentleman, and the butler bowed respectfully. Philip expected the gentleman to at least rip out Jack's tongue, or blind the gardener, for the medicine only served to restrain his ardor. Breathing a sigh of relief, Philip noted that at least he had found peace, but Mary didn't know if that was good or bad. The butler, being tired from following these fools, told the woman not to talk nonsense. Mary indicated that she was about the fact that their lives now depended on Mistress Ray, fearing the consequences should she escape. Philip's head began to ache with fatigue as he told Mary that her arguments were unfounded and they just needed to do their jobs. Unable to bear it, Jack shouted that he was only telling the truth, but the gardener. Not letting the man finish, Philip interrupted him, telling him to know his place, for they had turned a blind eye to everything just because the man was a noble guest, but it would not happen from now on. Furious at such a statement, Jack gritted his teeth. Over the meal, Claudin imagined he and Ray sitting down to dinner, exactly as they were now. As Ray gently wrapped her arms around his neck, asking if he liked the food, and sitting on his lap without breaking the embrace, telling him his body was on fire, asking if he was hot, gently touching his shoulders. Ray's concerned voice knocked him out of his fantasies, however, and he shuddered and tried to pull himself together. Showing concern, the girl touched his face, indicating that he was sweating profusely. That touch sent a shiver through the man's body. His heart began to pound frantically at her care and gentle voice. Claudin imagined him grabbing the girl, placing her on the table, pressing her arms against the surface with all his might. The man could barely contain his desires as he kissed Ray again. He was showing her feelings he could barely control. He had a thirst he wanted to quench. Suddenly, Mr. Clodan came to his senses. It was all a mirage, a foolish fantasy, or a belief that was due to the heat that was building up. He thought about the fact that in such a state he could hurt Ray, because it had already happened when the man was in control of himself, because now things were getting even more dangerous. Nervously clutching his head, the man thought that if he'd gone to bed with Ray in this state, on the level he'd be hugging her dead body. Seeing Claudin's condition, Ray jumped up from her seat, asking him to wait a moment. The girl hurriedly left the room, searching for something that could help the man. Claudin closed his eyes in despair and said to himself that Ray should get away from him. He wished to hide until tomorrow to keep the girl safe by asking Mary to prepare the necessary supplies and Philip to cast the spell. Back at Claudin's, Ray was carrying a deep dishpan of cold water and a cloth. She began to carefully wipe the man's face with a dampened cloth, intending to moderate his fever, Looking at the girl tiredly, Claudin asked gruffly, "Are you still here?" Answering him, Ray indicated that he must be more. Therefore, she hurried to Mary's to ask for a wet towel. Claudin looked at her as if he were about to faint. Droplets of sweat were dripping rapidly down his face. Ray was about to say that they should call a doctor, but Claudin's head falling on her interrupted her. The man said he was going to be sick. Panicked, Ray began to fan his face vigorously with her hand as if it were a fan. She didn't know what to do in such a situation, or how to help. Claudin took the girl's hand affectionately and said he was thirsty, staring at Ray. The girl's face immediately flushed. Rounding his eyes, he looked greedily at the girl's hand, wanting to drink just one sip, thinking then he would feel better. Ray immediately called out to him. The girl's cheeks burned with embarrassment, and there was concern in her voice. Tugging Claudin by the shoulders, the girl excitedly asked him to calm down, for he was sick. Raising a calm gaze at Ray, the man said, smiling, that he was just thirsty, asking what the girl was thinking. Ray's face lit up even more after his remark. She shouted at him not to make fun of her because she was just worried. As if to change the subject, Claudin looked at Ray's plate and asked if she was full. The girl, having eaten the main course and dessert, looked away and said yes. Receiving the answer, the man asked the girl to leave for her room. However, Ray didn't understand why so suddenly. Then Claudin reminded her of the traditions of the mansion, apologizing for not telling earlier, asking her not to leave the room until tomorrow morning. Claudin also added that Ray could take what she needed if she went now, and Mary would take care of the rest. The girl, hearing him, looked away sadly. Gently touching his arm, she asked if that meant they wouldn't see each other tonight, but Claudin, still sweating, indicated that he would like to be with her. Encouraged, Ray suggested that the man spend the night somewhere together, to which she was immediately rebuffed. She wanted to ask why not, but Claudin immediately called out to Mary and Philip, waiting obediently outside the door. The man ordered the girl to be taken to her room, to which Mary gently touched her shoulder and asked her to follow them. Claudin rose from his seat and called out to Ray, asking her to let him into her bedroom if he came. The girl didn't know what he meant. Touching her strands affectionately, he promised her that if she obeyed, the man would take her out. Then Ray replied that he'd better keep his promise. After seeing Ray off, accompanied by the servants, Claudin leisurely closed the door behind him. Left to himself, the man fell to the floor. He spat blood in pain, cursing the day the spell had been cast on him. Tilting her head down, Ray grudgingly pondered aloud that Claudin's request that she not open the door was strange, and the more she thought about it, the more it seemed incomprehensible. At her words, Mary hesitantly noted that Claudin just had a plan while Philip opened the door to the girl's bedroom. Standing in the passage of the bedroom, the butler reassured Ray that Claudin liked her very much, and that all these measures were for her own good, so she should honor his request. Ray was unhappy with the situation, however. Philip convinced her, and she agreed with him. After helping the girl to get settled in her bedroom, Mary and Philip left her chambers, locking the door with the enchanted key. Finished with all the preparations Claudin had asked for, the butler spoke in a low voice, hoping that everything would go smoothly this time. Sprawled out on the bed, Ray's soaps were preoccupied with the fact that it was no wonder Claudin was acting so secretive, but his promise didn't sit right in her mind. The girl was just as concerned that the man looked sickly. She hoped he wasn't overexerting himself. Ray fell asleep with thoughts of when this would all be over. After moving some distance from Ray's bedroom, Mary asked Philip if he had found Claudin. In response, Philip nervously touched his forehead, saying that he had looked around the main building and the garden, but he was nowhere to be found. Mary remembered with apprehension the last time Claudin had gone to see Ray, after which the girl had been unable to move for several days. She was afraid it would happen again. Holding her head, Mary panicked that even though he hadn't completely lost his mind this time, they wouldn't stop him if he did. The woman yelled that Ray might be a nice girl, but if she saw him like that, she'd run away. Stopping Mary from her restless train of thought, Philip assured her that according to Claudin, he had prepared a powerful spell to help protect Ray. Mary was certainly reassured by his words, but she still wanted to check Mistress's room, just in case. Philip sniggered unhappily at this. Then Mary, with a slight tremor in her voice, said that she had misspoken. After all, when a hungry beast is prevented from taking food right from under his nose, no one can withstand his anger. Then he is sure to wring everyone's necks. Nervously glancing back, Mary followed Philip at a leisurely pace, thinking about the fact that she trusted her master's magic, as if trying to reassure herself with it. Ray opened her eyes abruptly in a cold sweat, as if she had been staring at indescribable horror a second ago. In the girl's attempts to regain her breath, only the word nightmare could describe the obsession she saw. Writing off the nightmare to the fact that she shouldn't have gone to bed right after dinner, the girl got out of bed to get a drink of water. A sudden knock on the door, however, made Ray flinch. When the knocking stopped, a familiar voice called the girl's name. The voice outside the door belonged to Claude, who called out to the girl. The man asked if Ray was getting ready for bed. With a bad feeling from the nightmare, Ray replied that she had just woken up. Walking over and taking a seat near the massive door, the young lady replied that she would soon go to bed again. The bang on the door startled the girl, who was already restless. Claudin knocked on the doors and demanded they be opened, saying he wanted to see the girl's face. In response to Claudin's attempts, Ray reminded him of his words about her not opening the door for a man, especially if he came at night. In an effort to convince Ray, Claudin promised to sing her a lullaby and let her sleep on his arm as if it were a pillow. Responding to the offer with a refusal, the girl wondered if his promise was a joke. Setting aside the goblet of water and standing in front of the door, contemplating what to do next, Ray, reaching her hand toward the door to open it, stopped. She apologized to Claudin, saying that she wanted to keep her promise to him. Claudin had promised that if the girl obeyed, he would take her to someplace. Upon hearing the answer, Claudin shouted furiously, forcing the girl to cover her ears. A mixture of anger and jealousy sounded in the man's voice as he said, "Open the door. Is there someone else in there?" Claudin accused Ray of having a gardener in her room. The frightened girl could only reply that the man's words made no sense. Ray thought it was strange that Claudin had made jokes about her before, but never in such an intimidating way. When he tried to open the door with his unusual power, the young man was only surprised at the strength of the charms he had put on the door, while from behind the door, the girl asked him to stop. Claudin was satisfied because of Ray sticking to his promise, so he turned to the girl and said, "I'll take you somewhere. Maybe the ocean? We can go to the ocean, Ray." And asking if the girl was mad at him, got a negative answer from a startled Ray. Clodan wondered why the girl was so cold to him, and whether asking to open the door was asking too much for a man. Claudin was unhappy with this attitude. The repeated cry, as if accompanied by the sound of thunder, was even more extemporaneous than the previous one. Looking around, Ray couldn't believe the reality of what was happening, thinking everything was a dream. Ray was horrified by the strangeness of what was happening and asked Claudin why he didn't answer if he had left her alone. She did not understand why Claudin had left her alone. It was not like the Claudin she knew. In incomprehension, the girl pondered whether the gentleman had left because he suspected the girl of hiding someone in the room. When Claudin told her he was sick and made her make a strange promise, was he testing Ray's feelings all this time? Pondering the man's actions, the girl was horrified that she had not lived up to his expectations. Opening the door and stepping out of the room, Ray shouted that Claudin had gotten it all wrong. Salty tears rolled down the frightened girl's cheeks as she said, "You don't know how I feel about you, Claudin. I love you." Suddenly coming up from behind, the man put his arm around the desperate girl. Looking into Ray's face, Claudin with the words, "Do you love me? You poor thing. Apparently the Lord hasn't completely abandoned me. After all, he gave me you." There was no edge to the girl's happiness when she realized the man hadn't left yet. The sudden noise, however, caused her to look puzzled. Looking around, Ray realized that she and Claude were near the ocean as if by magic. Stepping across the wet sand, the girl didn't realize how such a thing was possible. Mr. Clodan pounced on the girl with demands that she open her mouth. She could not resist, so she did it, and then Mr. Clodan kissed her passionately. The girl could not understand what was happening. She felt Mr. Clodan's touch, but she thought she was in a dream. These feelings were too realistic. Mr. Clodan was more confident than ever, but now he smelled rough, and he was not as gentle as before. The girl was sad that the man was treating her like this. She was used to gentle touches and kisses. Now it seemed to her that Mr. Clodan hated her. Ray asked him to carry her back home. She really wanted to go home, but the man was silent. He ignored her wishes. Finally, he lifted her into his arms and opened a portal in front of him. He transcribed into it, "So where do you want to go? Do you want to go to the manor? Why do you call this place home?" Suddenly, they were in the girl's room. She turned to Mr. Clodan and shouted at him to get away from her. There was no more delight on her face. There was fear in her eyes. The man couldn't understand why she was asking him to leave, because they were good together. At least he thought so. He asked her what had happened and why she was pushing him away. The girl replied that she didn't like his attitude. He wasn't acting the way he used to. He was not the Clodan she knew. The morning came. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore could be heard outside. Mr. Clodan awoke to the rays of the sun that were blinding him. There was clarity in his mind, and it was very strange. He couldn't remember what had happened last night. When Ray had gone to her room, and then he had demanded that she come out, had the girl listened to him, or had he gone back to his room again? The man turned his head, and with horror on his face, he noticed her lying next to him. Her hair was disheveled. There were bruises, scratches, and bites on her face and body. The man looked at the girl in horror. Suddenly he remembered what had happened last night, how he'd been mean to her, despised her, and not listening to her. Meanwhile, the girl was in a strange state. It was as if she was asleep and dreaming. Through the dream, the girl could smell a marvelous smell of various delicious things. Marvelous images immediately popped up in my mind of a variety of seafood dishes. A feeling of hunger came over Ray, bringing a cold sensation to her mind. But in the moment, the girl felt a hand gently stroking her head. A feeling of warmth instantly filled the girl's mind, chasing away the recent feeling of coldness. Claudin towered over the girl and gently stroked her hair, quietly wishing her beloved pleasant dreams. As the man hurried away, the girl jumped up sharply and turned to him, making him stop. Turning around, Claudin stared silently at the awake girl. After a little coughing fit, the girl turned her attention to her arm, on which she saw the sleeve of her dress. Surprised by the fact that she was wearing clothes, Ray also mentally emphasized her incredible softness. Claudin, intending to leave again, made a move, but was again stopped by a girl who asked where they were. With a sad look, the man, averting his gaze, replied that he thought the girl wanted to the ocean. Breaking down into a shout, Ray answered what Claudin knew wasn't the question. Everything that happened from the beginning seemed strange to the girl, especially the tradition that she was not allowed to leave her room. Getting down from the bed, Ray asked Claudin what the real reason for the ban was, as well as what was happening now. Walking up to Claudin and taking hold of the fabric of his shirt, the girl asked, "Why? Why are we by the ocean?" The girl asked him how it was that she never left her own room, begging for an answer, for it was all confusing to her. Claudin's predatory gaze was as if fixed on Ray. He couldn't tear himself away from contemplating her white and soft skin. As if not noticing the questions Ray was asking, he only stared, restraining his nature with all his might. When Claudin pulled the girl to him, intending to kiss her, she only begged him to say something. Hearing the negative answer, Ray immediately covered the gentleman's mouth, preventing the kiss from happening. Taking one of the girl's hands, Claudin asked to be allowed to kiss the girl, licking her palm along the way. Frustrated at the lack of response, Ray decided to ask the man a question. "Claudin, are you a fae?" "Ray, do you think I look like a fae? Do you think fae can go into gone like animals?" Not knowing what to say to Claudin, the girl only stared at the floor in silence. Turning around, Claudin told the girl to take him for whoever she wanted. But the man realized that the race was still going on, and he had to stay away from the girl. As he brought a plate of food, Claudin replied that if the girl wanted to think of him as a fae, that was her will. He realized, however, that one night with Ray wouldn't solve anything. The man was a common beast, unable to control his urges, and only hoped that Ray wouldn't let himself get hurt. Claudin never wanted to hurt a girl again. Remembering the words of the girl who had said in her dream that she was hungry, Claudin urged her to eat the food that had been brought in. But the girl, with tears in her eyes, only replied, "You already know everything, Claudin. You know I love you." Ray's words could not pass Claudin's lips. Suddenly, the man's heart beat harder. His body reacted strangely to what Ray had said. The girl was walking toward Claudin, with words to the effect that his actions had been odd toward her. Clodan had made the girl fall in love with him, but at the time, she knew less about him than anyone living on the estate, and that request not to leave the room. Abruptly wrapping her arms around the man from behind, the girl couldn't contain her feelings. Pressed against the man's back, Ray said that it was Claudin who had tricked her, after all, and forced her to open the door, not realizing then what the real reason was for the gentleman not telling her anything. Claudin asked Ray to release him from her embrace, but she refused. At the girl's name, Claudin grabbed her arm and broke the embrace. In response, Ray shouted that she disagreed with the termination. With desperation in her face, the girl said that since she and Claude were lovers, that meant they should know each other better. Looking at the girl, Clodan realized that he would soon lose his mind. But what would happen if Claudin stopped holding back? and if he abandoned the remnants of prudence. His thoughts were only on how sweet the juice of the forbidden fruit would be. The man gritted his teeth and held on with all his might so as not to snap at that moment. Seeing Claudin's tension, not understanding this reaction, Ray was startled and backed away. After the man's request that the girl should eat first, fear was replaced by anger. Feeling the hatred, Ray said, "I hate you. I don't want to be yours anymore, Claudin." After hearing this, Claudin only turned away, replying, "It's up to you." With Ray's shock, tears rolled down Ray's cheeks as she pointed out that Claudin wasn't afraid of losing her. Claudin hoped he wouldn't lose his mind in those seconds, but he realized that if he didn't control himself, he might even tear Ray apart. A frustrated girl claimed that she had to dribble in front of Claudin in every way possible, starting conversations she didn't like, and when he acted strangely, she was left to remain in ignorance. Ray asked, wondering if she wasn't someone the master wanted to share anything with. Something like this was already too much for her. Claudin asked the girl to stop. While Ray was talking about wanting to ask a lot of questions, the man forgave her to stop talking, or he would be forced to kiss her. In response to that, Ray only said, "Is that all you can tell me?" Claudin couldn't find the right words to reply, only continuing to hold back. Without hearing another word, Ray turned away, walking off in the direction of the bed. Falling on the bed and wrapping herself in a blanket, the girl said she was going to bed, and also that she hated this place. Claudin could only contemplate this, with no way to change his position in the girl's eyes. Already at the manor, Mary was carrying a tray of breakfast for Lady Ray. When she reached the right floor, the maid was indignant that someone seemed to have opened the windows in the corridor, but she was horrified when she saw the shards of broken glass. Realizing with horror that Mistress Ray's room was not far away, Mary hurried to see if she was there. But the door of the room, which was thrown open, confirmed the maid's suspicions at once. Dropping the tray of food, the woman hurriedly notified the rest of the servants of the disappearance. Philip and Hayes's conversation was interrupted by Mary's screams that something bad had happened. The butler inquired the cause of the panic, to which Mary gave notice that Mrs. Ray had prowled from the room. Hayes listened to the conversation and realized that the servants of the manor were saying something about Ray. Breaking down into a scream, Mary was saying that the host was up to his old tricks again, just like last time. Turning to Mary, the young man asked what the master had done to his sister and whether he wanted to turn her into a monster. In response, the maid ordered him to be silent, not understanding why he and his sister hadn't been killed yet. Hayes was furious, asking if the Lisbon family hadn't been humiliated enough. May, pointing out the young man's hypocrisy, decided to remind him if that's why he tried to run away, leaving his beloved sister behind. Hayes tried to refute her arguments, saying that he intended to return to her with help after his escape. Mary asked him what he would do if, in his absence, she became a monster. In an attempt to hurt Hayes, Mary pointed out that God was cruel for breeding Lady Ray to a man like him. At this, Hayes became angry, and then he said, "How can a mere servant girl who can only wash floors judge him?" Stretching her neck like a snake, Mary said with menace in her voice that she had not willingly stayed here, leaving her husband and children behind. Philip, who was watching and quite tired, urged Mary and Hayes to stop their disagreement, since it was going nowhere. Mary shrugged off her anger and only said concernedly that she hoped Mrs. Ray was all right. The sound of the gate opening caught the attention of the estate servants. At that moment, to Mary's cheers, Ray and Claudin entered the estate grounds. A maid ran up to her mistress and asked if she was all right. Ray replied that she was a little tired and would be in her room. Looking at Mary, Claudin seemed to imply that she should follow her mistress. The maid, realizing what Claudin wanted of her, hurried toward her mistress's room. Coming into the room, Mary said she would help Lady Ray get dressed. Mary pondered the fact that the curse had made the host lose his mind, and perhaps it was a good thing he had stopped there. Helping mistress dress, the maid was glad that the girl could at least walk on her own. Ray turned to Mary to ask why the girl always had to remain in the dark. Mary didn't understand this reaction. Then Ray abruptly took her hand away and asked why no one was telling her anything. The girl recalled the occasion when Mary had fainted and clarified whether it was because of Claudin that it had happened. Mary knew that Ray would realize everything one day, even though the girl was naive and inexperienced. It would be foolish not to realize that something strange was going on in this manor. However, Mary couldn't have her master snapping at her with the servants. Turning to her mistress, Mary tried to convey that Ray didn't understand the whole situation, saying she had fainted because of her illness and it had nothing to do with Claudin. Angry at such lies, Ray argued that Mary didn't want the girl to notice the oddities either, believing that she would just ignore them. The maid did not know what to reply to her mistress, who was recovering her breath for some time after what had been said. Sitting down on the bed and covering her tears with her hands, Ray asked the maid to leave so she could be alone. As she left the room, Mary came upon Claudin standing near the door. The master glared menacingly at the maid, waiting for an answer about Ray's condition. Mary hastened to notify the gentleman that Ray was greatly distressed, specifying whether he would not try to soothe her. Under her host's mute gaze, Mary worried that Mrs. Ray had figured it all out, asking Claudin if that was the case. Conditionally calming herself, Mary turned to the master and assured him that everything would be all right, for Ray was so kind and innocent, and if the master explained everything to her, she would understand. Finally speaking, Clodan asked what he had to say, that he was a beast falling into Gone because of some curse. With a crazed look, the man also said, that she should forgive me because I'm a monster that is hundreds of years old? How do you want me to explain that? What do you think will calm her down? As if contemplating the indescribable horror, Mary fell on her knees before her host. Turning away, Claudin stated it best. Mary could not understand her host's words, only looking up at him questioningly. But hearing from Claudin the command to let Ray go, Mary was numb with fear. Without getting up from her knees, Mary said she didn't understand the master, for he wanted Ray to stay with him. Hearing Mary's words, Claudin noted her cunning, emphasizing the fact that lately she had been doing well in life. After all, making Ray a sacrificial lamb made her life better, but in reality, the woman was only thinking about herself. Laughing from such a picture, Claudin realized that dealing with monsters like them would only be to Ray's detriment. Mary thought it was a simple misunderstanding, for Ray and Claudin were madly in love with each other, and it was a simple lover's quarrel. After a while, the coming sunset heralded the evening meal. At a table full of different dishes, there was silence among the people of the estate. Not finishing her dinner, Ray rose from the table, setting aside her cutlery. Mary turned to her mistress, asking if she wished to finish her meal. But Claudin stopped the maid. With a kind of resignation, Ray announced that from tomorrow she wanted to eat in her room, alone. Mary waited in horror for Mr. Claudin's reaction to Ray's spoken words. However, taking a sip of the just-poured wine, he didn't seem to care about what he heard. Mary had never seen Mistress Ray so angry before. The woman was worried about Ray's harsh reaction, but knew how much she and Mr. Claude desired each other, and thought they just needed a little time. But Mrs. Ray no longer wanted to be in the same room with her master, and he, in turn, made no effort to make things better. Mary couldn't believe it was possible. Turning to Philip, the woman said in dismay that Mrs. Ray seemed to have changed her mind about her master, and she would soon suppress her feelings for him. And in turn, the master has no intention of fixing it, but when Ray's gone, Claudin will kill her and Philip. Mary could not allow such a thing to happen, fearing for her life. Philip asked if the woman had any plan, to which the woman stiffened as if an idea had sparked within her. As she walked away, Mary only spoke as if losing the last shreds of her sanity. The plan? Yes, I have to do something about it. Mary could be heard rattling and muttering in the kitchen. The woman was making tea for a cold. Instantly, her thoughts were flooded with memories of the past. That day, Claudin asked if she had 2 children. She answered excitedly, yes. He wanted the woman to send one of her sons to take care of his garden when they recovered. On her way home, the wind picked up, the sun set, and the sky turned purple. Mary was holding a basket of plague medicine that was supposed to save her family. The owner of the estate had given it to her. Thanks to this medicine, her son, who was very ill, recovered in a few days. She was grateful to the owner of the estate and was happy to watch her son play outside. The woman recalled that he wanted one of her sons to take care of his garden. Mary looked sadly at the basket in her hands and decided to do it when her son grew up. When he became an adult, he got married instead of going to take care of his garden. She believed that the owner of the estate could easily find another servant. But over time, Mary regretted her decision when she felt changes in her body. The same day, the woman ran to the mansion and knocked on the door for the owner to come out to her. With red eyes and teeth like a snake, she was on her knees, begging for forgiveness and help. Claudin said she was cursed, and he couldn't help her. She should have kept her promise. Philip brought her some food. Mary said she would not have taken the medicine if she had known this would happen. He put the bowl of soup on the table and asked how long it was going to sit there. She remained silent and stole a glance at the bowl of soup. Did her emotional state improve over time? Or did she just become indifferent? Mary paid the price for her broken promise, and her family became closer to the Lord through her sacrifice. As soon as the tea was ready, the woman carefully poured it into a jug. Putting a pitcher and a cup of tea on the tray, she carried it to her mistress. Mary came to Claudin's house and said that Ray needed to drink tea for her cold, but she wouldn't open the door. The woman recalled his words that she was thinking only about herself, not about Ray. Mary decided to take advantage of the fact that Ray had managed to change him. Claudin left the room and looked angrily at the maid. She explained that Miss Ray was running a fever. For Mary, there was no line between right and wrong. The maid gave him the tray and explained that she thought Ray would open the door for him. Then she left and hoped that their owners would soon make up. They needed Ray because they, the monsters, could understand how to be human. He quickly opened her room door, which creaked open. When he entered the room, he saw Ray lying under the covers crying. Claudin put the tray on the table. Ray continued to cry and mumble. He looked at her worriedly. She whispered, "I'm sorry, don't go, Claudin." Her eyes were closed. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, and her body was burning with fever. Sitting down on the bed next to her, he leaned over, wiped away her tears, and then whispered, "Ray." When she woke up, she smelled a pleasant odor and thought that Mary had come to see her. But when she turned around, she saw Claudin sitting by her bed reading a book. She asked why he was here. He touched her forehead with his hand and said that she had no fever. Claudin gave her a cup of tea and asked her to drink it. Ray drank some of the bitter tea in silence. Her body trembled, and Ray quietly said that she thought she had a stomachache. He asked if she had any other pain. She replied that her shoulders and back hurt. She also had pain in her legs and arms. Claudin walked over to her and looked at her in surprise. Her cheeks turned red and her voice became quiet. She spoke uncertainly. "I think..." Then Ray thought her stomach hurt because of something. But before she could say what it was, Claudin suddenly kissed her. The girl blushed, and tears flowed from her eyes. Finally, the void in her heart was filled. Claudin was the first to see the girl's true self. She didn't even care that he was a monster. She didn't mind him eating her if the man turned out to be just as kind and sweet inside. Ray and Claudin were lying in bed together. The girl tenderly hugged him. The man hugged her with his strong, pumped-up arm. Ray was sleeping, and Claudin was looking at her. Suddenly, a ghost appeared in front of him. It was the ghost of Claudin's old teacher who had taught him magic. The teacher said that he knew that the man would find a girl like Ray. A lot of time has passed. He had been waiting for something like this all along. Now there was no point in waiting for something better. The ghost looked at the girl lying in Claudin's arms, and then he turned his gaze to Claudin and asked, "You don't regret your decision, do you?" The man thought about it. Indeed, the walls he had built were gradually and slowly becoming weaker. At first, Ray was just a new toy for entertainment, but after she told Claudin that she loved him, everything changed. The man looked at the girl again. He thought about how he felt ashamed of himself for keeping Ray locked up in the mansion. Together with Ray, he had become a weak fool. The next day was cloudy, and the sunlight came through the window into Ray's room. She dipped a spoon into the soup bowl and thanked Mary for her concern. Ray apologized to her for yelling at her. Mary said she was in the wrong too. The maid was happy to watch in silence as Ray enjoyed her meal. Mary asked if she had talked to Claudin. After all, everything can be fixed by talking. Ray said she hadn't talked to him about it. She asked if she should. The woman was very surprised. Ray said she was just a coward. Mary explained that only the master could tell her about the estate. Ray understood. It was raining outside again, and the drops were pounding on the window. Ray was lying on the couch. She looked out the window and thought that Claudin liked the rain. When he was with her, even drops of rain felt like a blessing to her. Ray was already laughing and crying because of him. After all, he had managed to tame her. She came to the library and ran her hand through the books, wondering where Claudin was. Ray reached out to take the book, but the man beat her to it. He took out the book and gently handed it to Ray. Although she had been looking for him, she was surprised that he appeared so suddenly in front of her. Handing her the book, Claudin asked her why she had come here. Ray didn't say anything. She wanted to ask him what he thought about their relationship and whether she was part of his future. Ray said that the weather was nice today. He replied that she didn't like the weather. She held the book up to her face and said that now she liked the rain too. Ray asked why he left without waking her up. The girl said, "Does this always happen when people break up?" His eyes flashed with anger. He angrily asked who had said that. Ray remained silent. Claudin asked if she wanted to break up with him. He said he felt sorry for her, so he decided to stop it, but she came to him. Claudin shouted, "When something that once belonged to him is taken away from him, it drives him crazy." The girl hugged him and said, "I don't want to leave you, Claudin. I love you." He did not expect this answer and could not believe what he had just heard. Ray said that sometimes she did not understand the reason for his actions, but she trusted him. Before kissing him, Ray said, "But I can't help it. "I can't help but love you, Claudin." After the kiss, she asked him to promise that he would tell her everything when he was ready. Her behavior and words confused him, and he did not respond, but only looked after her. Ray was glad she confessed her feelings to him and hoped he would understand. Dela, Claudin's nanny, peeked out from behind the door. She was watching the girl. Seeing her, Ray stopped. It was the first time she had seen her since their conversation. She remembered Dela shouting to her, "Don't give your body to anyone, especially your heart." Ray bowed to her and wanted to move on. Dela asked if she had ignored her warning. The girl angrily asked why she had to leave Claudin. The woman explained that Ray was the only one who, but the girl did not let her finish. Dela asked if Ray was afraid to hear the truth. She replied that she was. Nanny's piercing gaze was directed at Ray. The girl said she didn't want to run away until she learned the truth from Claudin. After these words, Ray quickly ran away, leaving Dela alone with her thoughts. The woman realized that Ray still had an innocent soul, which for some reason had not been vilified. Sometimes they had visitors, but they all left, cursed by the Lord. So Nanny told Ray to run away before she became Claudin's pet. When Dela came to Claudin, he was standing by an open window looking out at the rain. The woman decided that Ray needed to get away before she did something stupid. Dela said hello and asked if he had done anything to his older brother Ray. The man looked at Nanny angrily. She came closer and closer and said that every curse is added to his karma. Handing him the newspaper, Nanny said that it contained all the important events that had happened recently. Claudin took the newspaper and started reading it. Dela suggested that he let Ray go. Putting the newspaper down on the table, Claudin told her to watch what she was saying. Dela replied that Claudin understood what she meant. The nanny said that he wanted Ray to love him. She asked him to let the girl go. Claudin replied that he hadn't planned it, but only wanted to own it. Ever since he was a child, whenever Claudin wanted to keep something for himself, he would hide it in a secret place. The nanny said she was not cursed. She was out of town when he was cursed. Dela was not a monster, a person, or a ghost, and she could not have died. If she left the estate forever, she would disappear. The nanny asked if he wanted Ray to become like her. The man looked down and thought about something. He remembered the gentle, sweet, naive Ray, who lay under him, completely defenseless, and uttered his name with pleasure. Before she left, Nanny said she didn't want any of them to go down the path of destruction. For a while, Claudin looked out the window and thought, pondering her words. He then ordered Philip not to allow Dela to enter the estate. The man replied, "Yes." But when he realized what was going to happen to her, he said that Dela would die then. Claudin turned around and angrily asked what if she didn't survive. The butler asked if he really wanted Dela to die. He coldly replied that Nanny had said unacceptable things about Ray. Claudin ordered Butler to make sure she never returned. The sky above the estate was covered with gray clouds, and the rain continued to pour down like a bucket. Ray was walking down a long corridor and looked sad. She recalled Nanny's words that some things remain the same no matter how hard you try. The girl trusted Claudin, but suddenly someone called her. She turned around. A man stood in front of her and asked if she wanted something to drink. Ray replied that she was just going to the kitchen. The man asked if she was happy. He had heard that she had a brother, but even without him, she looked happy. The girl replied that she knew nothing about him since he left the estate. The man asked if she didn't know how he was doing. Ray said she had not received any letters from him. He smiled and asked her to look at him to see if he reminded her of anyone. She looked at him closely and said that if you look closely, you'll see that he was very happy and asked, "You recognize me, right? You know how hard it was for me." But he was mistaken, because Ray asked if he hadn't worked at the Lisbon estate by any chance. Their conversation was interrupted by Mary, who came up to them and said that John must be bored. She offered to report this to the master so that he could give him more instructions. John understood her hints and quickly ran away, although he was very unhappy. Mary asked if Ray was okay. She replied that he was fine and that he hadn't had much time to tell her. In fact, she was already getting a headache thinking about Claudin. She really wanted to stop thinking. So she asked Mary if she could have a drink. Ray was sitting on the couch, holding the least alcoholic drink in her hands. She was drunk. The girl was so relaxed that she didn't hear Claudin come in and start stroking her hair. Ray opened her eyes and smiled brightly, and was very happy to see him next to her. The girl asked when he had arrived. Claudin replied that he had just arrived. Instantly, Ray was in his arms, enjoying his closeness. She looked seductively into his eyes, and said that he had the most beautiful lips. Ray gently ran her finger over his lips, which were begging her not to stop. The girl kissed him passionately, and then asked him to stay the night with her. Claudin picked her up and happily asked her what she wanted to do with him. Ray just laughed, and Claudin kissed her gently on the cheek. The man gently laid the girl on the bed. He looked at her golden hair and said, "Ray, as you know, "I didn't have a mother, so I'd like to try something." The girl looked at the man questioningly. Then Claudin smiled slyly and asked if she could do something for him. Ray replied that Claudin shouldn't hesitate and say what he wanted, and she would do it for him. Then the man smiled and pulled at the edge of her dress, which covered her breasts. The man leaned over to the girl and said that he used to do this when he was little to fall asleep. And then he added, "Thank you for agreeing to this, Ray." After he said that, he kissed her body the way he used to do when he was a child. Ray was confused. She did not understand what was happening and asked Claudin to stop. The man stopped, looked at the girl, and said that she tasted as sweet as honey, and then continued to kiss her body. He asked her what else she wanted him to do. However, Ray did not say anything, because at that moment she was very ashamed. Claudin said that Ray calms him down. The alcohol made it impossible for her to think straight. She could not let Claudin continue. After all, if she did, indecent things would happen. Then Ray put her hand on his face to stop the man. She told him that it was better if he kissed her directly on the lips. The man moved over to her and said, "Ray, now we're going to drink together." Meanwhile, Mary stood next to the open door. The butler approached her from behind. He asked her why she was standing there. The maid hissed at him to keep his voice down, and then she showed me through the crack in the door how Claudin and Ray were playing in bed. Philip immediately blushed. He did not know how to react to this. He quickly pushed Mary away from the door and ordered her to go to her room. He said he would not defend her if the master saw her. The maid replied that she was just happy to see Ray and Claudin together. She said, "Philip, don't tell me you're embarrassed. You obviously haven't had anyone for a long time." When Mary left, Philip came back and closed the door so that no one else would disturb them. Meanwhile, Ray and Claudin continued to play their games. Ray continued to feel uncomfortable and even almost passed out from the pleasure several times, but then came to her senses. Claudin leaned over to the girl and said that she was all sweaty and wet, so he would bring something to wash her. The man got out of bed and went to the sink to wet his towel. Meanwhile, Ray noticed something strange. This time, Claudin was not as active as before. He saw that something was bothering Ray, so he asked her about it. Ray replied that she was concerned that he had stopped at kissing. She asked why he didn't continue. Claudin was silent, and then asked her if she wanted more. But Ray immediately began to make excuses. Then he smiled and said that he just didn't want to tire her out today. After calming down, Ray eventually fell asleep, with Claudin lying next to her, but something was bothering him. He realized that if he stopped trying to keep the secret of his curse a secret, then Ray would have to go through this madness every day. Knowing Ray, she wouldn't have been able to keep turning a blind eye to it, and then one day, it would just consume her. In a panic, the man left the room and went to look for Philip, who was nearby. The butler bowed to him and asked if he was feeling well. Claudin replied that he needed to chain himself up. Philip went up to him and said he didn't understand what he was talking about. The man used his strength and warned Philip not to make him repeat himself. The butler shuddered and promised to get everything ready. He knew that Ray would be worried if he wasn't there when she woke up. It was morning. The sun's rays entered the room through the window. Ray woke up and noticed that Claudin was not with her. She remembered asking him why he didn't continue. Claudin replied that he would do it next time. Ray noticed that he was acting strangely, and his sudden change in mood aroused suspicion. Mary came into the room and brought her breakfast. Ray asked if she knew where Claudin was. The maid replied that he was busy with business. Noticing Ray's sad face, Mary asked if something had happened to the master. The girl dipped a spoon into the soup and replied that he had been acting strangely lately, but now he could answer her questions. Ray thought Mary could help her. The maid thought about it, and then said she didn't know the details. She said that the owner was at the end of the corridor on the second floor. The maid asked Ray to promise that she would run away if she felt anything strange. The girl agreed to fulfill her promise and smilingly thanked Mary for her help. As soon as Ray had eaten breakfast, she put the tray on the table, under which she found the letter. She was very surprised to see a lark, the symbol of the Lisbon family. This bluebird was painted on a leaf. Few people knew about this symbol. Her mother and cousins knew about it. Her brother Hayes, who escaped from this estate, also knew about it. When she opened the letter, she noticed that it was from her brother. He wrote that if she saw this letter, it meant that his plan had worked. Hayes wanted to deliver the letter in person, but he was unable to do so. He was in a difficult situation. Hayes was also happy that she had learned to read. As before, her brother asked her to flee the estate. He said he had always been in the estate and had tried to approach her many times. Hay asked me to remember his words and run away from here. Ray was sure it was a letter from Hayes. Only he could have said that. She thought that Mary did not like him, so she would not pass on a letter from him. The girl was walking up the stairs. She thought that her brother had left her here and disappeared forever. Looking out the window, she wondered if Hayes was waiting for her in the rain. Ray looked at the letter in her hands again. The girl looked sad. For some reason, she remembered their last conversation. Then Hayes shouted like a madman, asking if she really thought he loved her. Ray hid a letter from her brother under a pot of white flowers. The girl looked at the letter sadly and said, "I'm sorry." She turned around and went to Claudin. In fact, Ray already knew what to do, but it was hard for her to accept it and leave Hayes. Ray realized that if she met him, she would want to walk past him as if she had never known him. She also hoped that Hayes would get married and never see her again. She wanted them to slowly disappear from each other's memories. Finally, she stood in front of Claudin's room. Ray knocked on the door, but he was silent. The girl asked him to open the door. She said she knew he was in the room. Not getting a response from him, Ray decided to go into the room. When she found herself in a dark room, she turned around and called Claudin. Suddenly, she heard him calling her name. Ray looked to where his voice was coming from. She saw Claudin, who was kneeling with his head bowed and in chains. The man looked at her and spoke. "Ray?" The girl ran up to him and asked who had done this to him. She wanted to take off the shackles. He smiled and asked if she had any idea who had done it. Ray flinched. It became clear to her that it was his decision. Ray asked him excitedly why he had done this to himself. He looked down sadly and thought. Later, Claudin explained that he was afraid of losing her because of his behavior. He said that no matter what he did, she always found him, although she had no idea what danger she was in. That's why Claudin decided to chain himself up. Otherwise, he could go crazy again. He said, "Ray, I want you to belong to me completely. I don't care if it breaks you." The girl clutched her dress with her hands excitedly, and then she said she loved him. Claudin seemed to have an epiphany and looked at her in surprise. Ray sat in front of him and asked him to tell her the whole truth. She reiterated that she really loved him. However, Claudin thought it was useless. Meanwhile, the butler locked the gate so that Dela could not enter the estate. He thought about Claudin, who decided to chain himself up. Philip hoped that everything would work out, and Mrs. Ray will continue to enjoy life in their estate. If the master harms it, then... His body trembled, and he clenched his fist tightly. The butler returned and said that he had been away from the estate for too long. He walked thinking about whether he could change his master if he went back in time. Philip realized that he could not have done it on his own. The only one who could change him. Claudin could no longer contain himself. He asked Ray to come to him. She was sad to see him in such a state. He pulled on the chains, and the shackles rattled. Drops of sweat covered his body. Claudin begged her to let him out and set him free. The girl was very worried about him, so she refused to help him. Ray explained that if she helped him now, he would get worse in the future. Claudin thought she loved him. He asked why she had changed her mind so quickly. The girl replied that this was not true, and she was just worried about him. The man started pulling on the chains again, which rattled. Ray closed her eyes in fear. She begged him to stop, not to move, because he could get hurt. Ray excitedly asked what she could do and how to help him. Claudin asked if Ray was serious. The girl did not answer, but simply blushed with shame. She sat down next to the man and began to hug him. Because of her situation, it was hard for Ray to look her husband directly in the eye, because she had never seen a man in this position before. Claudin loved the way Ray hugged him, but the chain that held his arms tightened and almost broke. The man abruptly leaned over and kissed the girl. Ray was not expecting this, because she did not think he would reach her. Ray was embarrassed and wanted to run away, but he told her not to leave. She wanted to catch her breath, but Claudin wouldn't let her. He asked Ray to lift the dress for him. The girl did so. Suddenly, the shackles broke, and Clodan broke free. The man laughed hysterically. Ray jumped away from him and fell to the floor. Claudin asked, "Where are you going?" He grabbed her leg. Ray screamed for him to let go. She realized that Claudin had done it on purpose. He could have gotten out before, but he wanted to take advantage of her. Claudin asked, "You didn't like me quitting? Your body says otherwise." Ray started to cry. He asked, "Why are you crying? Because you're ashamed? Or because you hate me? Or is it because you love me?" Ray was embarrassed. She had nothing to say in response. The man asked her again if she still loved him. The girl answered, yes. In spite of all that he had done to her, she still loved him. Then Claudin leaned closer to her and told her that he loved her too. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She asked herself if she was dreaming, but it was real. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky, surrounded by white clouds. Ray went for a walk and enjoyed the nice weather. She was glad that Philip and Mary had prepared everything she needed for her walk. The girl saw flowers that shone in the sunlight. She was delighted with this beauty. Suddenly, Ray saw the gardener and immediately greeted him. The man bowed politely without saying a word. She said that because of the frequent rain, the flowers could use some sunlight. The gardener remained silent and only nodded in agreement. The girl noticed that he was not very talkative. She felt calm next to him, especially after what happened to her recently. Ray recalled a letter she had received from her brother Hayes, and also about Claudin, who decided to chain himself up. He was afraid that he would lose her because of his behavior. The gardener took a watering can to water the flowers. The girl offered to help him. While watering the flowers, Ray felt excited. Even after he said he loved her, she tried to guess what he was hiding. She wanted him to tell her everything. Her sad face instantly changed when she saw the blue cornflowers in front of her. The gardener wanted to give them to her. The girl asked in surprise what kind of flowers they were. The man explained that this flower means happiness. Ray guessed that he was worried that she was upset, so he gave her this flower. The girl smiled brightly and shone as if she had become the sun. She gladly accepted the flowers and thanked me for the gift. Looking at the flowers, Ray thought that the people here were kind and cared about her. Later, she asked if the gardener knew the name of this flower. When she turned around, she saw the man's frightened face. He looked at Claudin, who was walking toward them and radiating his power. His eyes burned with anger. He said, "Ray, I've been looking for you everywhere." Suddenly, the flowers the gardener gave her withered. The girl ran to him, and the gardener trembled, bowing his head. Ray asked what was wrong. Claudin angrily replied that she was asking what happened. The man looked at her shoes and was very unhappy. Claudin explained that she doesn't wear the shoes he bought her, but smiles because of the withered flowers. Ray said excitedly that she wanted to keep those shoes as long as possible. The man abruptly took his hand away and said he didn't care about it. And then he ordered Philip to get rid of Sadovnik. Hearing this, the gardener looked at him in fright and could not move. Ray explained that she felt sorry for wearing those shoes and didn't want to ruin the soles. The gardener sat down on the ground with his hands on his head. His body was trembling with fear. Claudin asked what about the flowers. Ray said he gave them to cheer her up. He asked why he shouldn't be angry. Ray explained that the gardener was just being polite. The man asked if she really wanted to divorce him because he was not polite. Ray replied that she didn't mean it that way. Claudin reminded Philip to get rid of the gardener. That night they ate together. There were different dishes on the table. Ray quickly cut into the steak. Mary stood nearby and watched them silently. They continued to eat in silence. Silence reigned in the room. Claudin looked carefully at Ray, who continued to ignore him. Suddenly he turned to Mary, who even trembled when she heard his voice. Her husband ordered her to tell Philip to deal with the gardener immediately. Ray asked why he was giving such orders. She reminded him that the gardener was innocent. Claudin replied, "And what if he was innocent? Would she really hide him in her room?" The girl angrily replied that she would leave, because she could not sit and eat next to him. She quickly ran out of the room. Mary ran after her, begging her to wait for her. Mary took her hand and asked her to calm down. The girl demanded to be released. She was very indignant that he was always finding reasons to blame her. The maid explained that Claudin was jealous because he loved her so much. Ray thought he should have said it outright, not hinted at it. He also found a problem in everything that could be fixed through conversation. The girl asked her why Claudin didn't tell her anything. Mary could not answer. Ray said she thought she would laugh with happiness when she fell in love, but that rarely happened. Barely holding back her tears, she said that it was so hard to love Claudin. Torches were burning in the room. The gardener was sitting on the floor. Mary said, "No, stay away." Philip had a suitcase next to him and a cap. The butler told him to move it away. Mary did not leave because she believed that they could not do this to Sadovnik. After all, if he is kicked out, Master Clodan and Mrs. Ray will never make peace. However, Philip held out his hand to Sadovnik and said that it was none of their business. However, the woman tapped his arm and continued to defend Sadovnik. Mary believed that if he left, it would be Philip's turn, and then the storekeeper would go, and then she would go. Philip told her that she shouldn't mind her own business, because they would never have been. Mary chose to act rather than watch Claudin carry Ray's corpse 10 years later. Scratching his head, Philip asked who would take the blame if they were caught. The woman said that the master had told Mrs. Ray that he loved her. Philip was very surprised, and Ray told her that it was too difficult to have a relationship with Mr. Clodan. Mary knew that when expectations are dashed, all hope turns to despair, and when love becomes hate, we go crazy. The butler did not answer, but only thought about her words. Mary suggested that he do as she said and wait a couple of days. Philip looked angrily at the gardener, who was trembling with fear and hoping to survive. With a sigh, Philip said he didn't know if it would work, but he was willing to wait 3 days. It was dark outside, and the stars appeared in the sky. The lights were already on in the mansion. There were many delicious dishes on the table, and the sounds of dishes and cutlery could be heard. Claudin and Ray enjoyed their meal, not paying attention to each other. Mary noticed that during the meal, they did not say a word to each other. Later, Claudin asked Mary to add more sauce. She wanted to do as he asked. However, Ray was against it and said she didn't want any more sauce. The maid trembled, unsure of what to do. She looked at the master. The man looked very unhappy and could hardly contain his anger. He slammed his hand on the table and said that she could do as she pleased. Ray thought it was wrong to hit the table like that. He said she didn't like it now. Claudin suggested that she leave if she didn't like it. Ray glared at him, and then she quickly got up, thanked Mary for dinner, and left the room. The maid wanted to stop her, but did not dare. Claudin did not say a word. Later, there was a knock on Ray's room door. It was Mary, who quickly entered the room. She brought something for her mistress and asked her to take it. Mary carefully placed the tray on the table, which contained a cup of tea, paper, and an envelope. Ray asked why she needed paper. Mary explained that she could get her emotions out on paper. She asked if Claudin had forced her to do it. Mary replied that he had not. However, Ray believed that Claudin would not read her letter anyway, but would be angry and tear it up. However, Mary disagreed with her because she believed that the master loved her very much. Suddenly, they heard a knock on the door and turned around, not realizing who it was. The butler entered the room and greeted and bowed to his mistress. He handed her an envelope. Philip said that the master had asked her to give her this letter. Ray asked in surprise, "Really?" Philip looked at Mary, who nodded to him. He said if she wrote a letter, she could leave it under the vase next to the stairs. Suddenly, Ray noticed a yellow rose that had been skillfully painted on the envelope. Mary said she was on her way. Philip asked Ray to let him know if she needed anything. When they left, they heard the door creak. Ray kept looking at the letter. After closing the door, Mary said that their plan seemed to have worked. Philip agreed, but he said that the master had found out about their plan. Mary trembled with fear. She asked, "What? How?" Philip whispered that he didn't know, and he didn't say anything about it. But Butler thought it was strange that Claudin himself had painted yellow roses on the leaves. Mary was glad that they had succeeded. In her opinion, the master wanted to make peace with the mistress. She patted Philip on the shoulder and said that they could relax for now. The maid went about her business, happily humming something. The butler looked toward the master's room and thought it was not so simple. For a while, Ray stared silently at the envelope in her hands. Finally, she opened it and began to read the letter. In the letter, Claudin asked when she would return the book he had lent her. He reminded us that he is never cruel to what he values and does not share it with others. Claudin asked what she thought, and if that made him weird. Ray was disappointed. She was waiting for an apology. The girl quickly got up and decided to write back. Picking up the pen, Ray decided to teach Claudin a lesson and wasn't going to play his game. First of all, she apologized for her handwriting because it was her first time writing a letter. Ray remembered the things that were important to him and believed that she was not a thing that could be removed. It meant nothing to her to receive a flower. After all, her heart had always belonged to him. She also thought about him, even at the moment she received that flower. Ray explained that she was not very smart and had a hard time understanding what he was saying. She admitted that she constantly thinks about him, misses him, and waits for him. After taking one last look at the letter, which she placed near the vase, Ray went to her room. After that, her letter instantly disappeared as if it had never been there. The morning came. The sun had risen and was shining around. The estate was quiet. Ray sat on a chair and brushed her hair. Philippe brought her a letter from Clodan. The envelope again had a yellow rose on it. Quickly opening the letter, Ray wondered if it would be the same as the last time. But she was wrong. Claudin wrote that he wanted to hear her say that she loved him. He asked Ray to come to the place where the yellow roses are. It was there that he would wait for her. When Ray was walking to Claudin's, she thought that everyone has something they love. Her mother loved wealth and fame. Her father loved his business, and Hayes loved his clothes and nobility. She thought she should collect her thoughts. Ray didn't understand how she could be offended by him and run to him when he said he was sad. When she saw him near the yellow roses, new feelings flared up in her. It was something unknown. It hurt a little, and Ray tried to figure out what it was, but she was sure of this. Claudin spoke. "Ray, I love you." Her heart beat faster, and it was hard to take her eyes off him. Claudin smiled and asked if she had come to hear him say it. Ray quickly ran to him and hugged him tightly. Claudin hugged her tenderly. She spoke joyfully. "Claudin?" Ray finally realized that it was love. The girl's gentle cries could be heard throughout the estate. Ray and Claudin were kissing. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and asked him to stop for a moment. She was all red. It looked like she was hot. Claudin continued to kiss her. He asked Ray why she was asking him to stop, if she didn't like it. However, the girl immediately began to make excuses. Meanwhile, the man noticed that she was just burning with pleasure. She kept looking at him and asking him to stop for a moment, but he continued to do what he thought was right. He looked up and noticed that she was behaving very badly today. He tried to hug her, but Ray pushed him away. He asked why she did that, if she didn't want to be with him anymore. However, Ray interrupted him and said that this was not the case. It was just that this time she wanted to do everything herself. The sun was shining brightly outside, and white clouds were floating across the sky. Water was pouring from a fountain. John was holding a tray of food and walking slowly somewhere. He was angry with the butler, who ordered him to take the food to the garden. When he went down to the basement, he immediately saw Sadovnik sitting on the floor. John called out to him. The gardener trembled and looked at him in fear. He put a tray of soup and a bun in front of him and told him to eat. But Sadovnik refused to eat. He turned his back on him and remained silent. John decided that the food should not go to waste, so he took the bun himself. Eating a bun, the man asked Sadovnik how he got here in the first place. John thought he hadn't spoiled the flowers, so he asked if the gardener had stolen anything. The gardener quickly replied that he hadn't stolen anything. John did not believe him. He asked if they thought it was fair to keep people here for money. When the plates were empty, the gardener said he wanted to ask him for something. John was very surprised. The gardener asked him to check if the flowers were alive. The man laughed that the gardener was worried about some flowers, not about himself. He stood up and said he would fulfill his request. He had nothing better to do anyway. Turning around, John said that because of this, the gardener would owe him. Meanwhile, strange noises continued to be heard in the corridors of the estate. Ray tried to give Claudin the same pleasure he gave her. The girl looked down at him awkwardly and asked him if he liked being with her. Meanwhile, the man could hardly contain his emotions. Despite his strange expression, he was happy with everything. Suddenly, he pounced on her and threw her onto the bed. Drops of sweat dripped down his chin. Claudin leaned over and kissed her back, gently and roughly at the same time. Ray screamed and asked him to be a little more restrained and not to hurt her. Then he stopped and she exhaled. However, before Ray could catch her breath, Claudin started kissing and hugging her again. After the kiss, he looked at her and asked if she was tired. She replied that she was, and that she would like to take a break. Claudin looked at her again and said, "Ray, I love you, don't you?" Ray smiled sincerely and said in return that she also loved Mr. Clodan. Later, the door creaked and someone came down from the basement. They were the butler, Mary, and John. Philip said that the gardener could come out. Mary approached the gardener and put the blanket she had brought with her on him. Philip said that the master wanted the gardener to take care of the garden starting tomorrow. Mary advised him not to talk to Miss Ray anymore and not to look at her. The gardener was embarrassed. He nodded his head that he would not do it again. John handed him a branch with yellow roses and said that all the flowers were alive. He said he had fulfilled his promise and asked to be allowed to sleep. The gardener was happy. It was already dark outside, and stars appeared in the sky. Walking along the path, which was illuminated by lanterns, Mary suddenly turned around. She asked the gardener if he knew what the yellow roses meant. At first, her husband was surprised that she was interested in such things, and then he looked sadly at the roses in his hands, sighed, and said, "Jealousy." The lanterns near the estate shone brightly, and it was no longer dark in the garden. Stars were visible in the sky everywhere. Lights were also on in the windows of the mansion. The butler stood in front of Claudin and was very surprised by what he heard. Philip apologized to the lord because he did not know if he had heard him correctly. Claudin was sitting at the table. He was thinking, and then he said that this place was too small. The butler asked if he meant this estate. Claudin pushed back his chair and stood up. He went to the window and looked outside, looking for the right spot. Claudin believed that it was necessary to build an outbuilding. Philip listened to him in silence. Turning to him, Claudin asked what Philippe thought of the new extension. The butler was silent and did not understand why it had suddenly started. Shaking his head, he thought that the master had been acting like this since he was a child. Philippe recalled Claudin's grandfather standing by the window and telling him to get to work. Then Butler was also surprised and thought that he had misunderstood his words. Claudin's grandfather asked if he didn't want to work. Philippe replied, "No, sir. He was a lord from a young age and wanted to start a family. He married under a contract. After the birth of his son, the husband began to treat his wife more caringly. He wanted a second child, but his wife was weak and ill and could not give birth. Because of this, their relationship changed and he was sad. His son came to him. Edmond Cassilier held the book and the manuscript in his hands and said that he had studied everything. His father picked him up and was very happy. His son grew up to be a wonderful man. He graduated from high school with honors and agreed to marry the woman of his parents' choice. But soon a problem arose. My father slammed his hand down on the table and shouted, 'Edmund!' The son stood his ground and disagreed with his father's decision. He said he couldn't live without her. The father believed that he should not leave his bride and bring the artist's daughter to the house. Edmund asked what the problem was. His father spoke angrily. 'What did you say?' He replied that he would rather die than worry about what others would say about him. The parents had no choice but to allow the marriage to take place. He lived a happy marriage and did not worry about how unhappy his parents were. Claudin was born on a rainy day in August. Edmund named him after his late grandfather. His father was surprised when Edmund offered to take Claudin in his arms. Gently holding the child in his arms, the man could not take his eyes off the baby. A charming baby with his mother's golden yellow eyes looked at him. The father replied that the baby was wonderful. After that, the relationship between the son and father improved. However, due to a contagious disease, Claudin's grandparents died soon after, and before he could get over their unexpected deaths, His parents died too. It all happened unexpectedly. At that time, Mr. Clodan was 4 years old. From an early age, he served as a lord and showed his talent in various fields. Philip recalled that this was not the first time Clodan had refused to hire a maid. The older he got, the more inexplicable things he did. He hated it when someone other than his nanny was in his room. Sometimes he liked a certain dessert and ate only that every day for a month. Once he wore the same clothes for 3 months in a row. It was clear that he was prone to impulsive obsessions with what he loved. Only recently has Philip realized that this passion extends beyond objects. Mary took out the finished cookies and asked Philip what he was thinking, if he was disgusted. Philip did not understand her. Mary asked if he was worried that the master was in love with Ray. He thought that Ray was too soft and Claudin was too much. Mary disagreed with him. She warned him to stay out of their business. After all, there was nothing strange there. Mary asked if that wasn't what they had hoped for the master and Mrs. Ray to fall in love. The butler looked to the side, thought, and said nothing. Finally, Mary told him not to fuss, and she would go take the food to Mrs. Ray. As soon as the kitchen door closed, Philip thought that maybe he had misunderstood, but the way Claudin looked at him reminded him of the past. The butler felt excited. Sweat broke out on his face, but he reassured himself and believed that Mary was right and that the owners loved each other. Philip was also confident that there would be no problems. Mary followed Claudin slowly and looked around carefully. She noticed yellow roses growing in front of red roses. She thought it was too much. She knew that Miss Ray loved them the most, but suddenly, Claudin called out to her, and the maid looked in his direction and froze in place. She even opened her mouth in surprise. In front of her stood a large, luxurious white outbuilding with a blue roof. Claudin proudly asked how she liked the new outbuilding. Mary covered her mouth and could not believe her eyes. He asked her if she thought Ray would like this outbuilding. Mary thought that Ray would like it, because Claudin himself had built the outbuilding for her. Once inside, she was even more surprised. There were marble tiles on the floor. The maid asked Clodan if she could borrow a spare key from Philippe. He stopped and turned around and coldly replied that he didn't have a spare key. Mary said she understood. She asked if the house would always be open. Claudin smiled and said that the house would be locked. It was as if ants ran through Mary's body, and she trembled with fear and shock. She recalled Philip's words, that he thought it was strange that he wanted an outhouse. The woman clasped her hands tightly and thought about his words. Claudin asked if she had any doubts. Mary said she did not. He ordered her to follow him. She followed him silently, looking around, and then turned around. Mary was delighted with the house and thought it was very beautiful. Claudin covered Ray's eyes with his hand and led her somewhere. She said she couldn't see anything. He covered her eyes even more. The girl asked if he was leading her correctly. The man replied, "Yes, we are almost there." Ray asked in surprise if they were. Later he said that she could open her eyes. The girl slowly opened her eyes. In front of her was a luxurious, huge house with yellow and blue roses growing near it. Ray was delighted with the surprise. She looked around the house with pleasure. Claudin explained that he wanted the flowers of this garden to reflect her. The girl turned around and looked at him tenderly. He put his hand on his heart and said, "I love you, Ray. Do you love me too?" She ran to him and hugged him. She felt happy in his arms. Ray said happily, "Of course. I love you more than anyone in this world." Claudin took the girl and put her on the bed. Ray grabbed her arms around her husband's neck and, clenching her hands tightly, screamed his name out loud. She begged him to direct all his energy in her direction and speed up the pace of his love. Looking directly at him, Ray would gently and sweetly call him her favorite and sweetheart. Claudin liked it. Hearing these words, he just smiled. His eyes were fascinated by Ray's appearance. He asked her again and asked her to call him her beloved one more time. Then Ray said again that she loved him and then kissed him with all the passion and pleasure. The man took her hand and pressed it to the bed and then said that he loved her too. The evening came. Exhausted, Ray opened her eyes. Although she had slept, she still had no strength. Claudin was sitting next to her. She jumped out of bed and asked him what time it was. He replied that the sun had just started to set, so she could rest a little longer. Ray asked when Mary would be home, but Claudin was silent in response. He extended his hand to the girl and said that he had a message for her. Claudin looked at her and asked her to come with him. They left the room and went down the stairs to the first floor. The girl looked around and caught herself thinking that it was very quiet around her and she could not hear anyone. Claudin called her to a room. Since this was a new mansion, she hadn't been here yet. Ray asked, "Is this your new office? Why did you bring me here?" The man took a bottle of some kind of potion from the table and handed it to Ray, asking her to drink it. The girl was surprised by this request. She hesitantly asked what it was and why. Claudin said that he loved Ray, so she should drink it. Ray hesitated at first. but eventually she decided to take the lid off and drink the contents of the bottle. Suddenly, her consciousness became blurry. She began to drift off to sleep. She was speechless and could not even say her husband's name. Suddenly, the empty bottle fell out of her hand, and the girl began to fall to the ground. Claudin picked up her falling body and took Ray in his arms, and then he turned around, told her he loved her, and carried her straight to the portal. Ray was lying on the bed with Claudin. Moonlight entered the room. He put his arms around her. She smiled and happily said that she thought she would like it here. Claudin stroked her cheek and told her that she would definitely like it here. The moon continued to shine brightly through the window, filling the room with its radiance. He knew little about love, so he asked, "Can you divide love into percentages?" He wanted Ray to give 20 to Mary, 15 to Philip and the gardener, and 50 to him. She replied, "Love cannot be divided like that." Ray wondered why he had asked her that. After she said that, he quickly stood up and looked sad. She waited in silence for his response. Finally, Claudin sadly said that he could not share her with anyone else. The man took her hand and held it gently. Ray was surprised and could not take her eyes off him. Suddenly, a miracle happened. Looking down at her hand, she noticed a shining wedding ring on her finger. She was surprised and excited. Ray looked at the ring and then said that it was... Claudin said quietly that the ring belonged to his parents. The girl thought about it. The man said he knew she wanted all his love to belong to her alone forever. He wanted Ray to put the ring on his finger. Claudin opened the box with the ring on it. Ray took the ring and put it on his finger. He said she would give him all of herself. The girl replied that he could take her, but she wanted the same from him. Claudin liked her answer. His cheeks flushed. He looked at her tenderly, and then he took her hand and kissed her in the place where the ring was. Hugging her tightly, he said quietly, "Of course I'm yours." Ray could feel his sincerity. The sun was already shining outside. Its rays entered the room through the window. Ray stirred under the covers. She was already awake and mumbled something. When she opened her eyes, she realized that it was already morning. She was very hungry. She didn't understand why she was hungry so early. Claudin walked over to her. He took her hand and smilingly told her that she should go downstairs and have breakfast. When she saw the table, she was very surprised. The entire table was filled with a variety of dishes, drinks, and pastries. Claudin cut a piece of meat and smilingly told her to eat. The girl felt terribly hungry and wanted to eat everything. The man handed her a piece of meat and said that she must be very hungry. Ray quickly opened her mouth to taste this juicy meat. She ate it quickly and thought about how hungry she was. The empty dishes clinked, and she couldn't stop thinking about what she wanted to eat. The girl shivered. She still could not satisfy her hunger. Claudin put another empty plate on the table after she had eaten everything. He asked her if she wanted something else to eat. The girl was holding bread in her hands. She could not believe her eyes that all the plates on the table were already empty. So Ray asked him if she had just eaten everything. She wanted to hear that this could not be true, but Claudin confirmed that it was true. The girl looked at him in fright and did not understand how it had happened. Claudin explained that it was normal to have such an appetite and eat so much food. Ray asked in surprise if everyone could eat as much as she had. The man remained silent and only smiled mysteriously. He hugged her and asked if she was sleepy. Ray felt strange. She was a little dazed or just sleepy. After removing her hair from her face, Claudin said that she shouldn't go to sleep yet. He took out a bottle of red liquid and told her she needed to drink the medicine. Ray opened her eyes and asked what kind of medicine it was. He replied that it would improve her health. The man gave her the bottle again and asked her to drink it. He held up the bottle and reminded her that she needed to do this for their sake. She opened her mouth and drank the red liquid, thinking that she was doing it for them. It was night again outside. Claudin and Ray had already gone to bed. Eventually, the girl woke up. She slowly opened her eyes. Ray looked at Claudin, who was sleeping. She tried to remember when they had fallen asleep, but for some reason she couldn't remember it. She quickly picked up her clothes. She remembered drinking the medicine from the bottle he gave her. However, she could not remember what happened next. Ray noticed that the more she stays here, the more the days and nights merge. It seemed to her that only she and Claudin were alive here. She wondered how the rest of the estate's employees were doing, and when Mary would be coming. Suddenly, she looked at her reflection in the window and was shocked. She did not understand why she suddenly became so pale. Ray recalled that she had eaten so much food that day, but for some reason, she lost weight, and her stomach growled. Her body trembled. She recalled how Claudin asked her to take medicine that was supposed to improve her health. His mysterious smile and silence were strange. Remnants of sauce on empty plates. Silence in the dining room, where you could hear the dishes clinking. Claudin watched her eat quickly everything he had prepared for her. As soon as she finished the last piece of meat, he asked her if she wanted to eat anything else. And at that moment, Ray seemed to wake up. The word more was echoing in her head. She was scared. Empty plates stood in front of her. She could not believe that she had eaten so much food herself. Ray wiped her mouth with a napkin and said she was already full. She thought it was all strange. Claudin watched her and noticed that she was unhappy about something. He came up to her, stroked her neck, and asked her what she was thinking. Ray replied that the food made her stunned. He asked if she was in pain. When he heard that she was not in pain, he said that she was making surprisingly rapid progress. The girl looked at him in surprise and wanted to know more about it, but Claudin said it was not important and suggested that she go to bed. He quickly brought her into the room, put her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Then he put down the bottle of medicine and asked me to drink it again. Ray opened her eyes and looked at the bottle. Claudin told her again to take the medicine. The man took off his shirt and wanted to put on a bathrobe. The girl took the bottle. She decided to fulfill his request. As soon as she wanted to drink the medicine, she heard someone's voice telling her not to drink. Her body trembled, and she quickly turned around to see who had said it. Claudin did not react. Ray realized that she was the only one who could hear the voice. This unknown voice told her to hide the vial. Ray was very excited. The voice repeated again to hide the vial immediately. The man changed his clothes. After tying his robe, he asked if she had taken her medicine. The girl fixed her hair and then said that she had drunk it all. Claudin came up to her and kissed her gently on the forehead, and then told her that she was doing well. The man also explained that he would never hurt her. Ray was wary. He reminded her that she had said earlier that she wanted to be with him forever. She replied that she would always be with him. Claudin asked if she really thought so. His question made her worry. She answered, "Of course." Suddenly, he took out the bottle she had hidden and said that she needed to drink it then. Ray was very scared. Claudin asked if she didn't want to drink it so badly that she hid it. The girl said that she didn't want to deceive him. She just did. She didn't have time to finish. He kissed her passionately, not letting her say a word. When Claudin finished kissing her, he said that she was thinking too much. Her husband asked her if she didn't want to be closer to him, the one she loved. Ray said she wanted to, and then took the medicine. Her heart beat faster. She wondered how she could get closer to him. She looked out the window and wondered if he was trying to turn her into. Moonlight entered the room through the window. Claudin was lying on the bed, sleeping. Ray got up and went out. His eyes were closed. The room was quiet, and the door creaked. The man opened his eyes and looked cautiously at the door. He stood up and thought about the wonderful and attractive word, forever. This word could be used to describe feelings for another person or untainted beauty. Everyone has dreamed of eternity at least once, and Claudin risked his life for eternity. He wanted to reach eternity, even if he had to become the devil himself. Now everything changed, and the days were no longer endless and monotonous because Ray appeared. He wondered if they would be able to be normal parents if Ray had a baby. Claudin knew that Ray would understand because she was kind and could handle it. The man took a bottle out of his pocket. He realized that it all came down to his jealousy. So Claudin decided that they didn't need a child and they didn't need anyone else. He looked at the medicine and thought that he would create a way for Ray to be with him forever. He was pleased that she knew about everything and allowed him to drag her along. He wanted Ray to go so crazy that she didn't realize she was living in hell and would be with him forever. The girl stood looking out the window, her golden hair falling to her shoulders. Her teeth already looked like those of an animal. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. She was very hurt by what she realized. She turned and ran. Ray thought that Claudin would never do that to her. After all, he said he loved her and would not harm her. She wanted to talk to him. Suddenly, she heard a mysterious voice behind her saying that it was useless. The girl was alerted and quickly turned around. She said, "Claudin?" There was a little boy standing in front of her who looked like Claudin as a child. He held out his hand to her and told her to come with him. The boy wanted to show her something. Ray was very surprised and did not answer. She silently took his hand and followed him. They were walking up the stairs. The boy told her not to look back and to keep going. He explained that they didn't have much time. Ray looked at him, frightened. Later, he said that everything was fine and she should trust him. Reaching out to the door, he used magic to open it. The door creaked and opened. Ray watched him silently and was excited. She obediently followed him without asking any questions. The girl stopped and saw a maze in front of her. Suddenly, someone walked past her. She looked to the side in surprise. It was a girl with golden hair who was wearing a pink dress. The girl turned around. She was holding a toy and crying because Hayes had ruined it. Ray could not believe her eyes, because the girl looked like her as a child. The boy explained that it was not her, and that the creature was pretending to be her, using her memories. Ray couldn't believe it wasn't her, because the girl looked so much like her. She was also holding a bunny that her grandfather had given her as a child. When Hayes's lion tore, he cut off her bunny's ear to keep things fair. That day, Hayes held the hair by the ear and mockingly asked if she was sure. Then he quickly cut off the bunny's ear with scissors. He was not deterred by her pleas or the tears that poured down her cheeks. Suddenly, red hands appeared behind her back. Ray reached out to the girl. Red hands covered her mouth and body and began to pull her toward them. The girl smiled and said that Ray would always be with Claudin. A large number of red hands were pulling Ray toward them. The boy shouted, "Ray!" He ran to her and wanted to help her. The girl put her hand over Ray's mouth and said that she could not leave Claudin. Looking intently into Ray's eyes, the girl said that he was all she had, and she must love Claude forever. Ray could not hold back her tears. The boy shouted with all his might, "Ray!" He wiped her tears and asked her not to forget him. The boy explained that she would forget about him for a while, but she needed to remember how she got here and where she came from. It was the only way they could be reunited. Their hands could not reach each other. The boy was left alone. He said sadly that he did not want it. The girl was falling into some kind of abyss. The red hands kept pulling her. Her eyes were closed, and she did not resist. Ray spoke. "Claudin." Ray wondered if she would always be a prisoner here. She wanted to know if she would become like them and stay here. Suddenly, Claudin appeared in her thoughts and told her that he loved her. The girl immediately opened her eyes and decided that she did not want to stay here. She had to go back to Claudin. Ray tried to free herself from these hands. She realized that she had to hurry. Her hands were rushing forward to freedom. Ray managed to free herself. She looked back, her body shaking, and then she closed her eyes and screamed loudly, "No!" When she opened her eyes, she was very scared and lying in bed. As soon as Ray saw the chandelier on the ceiling, she realized she was in a room. Next to her on the bed was an excited Claudin, who looked at her anxiously. He asked if she was feeling well. The man thought she was having a nightmare. Claudin wiped away the tears that were streaming down her cheeks and asked her what she had dreamed and why she was crying. The girl sat down and put her head down. She was silent, and the man was waiting for an answer from her. He kissed her gently on the forehead and asked her what had happened. She looked down sadly. Ray was deep in thought and then finally spoke without looking away. She said in a quiet, uncertain voice that she was no longer hungry. The old mansion was a mess, and everything was covered with dust because it was not cleaned. Furniture and other things were lying everywhere. No one put them back, as if no one cared. Philip thought that there was no one left here who could be called normal. A month has passed since Claudin and Ray started living in the outbuilding and have not been here. The gardener was always in his room. Jack spent the whole day doing nothing but lazing around. Mary, who had been particularly devoted to Miss Ray, now seemed lifeless. Without the gardener, the flowers wilted, and without Mary's help, the dirty dishes became moldy. Philip personally fed the horses, because no one else was doing it. One day he tried to enter the outbuilding, but could not. No one could get past the gate. He remembered Jack's words that the master didn't care about them, and they needed to survive here somehow. The butler put his head down and was sad. He was like a dog who had been betrayed by his master. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling him. Philip was surprised and alarmed. He did not recognize the voice and realized that it was a stranger, so he quickly turned around. This stranger asked if anyone was home. He asked me to open the door and let him in. It was raining heavily outside. The butler took an umbrella and slowly approached the gate. Philip looked at the stranger carefully and asked who he was. The man was very wet in the rain. He was silent for a moment, thinking about what to say, and then he asked if Philip lived in this mansion. The man said his name was Thomas. Thomas also explained that he was not the robber, but a doctor. The man said that while picking herbs in the forest, he got lost and twisted his ankle. He asked to stay overnight at the estate. Philip replied that they did not accept strangers, but Thomas asked to be let in because it was dark outside and he could not go far. The butler turned around and thought. This situation reminded him of something. He remembered the day when Ray also came here and begged to be let in with her brother. Philip told him that he had to go as soon as he got better. Thomas agreed and was grateful. The butler let him in. He believed that as long as the master was not around, nothing would happen. Philip went back to the manor. Thomas was very happy and grateful to him. He followed him. The man was walking down a long corridor, which was decorated with various expensive decor. His ankle was bandaged and hurt, so he could not walk very fast. Thomas looked out the window. It had been 3 days since he had found the mansion. He noticed that there was an amazing chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and expensive things decorated the place. He was stunned. He immediately realized that the owners had a lot of money. But there was something that surprised him even more and raised many questions. These were the people who lived in the estate. When Philip met Thomas, he wanted to ignore him. He followed him, greeted him, and asked where Philip was going. He said, "None of your business." Whatever Thomas asked him, the butler always answered the same way. He recalled how he had no money for medicine, so he went to the forest to find herbs. Locals told him horror stories about this place, but he didn't believe them. He was not afraid of the cursed forest that swallowed everyone, because he could have died of a disease. Suddenly he slipped and fell and twisted his ankle. His suitcase also fell. The rain was making him colder and colder, and Thomas could not find a way out. He was about to accept the fact that he was going to become dinner for wild animals, but a miracle happened. Looking ahead, he saw the estate, which was located in the middle of the cursed forest. Although he was despised here, he was alive. Thomas offered to cook dinner. Philip angrily replied that he didn't need to do that. He asked how his leg was. Thomas turned blue and clutched his leg, almost crying, saying that it still hurt. He smiled and explained that he needed more time to recover. It was a lie. Thomas realized that he would probably never be able to visit such a place again. He wanted to see if the rumors were true. Philip said he couldn't stay here for long. The man breathed a sigh of relief. He knew it would be difficult, but he could not give up. Suddenly, Thomas heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and looked back in surprise. It was Jack, holding an empty plate in his hands. Thomas greeted him. He happily said that they had met again. Jack was suspicious of him. Thomas thought he might know something. He asked if he had a minute to spare. Jack looked at him in surprise and asked, "A minute? Me?" Thomas asked Jack to tell him more about the place and its inhabitants. He said he didn't know anything and that he used to be handsome, but they had ruined his face. Jack explained that the cursed man had done this to him and he would never be able to leave. Thomas thought about it. It all seemed very strange to him. The man said he could help him. Jack could not believe what he was hearing. He asked in surprise, "What?" A light of hope flickered in his eyes. Thomas explained that he is a doctor specializing in rare diseases. He offered to do everything he could to cure him if Jack told him about the place. The man smiled and asked what he thought of his proposal. It was raining outside the window. There was a plate of food on the table and a glass of wine next to it. Ray sat at the table and ate her dinner slowly. She was thinking about something. Claudin called her name and she turned around and looked at him. He walked slowly toward her. It was clear that he was worried about her. The man asked her if she was hungry. Ray quietly replied that she was not hungry and did not want to eat anything. Claudin didn't say anything. He saw that she hadn't eaten much, so he was worried. She noticed his worried face and explained that it was because of the strange dreams she was having. The girl suggested they take a walk because fresh air would do her good. Ray got up and walked by him, but he continued to stand by the table. She didn't understand why he didn't follow her. Ray turned around and called out to him. The man did not answer. He was looking at the table and thinking about something. And then Claudin picked up a knife that was lying on the table. Before her eyes, he cut his fate, and blood poured out. Ray asked him what he was doing. She watched as he cut his palm, and drops of his blood dripped down. The girl was very scared. She shouted excitedly, "Claudin!" He turned around and smilingly told her to come to him. The man stretched out his hand, which was bleeding, and asked her to come and drink the blood. Her heart began to beat faster. She could not take her eyes off his palm. Sweat appeared on her face. She fought back her hunger and desire to drink blood. Ray tightened her grip on the dress and excitedly replied that she would not drink it. She did not understand what was happening to her and why it smelled so sweet. His blood attracted her like a delicious sweet drink. She wanted to sink her teeth into his neck. Ray tried to restrain herself, but her desire to taste blood was stronger. She opened her mouth and wanted to try, at least once. Ray was breathing hard. She wanted to try it so badly that she restrained herself and quickly ran to him. Her animal instincts were awakened. Ray grabbed his hand, which was dripping with blood. She bent down and could finally satisfy her hunger. Her cheeks flushed red. Ray licked the blood off slowly and savored the taste. Claudin watched her silently and then smiled. He could not take his eyes off his beloved, who did not notice him. Ray continued to lick the blood, and Claudin asked if she was tasting good. She looked at him and said in a pleading voice that she wanted more. Ray promised she wouldn't hurt him. She squeezed his hand, and blood poured from his palm. Claudin said she could do it any time. He asked her to come with him. The man lay down on the bed, and Ray leaned over him. Claudin said she did a good job. Ray looked at his neck like a hungry animal. He told her to enjoy it. Her eyes seemed to enlarge, and her desire to drink blood became stronger. She opened her mouth wide and sank her sharp teeth into his neck. The room was quiet, and you could only hear her drinking his blood. The girl enjoyed this incredible taste and could not stop. Claudin told her to take her time because he wasn't going anywhere. Finally, she satisfied her hunger and stopped drinking his blood. Suddenly, she realized that she was too hot. Her body began to resist. She no longer felt the way she used to. Ray's face turned red. Drops of sweat began to trickle down her cheeks. Her eyes were confused. At the same time, Claudin looked at her with a sly smile, while her hands slid down his body. Suddenly, something switched in the girl's head. She realized that she shouldn't hold back. She attacked the man and captured him with her rough embrace. Their souls were united in one whole. Ray called out his name, but the man asked her to call him something other than Claudin. Ray did not understand what he meant. Then Claudin rudely told her not to play dumb. After a little thought, Ray called him sweetheart. It was clear that Claudin liked it better than when she called him by his first name. They went outside. The weather was fine, and the sun was peeking out from behind the clouds. Ray looked to the side and said in surprise that this was not the way home. She asked Claudin excitedly where they were going, but he did not answer. The girl called him again, but received no response. He squeezed her hand tightly and silently led her somewhere. They approached an iron gate with the sun's rays falling on it. Ray kept looking in different directions, trying to guess where they were going. Suddenly, something familiar caught her attention. She had memories of being here and following the boy. The girl, who looked like her and the beast, stood in front of her, and she was being pulled toward her by red hands. Then the boy tried to save her. He wiped her tears and asked her for something. She stopped. Claudin looked at her in concern, not understanding what had happened. Ray thought it was strange. She said she thought they had been here before. The girl said that they had been here once and held hands too. Smiling, Ray said she didn't know the exit was so far away. She missed everyone. But Claudin was not happy to hear this. His jealousy did not let him rest. He asked if her secret lover was still at the estate, that she wanted to return there. The girl explained that she had no lover and hadn't seen them for so long. The man gripped her hand tightly, barely containing his anger. Her body trembled. She felt threatened. Ray realized he was jealous. She said, "But I'm fine alone." Claudin said nothing. Her words calmed him down a bit. She wanted to say something else, but hesitated. Then Ray said it was too late to go there, so she suggested we walk through the garden. But he was silent. She asked him where they were going until they got there. Suddenly she fell silent and could not believe her eyes. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and its light was breaking through the branches of the trees. The girl held Claudin's hand and looked forward in surprise. She couldn't understand how it happened. After all, they had just been at the outhouse. The man pulled her hand and told her to follow him. Ray asked if he came here often. Claudin said that he could only go to this forest and wanted to show it to her. The girl understood the sincerity of his intentions, and it was all so unexpected. There was something that worried and frightened her. She looked to the side and said that this place— Ray heard some strange sounds. The place was so dark and scary. She thought that a man-eating monster could live here. She was scared and wanted to go home. The girl asked, "Claudin, can we—" Suddenly she fell silent. She looked forward in surprise. Ray had no idea that such a beautiful and magical place existed in this forest. The girl was delighted with the beauty that opened up before her. She said she had never seen such a beautiful lake before. Suddenly, something flew toward her and hit her cheek. Ray was very surprised. When she took it in her palm, she saw a tiny fairy, gently stroking it with her finger. Ray still couldn't believe that fairies existed. The other fairies flew to her and nestled in her palms. They were happy and very sweet. Claudin stood not far from her. He took out a cigar and started smoking. The man exhaled cigar smoke at the fairy, who covered her nose and tried to fly away. Ray noticed this. She felt sorry for these little creatures. She asked him not to smoke in here. She thought they didn't like it. The fairies sat on her shoulders and laughed. Claudin was not happy. He asked angrily what difference did it make if they didn't like it. Hearing this, Ray was angry. Claudin said angrily that he would not smoke anymore. The girl looked at the fairy sadly and thought that he was so cruel. They hadn't been out for a long time, so Ray wanted him to enjoy the walk. She let the fairies go and then said she wanted to go home because she was tired. Ray leaned over and saw someone not far from them. It was a gray bunny sitting by a bush looking at her. Suddenly, her eyes turned purple and blue, and her animal instincts awoke. Bunny felt the danger from her. His eyes were filled with fear. He quickly ran away from her, trying to save his life. The girl stood and looked in the direction he ran. A beast awoke in her body. Her bones crunched, and her fingers looked like the paw of a predator that could kill with a single blow. Ray told Claudin to go ahead. Faye grabbed her dress and tried to stop her, but it was all in vain. She couldn't control the beast inside her that was hungry. The girl is hungry. Ray immediately ran fast, not noticing the bushes and other obstacles in her path. Her shawl fell down. The gray rabbit ran fast and tried to escape from the dangerous predator. The girl's eyes lit up with intense desire as she began to move closer to him. She could already see its back and ears clearly. No matter how fast the rabbit ran, Ray managed to catch up with it. Her heart was beating faster and faster. Ray reached out her hand to grab it. She succeeded. She grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up, saying cheerfully, "Gotcha!" Ray was glad she had managed to catch it with her bare hands. She wondered what rabbit blood tasted like. The thought flashed through her mind. Just one bite! An intense bloodlust overwhelmed her. She continued to hold the rabbit tightly, her body trembling as she sensed danger. Rabbit turned around and looked sadly at Ray, begging for mercy. A tear streamed from his eye. The girl seemed to wake up and remember something. A memory appeared in her mind. She was sitting on the floor holding a rabbit. The maid asked if it was her favorite toy. Ray smiled and replied that it was true, and rabbits were her most favorite animals. These memories that suddenly appeared made her wonder what was going on. She did not utter a word, but stood silently motionless for some time. And then the girl abruptly let go of her hand, and the rabbit immediately fell to the ground. The rabbit wasted no moment in jumping into the bushes. Ray didn't understand why she did it. The forest was quiet and not dark, thanks to the moonlight. Ray crouched silently on the ground. She didn't understand who she had become, or why she was after a rabbit and wanted to drink its blood. Ray thought something was wrong and she was going crazy, but then she remembered the blood. That day, Claudin cut his palm and held out his hand for her to drink his blood. As time went on, he was very surprised that she was making such rapid progress. And then Claudin put the vial on the table and said it was time to drink the medicine. The vial of medicine opened and flew toward her. He reminded her that she had promised to be with him always. Through these memories, she realized his intentions and what was happening to her. She stood up. Ray was sure he wouldn't do that to her, since they were married. The girl thought that Claudin had no need to do that, and it was all just a curse. Ray decided to go back to him because he was worried about her, and she needed to talk to him. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at her hand in surprise, not realizing what was happening. A fairy flew up to her hand and sat on her finger. The girl said enthusiastically, "Fairy!" But as she looked closer at her, she saw that the fairy was sad and hurt. Ray thought of who had hurt her. She remembered Claudin, who had been indifferent to them, and at that moment, she again didn't want to believe that it was Claudin who had hurt her. A while before, the fairies had been shocked when they saw Ray run into the forest. The man smoked silently. One of the fairies said that Claudin had turned Ray into a monster. The other fairy sadly quietly replied that it was a pity it was their last caster. The blue fairy asked where the girl had gone. The green fairy answered that she had chased a shadow in the forest. She wouldn't even be surprised if she died soon, Blue Fairy asked, dying like his mentor. Claudin threw his cigar on the ground and shouted for them to stop talking. The green fairy replied that he would kill that girl anyway because he was the devil in the flesh. Claudin got very angry and gave her a fierce look and said it was time to shut her mouth. He quickly grabbed the green fairy and squeezed her so hard that she started screaming in pain. And then he threw her to the ground and stepped on her a couple times that her bones crunched. The fairies asked him to stop. They said it was a sacred lake. He replied that it did not belong to them. Suddenly, Ray came out of the woods, who heard everything and saw what he had done to the fragile fairy. The girl looked at him angrily and asked angrily what he had done. The man turned around and looked at her unhappily. He remained silent. Ray repeated her question. She crouched down and took the injured fairy in her arms. She wondered how he could have done that. Ray revealed that she wanted to confide in him, but she can't close her eyes anymore. She wanted to know the reason why he did it, so she asked about it. The girl wanted to hear the answer to the question, but Claudin continued to stare at her in silence. Ray asked if she wasn't wrong, since there was no reason for him to turn her into a monster. But Claudin only coldly replied that he just felt like doing it to her. When she heard this, she was confused and couldn't believe it was true. She asked again, "What?" However, Claudin looked at her coldly again and repeated that he wanted it. He reminded her that her brother had abandoned her. She had accepted the monsters that lived here, and no one was looking for her. Besides, her brother never came once. Claudin made it clear that she had nowhere to go. He took her hands to her face and looked into her eyes and told her that he was all she had. Claudin had finally told her that he was immortal and would never die. The girl was alarmed. She found it hard to believe that he could not die. The man recalled how she had promised she wouldn't leave him alone. He asked if she had lied. Then he smiled and said happily that now they could be together forever. But she answered nothing and realized that Claudin did not love her. She was sad. The man stared at her silently, expecting her to say something back, but it was all for nothing. Suddenly she stood up abruptly and wanted to get out of here quickly. Claudin asked where she was going. He wanted to stop her, but the girl reacted immediately. She struck his arm. She looked at him angrily, as if he were an enemy, and said it was wrong. Claudin was confused. He didn't understand what he had done wrong or what she meant, so the man asked about it. He just wanted to understand what she was trying to say. Not getting an answer, Claudin grabbed her hand so hard she couldn't take it back. The girl demanded that he let her go because she didn't want to be with him and wanted to go back. Claudin angrily asked where she would return to. Had she found someone who would take her in? He wondered if it was Mary, Philip, or the stuttering gardener. Tears poured down Ray's cheeks. The man whispered to her that they all knew what had happened to her and would still happen. He explained to her that they were not her family and were no one to her at all. Ray shivered and remained silent. She no longer tried to free her hands. After a silence, The girl said he was a coward. Ray angrily repeated that he was a coward. She glared angrily at him as if he were an enemy. The girl asked if he knew what she thought when she promised to love him forever. She squeaked out that she thought she'd finally found someone who really loved her. Ray wondered if he had decided to make her a monster because she had nowhere else to go, and because she swore to him and promised to be with him forever. The girl couldn't contain her anger. She asked who she really was to him. Ray said he promised there would be no secrets between them, but he broke that promise himself. She quickly pushed him away and repeated that he was the first to break his promise. Claudin's eyes lit up. He was angry too. The man asked what she wanted. She asked if he really thought it was true love. And in that moment, Claudin realized the gravity of the situation they were in. He looked up and laughed and said she didn't want to be with him and wanted to leave. Looking up, Claudin said quietly that she wanted to leave him. The man slowly approached her and said that she still didn't understand what was going on. Claudin explained that there was no way out and she couldn't survive without him. A blade appeared in his hand. He slashed his palm, and blood splattered around and onto Ray. A monster woke up inside the girl that she had a hard time controlling. She trembled and said quietly that she didn't want to. Claudin said cheerfully that it was all right. He walked over to her and grabbed her mouth with his bloody hand so she would drink his blood. A while later, Claudin, breathing heavily, asked Ray if she was sure she didn't like what was happening. Stammering, the girl said quietly that she didn't like it. But Claudin noted that everything about her said otherwise. Shoving his bloody hand into the girl's mouth, the man ordered her to drink the blood. Claudin kept pushing her harder and harder, and Ray screamed for him to slow down. Drinking the man's blood, the girl caught herself thinking that it was driving her crazy. The man pointed out that even if Ray didn't understand him now, it would be different in 50 years, and at the end of 100 years, she would want to talk to him out of boredom. Breathing heavily, Ray felt something strange. Turning to Claudin, she shouted to him that she wished she could go back. In response, the man roughly took the girl's face and kissed her greedily and with assertiveness. He told her that in 200 years, she would fall away, having loved another. But after 300 years, she could love him again, for only he could understand her. Tears welled up in Ray's eyes, horrified by Claudin's words. A moment later, they were in the manor house. Continuing to touch her soft skin, Claudin didn't think for a second of letting the girl go. Taking a crying Ray by the face, the man asked why she was asking him to let her go, adding that perhaps he hadn't shown his love enough. Leaning down to her ear, Claudin whispered that maybe she needed more of his blood. Pushing the man away, Ray declared that she didn't want any more blood, begging him to let her go. As if unemotionally, Clodan said there was no turning back. The girl looked at him in horror, as he also pointed out that if Ray didn't drink his blood at least occasionally, she would go insane. Touching her face affectionately, the man said he knew what she wanted, and there was no need to hold back any longer. At this, Ray tearfully brushed him off. Looking at him with anger, the girl said he was wrong, for she was not a monster, no longer wishing to be with him and drink his blood. Clodan said that her words were nothing, for he had expected her to be shocked. Panicked, Ray asked Claudin what he was doing. Experiencing fear, the girl clamped her eyes shut, and the man asked her to open her eyes. Opening her eyes, Ray saw herself and Claudin in the reflection of the mirror. Claudin asked her to look more closely at what she saw in the reflection. As he continued to hold her in his arms, the man asked if what she saw looked human. The girl was silent in response, and Claudin noted that she was behaving badly. His words made Ray shudder, as if his words sent a chill running down her spine. Claudin, wanting to test how long she would last, said that if Ray wanted to, let her try not to drink anyone's blood in an attempt to suppress herself. Thomas went outside to have a smoke. He slowly exhaled the smoke from his cigar. He had been in this mansion long enough. He wanted to get out of here. Earlier, Thomas thought he could learn a compelling story that he could tell at home. He learned almost nothing from John because he talked about himself, his family, his business. So Thomas decided it was not worth wasting his time and needed to get ready to leave. Suddenly, a joyous John ran up to him, who called out to him and waved him over. Seeing him, Thomas smiled, nodded, and greeted John cheerfully. He told me that he couldn't find his room, so he was looking for him. Thomas understood everything. John explained that he wanted to ask him something. Thomas asked in surprise, "Yes?" He wondered when Thomas would be able to begin his treatment. The doctor smiled and thought how much John pissed him off. He replied that he wanted to discuss it with him and was glad they understood each other. John asked what to discuss. Thomas wanted to go back to the village to get what he needed. Upon hearing this, John immediately understood the doctor's intentions and his cunning plan. He asked Thomas, who continued to smile politely, if he was going to leave. The doctor swallowed nervously. Sweat appeared on his face, and his eye began to twitch with excitement. John asked to take it with him, and then said he would go there with him right away. Thomas asked fearfully, wondering what about his job and if his condition would worsen if he left here. But John replied that the doctor would need to see his condition for the operation. However, Thomas didn't want to take him with him, but John grabbed him firmly by the arm. The doctor looked at him fearfully, realizing he was determined. John angrily looked him in the eye and said, "Don't tell me, you lied to me." Immediately, Thomas realized he was in trouble. He smiled and replied that he hadn't lied. It was snowing outside. The roof of the new mansion and the trees nearby were covered with snow. Claudin stared out the window at the falling snow and thought about something. There was a lot of snow outside. He remembered how Ray had said she liked winter best. It's been a while since Ray found out and made a scene. He noticed that Ray grew darker every time he had to drink his blood. It pleased him that she was submissive. All he had to do was get her heart back. Of course, it wasn't as easy to do as it looked. Ray wiped her mouth with a napkin. Claudin suggested that she go for a walk, for he knew that she had long wanted to go out. She replied quietly that she did not want to go out and that he should go out himself. The man angrily asked if she didn't even want to go out with him now. The girl answered nothing and looked down sadly, then felt tired. Ray lay on the bed and said she didn't want anything and asked to be left alone. He noticed that Ray had become lethargic and was sleeping in long intervals. He was sure he could handle it. Claudin had prepared strawberry pudding and tea for her. He took the tray and went to her. The man thought she was already awake. Opening the door, which creaked open, he called out to her, but seeing that she was in bed and not answering, Claudin asked if she was still asleep. He walked over to the bed, asked her to wake up, and told her he had brought some sweets for her. However, Ray didn't want to get up. She replied that she didn't want anything. Claudin reached his hand out to her and asked her to eat at least a bite, in case she felt better. Suddenly he fell silent and looked frightened somewhere. His gaze was fixed on the belly of his favorite girl. The man quickly touched her stomach to allay his fears. Ray didn't realize what was happening. She called out to him. His heart beat faster. Claudin was pretty sure there was something in her stomach. The man grew nervous and clutched the blanket. He realized that Ray still hated him, and it happened anyway. His eyes filled with anger. He bit his lip and looked angrily at her stomach. Ray stood up, grabbed his arm, and worriedly asked what he was doing. Claudin looked at her angrily, then replied that nothing was wrong. Even though he already knew she had a baby inside her, he hugged Ray and told her he loved her. The man reiterated that he loved her, and he had already decided he only wanted Ray. A worried Mary ran quickly down the hallway. She opened the door abruptly and called out to Philip, but no one answered her, and he was not in the kitchen. There were dishes and food on the table. Mary quickly closed the door and ran up the stairs. She called out and looked for Philip. The maid opened and closed the doors of the rooms, but nowhere could she find him. The woman stopped and grabbed her head with her hand, wondering where he could be. Philip was always leaving food for her at the door, but for the last 2 days, he had not come to see her. Mary couldn't help but think that he might be lying unconscious on the kitchen floor. She noticed that he stood outside his master's office for a long time and then disappeared without a trace. It seemed to her that he couldn't accept that the master didn't live under the same roof with him. The maid walked quickly forward, hoping Philip hadn't gone outside and was okay. She thought perhaps he had been standing outside the outhouse all day. Suddenly, she saw John. Mary asked where he was going. John flinched, turned around and looked at her fearfully. He said he was leaving here with Mr. Thomas. Mary didn't understand what he meant. John angrily replied that they were going to his workplace to get supplies for the operation. Mary smiled and wondered if he really believed him. John shouted for her to be quiet. He explained that this was his chance while Claudin wasn't around. John was sure that Thomas would cure him. Sighing, Mary replied that he could go and no one here would stop him. She was sure that when he left, she would realize that it was only a false hope. John didn't believe her. He looked at her angrily, turned, and walked away. The maid looked at him silently, realizing that he was making a mistake. Mary knew that no one could break the curse because she had tried everything. Looking out the window, the woman saw John walk quickly over to Thomas. They were leaving the manor. John, like their mistress, was leaving them. Earlier, Maid thought she would feel better, but she looked depressed. She turned and walked away, immersed in her thoughts. She was sad. After all, Mary too wanted to finally get away from this cursed estate. Meanwhile, the sounds of a couple infatuated with each other could be heard within the walls of the manor. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the time she spent in Claudin's arms. She realized that no matter how confused her thoughts were, she was becoming more and more honest with herself when she was with him. As if unaware of shame, the girl wanted to be near Claudin more and more. When she was alone with him, Ray took more and more initiative in her actions, kissing him greedily as if it were their last meeting. As Claudin leaned back on the bed, she wondered if their relationship meant that she still loved him. Ray staggered back, looking him straight in the eye. asking him not to move. Claudin looked at the girl questioningly, waiting for her to act. In the next instant, Ray gave herself over to the feeling that bound her to Claudin at that moment. Reaching up to her face, Claudin gently touched Ray while the girl's thoughts were occupied with the fact that even though they were estranged, they were united by their codependency. After all, she couldn't live without his blood, and Claudin would have to live alone for eternity. So taking his hand, Ray greedily clutched at his wrist. His blood intoxicated the girl, as if each sip gave her euphoria and calmness. Her gesture made Claudin smile approvingly as he turned to her. Calling her a good girl, the man gently told her to drink more. Ray remained silent in response, her head down. She pulled away, realizing that they were together only because of their own greed, like two beasts trying to quench their thirst. Two beasts who twisted the truthfulness of their relationship to make it look like true love. Suddenly, Ray shuddered, feeling a sharp pain in her stomach. Claudin immediately became nervous, asking Ray to look at him and tell him where it hurt. The girl didn't answer and only frowned, trying to bitch at the pain. Claudin looked at her, feeling horrified. He didn't understand why this was happening. Remembering the composition of the potion, the man realized that everything had been added in perfect proportions, and he couldn't be wrong. Finally speaking, Ray said quietly that her stomach hurt. At that moment, Claudin remembered how earlier, in Ray's stomach, he had felt something that gave off 2 heartbeats. He was sure that there was a monster inside Ray that needed to be destroyed immediately before it consumed her. Touching her face, Claudin assured her that everything would be fine and he would fix the situation. Asking the girl to be patient, the man intended to bring the medicine, while Ray thought about the fact that she shouldn't lose consciousness. Grasping her stomach, the girl didn't understand why she suddenly felt pain. After that, Ray suddenly felt something strange. Ray couldn't bear the pain any longer and fell into Claudin's arms. Hugging Ray, and with concern in his voice, the man whispered that everything would be okay, trying to reassure her. His words calmed her for a moment, and she covered her eyes. She was dreaming, or it was a memory from her childhood. Hayes asked angrily what it was. In front of him sat a small puppy that looked like a white cloud. The maid said it was Poonie. Hayes shouted that he wanted a scary dog brought to him, not a ridiculous creature. He was angry because he was ashamed to show this puppy to his friends. As soon as Ray saw little Poonie, she happily said the puppy was very cute. Her brother got angry and went somewhere. Poonie's little puppy ran after him. Hayes turned around abruptly and looked angrily at the puppy, who grinningly followed him. He shouted for Poonie not to follow him. The puppy trembled and looked at him sadly. Suddenly, Hayes raised his hand to hit Poonie and yelled that he was annoying him. At that moment, Ray ran up. She took the puppy in her arms and was ready to take the blow. Hayes stopped and yelled out why she was in his way. Ray asked not to touch Poonie. He got even angrier and yelled for her to take the puppy and go away. The boy then left, saying he didn't want a puppy that would make people laugh at him. Ray continued to hold Poonie tightly to her and felt the pain of her brother's blow. Then she opened her eyes and looked at the puppy she had managed to protect. The puppy began licking her cheek. Ray laughed happily. For the first time, her love was mutual. Soon, Hayes had another pet. Although his parents were against it, they still honored his wish. Poonie, not yet fully grown, went to live with a farmer who supplied milk. Because of this, only Ray was grieving and crying in her room, hiding under a blanket. All the adults told her to stop crying because the animal wasn't worth her tears, and even the servants tried to calm her down, saying that she would forget about it when she grew up. However, even though she had grown out of her clothes and grown taller, she had not forgotten that cute puppy. The seasons changed, and one winter day, Ray saw a dog following a farmer. It was the same puppy that had grown up with a blue scarf tied around his neck. He turned around and looked at the girl carefully, seeing a familiar face. Ray looked at him in surprise. She recognized Poonie and wondered if he would recognize her. He stared at her for a while, and then he smiled brightly and barked happily, greeting her, for Poonie had recognized her too. Then he ran after the farmer, and the girl watched him for some time. The maid who held her hand asked if she was all right. Ray could barely hold back her tears. This greeting was a happiness that made her heart clench with pain. The girl remembered sleeping under a tree, with a smiling Poonie lying beside her. Opening her eyes, Ray woke up. She was lying on the couch. She was the only one in the room. Looking out the window, she saw a cloud that looked like a puppy. Gently stroking her belly with her hand, she looked out the window in silence. Sunlight was streaming in. Ray wondered if there really was life in her belly. She was sure she had definitely felt something that night. Lowering her head, Ray looked down sadly. She had noticed that Claudin had been acting strangely toward her since that day. However, despite Claudin's strangeness, they continued to share a bed. While Ray's love grew stronger and stronger, Claudin seemed to try to be more cautious. After every time they met, the man tried to show concern for the girl, gently wiping her from the droplets of sweat, as if he was trying to wash away her fatigue. He stroked her belly and just kept his hand on her belly, wincing. But something disturbed Ray and kept her from looking at his face. It bothered her the way he looked at her belly every time. She got up and went to Claudin's office. They had seldom seen each other lately. She wondered if she was really having a baby. Then what would happen to them? Looking away sadly, Ray wondered if they could be a family. She immediately pictured a happy Claudin holding his daughter in his arms, and her smiling happily holding her little son. Smiling, Ray thought it would be nice if that were the case. Knocking on his office door, she said she was coming in. Opening the door and entering the office, Ray called out to Claudin and asked if he was here. Looking around carefully, she saw that he wasn't here. Walking around the office, Ray said, wondering if he had gone out somewhere. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She looked at the table and wondered what it was. There were various flasks, vials with colorful liquids, and written papers. Near the papers on the table was a vial of yellow liquid that glistened. The girl quickly picked it up because it seemed familiar to her. Looking closely at the liquid inside the vial, she wondered. Ray said, "If it's a medicinal potion." Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. She turned around and looked fearfully at the door. She quickly put the vial back on the table. The door opened, and Claudin entered the office. Surprised to find her here, he kissed her on the cheek. Ray said she had nothing to do, so she came to him. The man was excited to see her for the first time in his lab and wanted to show her around, but the girl asked him to stop. Claudin turned around, not realizing what had happened. Ray pointed her finger at a vial on the table and asked what kind of potion it was. He glimpsed the vial, regretting leaving it on the table. Claudin then smiled sweetly and said that it was a common potion. However, Ray sensed something suspicious. She asked why it was here. Claudin put the books down on the table, wondering if she hated potions now. He said again that there was nothing in that potion to make her nervous. The man said that mixing potions is his hobby, and he has been doing potions for a long time. Then he walked over to her and lifted her up, pulling her gently against him. Ray wrapped her arms around his neck. Looking at her affectionately, Claudin said that he had a very long life. Therefore, if he didn't shorten his time in any way, he might go insane. Ray didn't answer anything, but merely looked tenderly into his eyes hidden behind his glasses. Claudin did not restrain his desires and kissed her passionately. Her body trembled, demanding to quench her thirst for love. Ray pushed him down on the table, and Claudin looked at her in surprise. Breathing heavily, said, "Ray?" Sitting closer, she touched the fabric as gently as she had touched him, not hurriedly, as if each gesture were a confession. Her outfit slid down with a muffled rustle, falling softly to the floor, breaking the silence with the barely audible sound of fabric. Then Ray, wrapping her arms around Claudin, pressed closer to him and gave him a kiss, greedy, hot, full of accumulated passion. Looking at him, the girl realized that even after everything that had happened, she wanted to believe him. But then Claudin interrupted their kiss, pulling away from Ray a little. Then the girl carefully looked toward her dress, which was lying on the floor. Unbeknownst to Claudin, Ray picked up the vial of potion she didn't understand and tossed it to her dress. She wanted to believe him, but his reticence left questions. It was already light outside. The sunlight was coming into the room through the window. Ray was still lying in bed. She mumbled something through her sleep. And then the girl woke up and opened her blue eyes. She didn't see Claudin nearby, so she called out to him, but didn't hear a response. Then Ray found a note from him and learned that he was in the lab. He told her to tell him if she got hungry. She remembered how she had managed to stealthily take the vial from Claudin's lab. Ray stared silently at the note for a while, which she then placed on the dressing table. She decided it was a good thing he was busy. After all, she wanted to see Mary today. Ray wondered how the servants in the main building had been doing since they left. After putting on her dress and shoes, she brushed her hair. Ray thought the servants must have known what to do. She worried that they might be shocked that Ray had shut herself off from the main building. She didn't want there to be any hate involved. The thought made her sad. The girl did not decide to waste time and quickly went out of the outhouse. There was snow on the street. Breathing in the frosty air, Ray was thrilled that it had snowed so much recently. She walked quickly in her beautiful shoes through the snow that crunched under her feet. Her golden hair was gently caressed by the winter wind. She walked and looked around. Ray was getting out of the maze, but it was as if her body knew where to go. You had to turn left, walk straight ahead, and then right, turn left, and when she got to the yellow flowers, that meant she was almost there. The girl had thought she had forgotten everything, but now she was beginning to remember it because of that boy, little Claudin, who had asked her never to forget him. She wondered who this little version of Claudin was. Looking down sadly, Ray muttered whether she would ever be able to see him again. Just like that, unnoticed, she walked quickly to the gate of the main building. The girl opened the gate and saw such a familiar manor, where she hadn't been in a long time. The mansion was in the snow and looked unkept. There were drifts of snow in front of it. Ray ran quickly toward the house and called cheerfully to Mary and Philip. Some man behind her back was standing nearby and secretly watching her. Quickly opening the door of the mansion, Ray shouted happily, "Lady Mary! Philip! I'm here!" But to her surprise, no one came out to meet her. Things and furniture were scattered around. She called out to Mary again, but no one answered her. The girl looked around. Ray called out to Philip and the others, but there was silence. Suddenly the door creaked open. A man entered the house with a bottle in his hands. He scratched his head and asked where it came from. Jack, eating her up with his eyes, said that the dress suited her very well. He wondered if Master knew about it. Ray shuddered. She saw that he was drunk. She didn't like the way he looked at her. He offered to take her to a place where she could hide. Ray explained that she was looking for the others. His eyes lit up with desire to possess her. Jack smiled and asked if she was really of noble blood. The girl replied uncertainly that it was true. He quickly grabbed her tightly by the arm, giving her no chance to break free. She was startled and anxiously asked what he was doing. Her body trembled. The man replied that this would be his first time with a noblewoman. He wanted to know what it was about her that drove the master crazy. Ray started calling loudly for help. She hoped one of the servants would help her. With all her might, she asked for help, and her prayers were answered. The vase that had been used to hit Jack on the head appeared before her eyes. Ray was frightened. Blood rushed from his head. The girl was glad to see her savior. It was Mary, holding a bloody vase, and Jack was lying unconscious on the floor. The gardener stood nearby. The maid was glad to see her mistress, whom she had not seen for so long. The girl ran up to Mary and hugged her tightly. They both burst into tears. Mary could not believe her eyes that it was her mistress who had gone to the outhouse so long ago. Tears were running down Ray's cheeks. She sobbed and said that she missed her so much. The woman hugged her gently and stroked her head. They smiled happily. The maid comforted her, telling her that everything was all right. Suddenly, she shuddered and stopped talking. Then she asked Ray what had happened. The gardener looked at them anxiously. Mary opened Ray's mouth and said that her teeth had changed. She couldn't believe it had happened. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and looked down with terror in her eyes. She was silent. The maid asked again what had happened that she had changed so much. Clenching her hand tightly into a fist, Mary wondered if he had done this to her too, after all. Ray asked in surprise. "And with me, you mean?" Mary told her that everyone on the estate was a monster. The girl was shocked when she heard about it. It was hard for her to believe it. She asked if they all drink Claudin's blood. Mary explained that they don't. They are cursed and cannot leave this house. The woman patted Ray's shoulder and was sure she could get rid of it. She thought the master wouldn't put a curse on Ray. Then Mary decided to tell her something. Ray was wary and asked what she wanted to tell her. The maid hesitated to answer, but the gardener beat her to it and replied that it was about John. He told her that John was her brother, who she thought had abandoned her long ago. The girl didn't understand what they were talking about. They lowered their heads and were silent. Ray excitedly said that her only brother was Hayes. Suddenly, she realized what they were talking about. She asked, startled, if they meant that John was Hayes. The girl asked if this was Claudin's doing. The servants remained silent, and then Mary, closing her eyes, replied that the master had done it. Ray was silent. She looked around, and not finding her brother, asked where Hayes was. The maid said that he had left with a doctor who had recently come to the estate. Ray asked if he had told her where they went. Mary replied that he had not, but that a doctor was working in a village nearby. The girl took off her shoes, gathered her hair, and decided to check on her brother. She told them to wait for her here. Mary was worried about her going to the village alone, which was far away. However, Ray reassured them, explaining that it wouldn't take long since Claudin had made her faster and stronger. She turned around and promised that she would come back for them, and then they would all run away from here together. The doctor saw the patient off, who thanked him for his help. He asked her to be careful on the way home. As he entered the house and locked the door, he breathed a sigh of relief that his workday was over. Sitting down in a chair, he said it was a simple fracture and he wouldn't make any money on such a thing or cover the cost of medication, but from immediately smiled that he had jewelry after all. Thomas opened the jewelry box and was glad he got it from John. Thomas was surprised at first, but he didn't even know that John would actually pull through and come here with him. The doctor thought that when he found a cure or sold information, things would get even more interesting. Suddenly, the silence in the room was broken by a knock on the door. He looked warily to the side. From behind the door came someone's voice calling out to him. Thomas replied that he was not seeing patients today and asked to come back tomorrow, but the patient said it was urgent. He stood up and was annoyed to be visited at such a time. The man decided to lock the door. He replied that he could not help today and asked to come back tomorrow. But the answer came from behind the door. No. Someone was banging hard on the door and trying to get in. The doctor was frightened. turned away and covered his head with his hands, trying to keep himself safe. He asked fearfully why she was doing this. Thomas thought the voice was female, but why was she so strong? The girl demanded urgently to open the door. The doctor was silent for a while and did not move. Then he walked leisurely to the door and opened it with trembling hands. The door creaked open. The man cautiously opened the door and looked to see who was behind the door. He was very surprised to see a young pretty girl in front of him. Ray took off her hood and stood silently in front of him. She looked at him carefully. The doctor blushed with embarrassment and was very surprised to see such a beautiful girl in front of him. His heart began to pound faster. He had never seen anyone more beautiful in his life. Thomas wondered if this was a dream. The girl asked if she could come into the house. The man stammered, then let her into the house. He asked if she wanted tea. Ray looked around and declined the tea because she was going to leave soon. Suddenly, she saw a familiar jewelry box. The doctor offered her a cookie. She declined and explained that she had something to discuss with him. Thomas offered to have tea again. Ray replied that she was here to see Hayes Lisbon. Thomas asked who it was. Ray replied that he probably didn't know who she was talking about. The girl explained that his name was John, and he knew him. The doctor set the cookies on the table and shuddered. He glimpsed the box and asked fearfully if it was from the estate. She promised not to take the jewelry and wanted to see John. Thomas said he was upstairs. They began to climb the stairs, which creaked under their every step. The doctor looked back and looked at Ray. His cheeks were red. But the girl paid no attention to this and silently followed him. When they were on the top floor, Thomas pointed her to the room where John was. They walked quickly to his room and he knocked on the door, asking John to open the door. But there was silence in response. John didn't open the door and remained silent. Ray hesitated. She said she came to see him, and if he didn't open the door, Ray would break it down. The doctor shuddered. He couldn't believe that this fragile girl was capable of such a thing. She demanded that Hayes come over and open the door. Ray applied her power, and a purple light appeared. Finally, he answered. Hayes asked in a shaky voice how she got here. The girl calmly asked him to step outside, assuring him that she had come alone. But he didn't believe her. Hayes thought it was someone from the mansion who had come with that old woman. Thomas quickly replied that he was wrong, and there was only a beautiful girl here. Even so, Hayes angrily told her to go back. He never wanted to see her again because he thought she was a traitor. Hayes sat on the bed and trembled. He was scared and angry at his sister at the same time. Ray cracked the door and burst into his room. Thomas asked her not to do that because John shouldn't worry. He quickly hid under the blanket and asked her to stay away from him and walk away. But Ray was on her way to him. Hayes asked if that monster had told her to find him. She grabbed for the blanket, while Hayes yelled that he would never go back there. The girl pulled and threw the blanket off him onto the floor. When she saw her brother, she was shocked and concerned. Hayes tried to cover his face with trembling hands. His skin felt like the skin of a snake. Ray asked in surprise, "Hayes?" He clenched his teeth and could barely contain his anger inside. Abruptly standing up, Hayes angrily yelled out who she was to pry into his business. He reminded her that she had betrayed him first and ignored all his letters. The girl shuddered and remembered the letter she had received from him. That day, she hid his letter under a vase and decided not to meet him. Hayes asked if her monster had told her to get revenge on him, and that was why she had come here for him. The man revealed that Thomas had promised to cure him, and Ray had come all this way for nothing. He believed that she was and always would be a useless, unworthy of love burden. The doctor was outraged. He stood up for Ray, saying it was too rude. The girl didn't listen to her brother's insults. She turned around and left. Thomas ran after her up the stairs, asking her to stop. But Ray kept going. He quickly grabbed her arm, trying to stop her. However, Ray pushed him away. The doctor apologized for his action. He asked not to take Hayes' words to heart, because patients become irritable during treatment. Thomas looked embarrassed. He asked her what her name was. She answered that her name was Siri. The man muttered that it was a beautiful name. When she called him, he glowed and was ready to serve her. Ray asked if he planned to do experiments with Hayes or send him to the circus, or else he wants to sell it somewhere else. Thomas shuddered and replied that he wanted to cure him. The girl laughed, realizing the absurdity of everything he had said. She grabbed his neck with her hand. The doctor was afraid and trembled. He couldn't resist her. Ray squeezed his throat so hard that he cried out in pain. Ray pressed him against the wall and lifted him up with one hand. Thomas begged her to let him go. The girl gave him a frightening look and told him not to do anything to Hayes, and for him not to tell anyone about anything that happened today. Thomas could hardly breathe. She promised if he didn't, he'd be just like Hayes. She'd also tell the jewel owner that he'd been robbed. Thomas swore he wouldn't tell anyone. He said he wanted to try to cure John. After saying those words, Ray let go of his neck and he fell to the floor. The man grabbed his arms around his neck, which hurt badly, and groaned in pain. His face was covered with tears. Ray said she was counting on his help. She left, asking that he take care of Hayes for her. He took a nervous gulp of air. Suddenly, Ray stopped because she remembered something. The girl walked over to him. She pulled out a vial with a yellow liquid inside and asked if he knew what it was. The doctor looked carefully at the vial and replied that it was difficult to tell just from the color. He wasn't sure, but he thought it looked like a styptic. Ray put the vial in her pocket and asked if it could be taken by pregnant women. Thomas replied that pregnant women should never drink it. He explained that the drug is often used for abortions. Ray's heart forgot faster. She remembered Claudin saying it was a common potion. And his angry look as he stroked her belly worried her. It made sense to her now. The girl laughed hysterically. She was in pain. She covered her face with her hands and continued to laugh loudly, realizing the tragic nature of the situation. Thomas looked at her fearfully. His face was covered with sweat, and his body trembled with fear. Ray laughed and wondered how Claudin dared to take away her ray of hope. After a while, the girl returned to the outhouse. The doors creaked open. She had time to change and was walking quietly, thinking about something. Suddenly, Ray heard Claudin's voice calling out to her. A man was standing near the wall. He asked angrily where she was. After all, he had been looking for her all day. Ray replied quietly that she needed to think and was sitting in the maze in the garden. He didn't believe her and asked her to be honest about everything. She touched her hand to his cheek. She asked him to forgive her for being too rude to him, realizing that he had a reason for his behavior. Then she kissed him gently. Claudin was surprised that she was acting differently. Ray suggested we take a walk tomorrow, as she wanted to see the flowers he had planted and read a book together. The man looked at his lover in surprise, not understanding what had happened. He smiled and his cheeks flushed. Claudin replied, all of this so unexpected. Then he hugged her, thanked her for forgiving him, and promised that he would be good to her. Claudin hugged Ray and said that he loved her very much. She remained silent and looked away sadly. He was happy. It was a wonderful day. They walked together in the snowy garden. The man hugged her gently and immediately kissed her. Ray smiled happily. Claudin was glad that things were finally back to normal. They passed near the yellow roses, which were almost all covered with snow. He didn't know why Ray had changed her mind, but Claudin was sure she had chosen him. The girl touched the petal of a yellow rose with her finger and said the flowers were frozen. He asked if it upset her. Ray replied that she wasn't upset because the flowers were just sleeping. The man suggested that she plant new flowers together in the spring. She wondered. He suggested planting purple with yellow and blue flowers. Claudin also wanted to plant trees to read books with her in their shade, and when they get tired of the place, he'll make sure they can travel occasionally. He promised to go whenever and wherever, as long as it was just him and her. Claudin wanted no one else, and just the two of them to spend time together. Ray had a different opinion, but she hid it. The girl smiled and played along with him, replying that it sounded wonderful. The man was sure that after everything that had happened, Ray still loved him. After their walk and heart-to-heart talk, they quickly returned to the bedroom. A short while later, Claudin and Ray were alone, engrossed in a tender kiss while their breath burned their skin. Ray pulled away and broke the kiss with a long sigh. Her next action was calm and gentle, a sign that she wanted to spend this moment showing Claudin all her love. The girl's initiative embarrassed Claudin, and a purple blush immediately appeared on his face. When the man gently embraced the girl, she asked him if she was allowed to drink the blood of others, to which she received the answer that such blood would never satiate her. Gently touching her lips, Claudin added that his blood would taste the best, asking Ray not to drink the blood of others, for he would be jealous. Laying Ray down on the bed, Claudin asked her to focus on their time together. Hovering over her, the man turned his attention to her belly, noting to himself that if the baby went to Ray, it would be wonderful. Claudin then quickly pushed the thought away, deeming it useless. At first, the man did not want to get rid of the child, but he was convinced that Ray was carrying a monster under her heart, which would swallow her whole, leaving no trace. Claudin couldn't predict how the potion would affect the fetus, but he couldn't stop giving it to Ray, for then there was no telling what would happen to her. He was faced with a difficult choice, to save his beloved or the child he had never seen. He realized that Ray would always come first for him. Claudin hugged her tightly and said he wanted her to know the seriousness of his words. In all sincerity, he stated that he was afraid of losing her because of himself. After all, the more Claudin loved her, the more difficult it became for him. When he touched Ray's face, he added that he was afraid he would one day destroy her delicate and fragile nature, so he tossed between fear and love when they were near each other. Raising herself, Ray noticed that Claudin's mood had changed. She wondered if they should reschedule their meeting. Hugging her again, Claudin agreed, noting that they would see each other another time. Patting Ray on the shoulder, the man said he would always choose her. Claudin fell soundly asleep. The girl lay silently beside him for some time. She looked at him and asked if he was asleep. but Claudin answered nothing. Ray lightly touched her finger to his face, but he didn't react in any way. She realized that Claudin was really asleep, and it was time to act immediately. The girl got up slowly, so as not to hurt him or wake him up. She stepped onto the floor on her fingertips so as not to make a single sound. Once she had put on her nightie and robe, Ray quickly went downstairs. Entering her room, the girl opened her suitcase and began to gather her things. She had to hurry. She quickly put the clothes and dresses in there. Ray needed to grab what she needed quickly before Claudin woke up. She wasn't robbing him. That was just his duty as the father of her child. The girl was holding the blue shoes Claudin had given her. Looking at them carefully, she hesitated about what to do with them. Ray remembered him taking her hand and telling her he wasn't embarrassed about her shoes. He just wanted to buy that pair of blue shoes for her. He said it so sincerely. The flood of memories made her feel sad. Closing her eyes, the girl tried to forget about them and move on without him. Throwing her shoes against her dress, Ray saw no point in his gifts and past actions. Quickly putting on a green dress, she gathered her hair and tied it with a green ribbon. And then she put on her old red shoes that she wasn't afraid to get dirty. Putting on her black cloak, she picked up her suitcase and strode resolutely forward. The girl decided that she would do everything she could to protect her child. As soon as she came down the stairs, Ray quickly turned around. She looked sadly in the direction where her child's father's bedroom was. Without a word, she continued forward. The clomping of her heels could be heard in the room. Ray decided not to look back again. A door filled with light opened before her. It led to a new life without him. Two servants with suitcases were already waiting for her outside the manor. They were talking about something. Ray walked over to them and greeted Mary and Gardner, who were worried about her. Mary ran up to her and asked if Ray was okay and what was wrong with Claudin. She replied that he was asleep. Ray was sure that for a few jewels they could find a wagon and leave. The girl asked them to hurry up. Dela approached them, who couldn't let them leave. Ray was alarmed to see Dela and Philip, who were loyal to Claudin. Dela asked Philip if he hadn't told her that Ray was being kept locked up. He didn't say anything. Nanny didn't understand how she'd come here on her own, ready to run off with a couple of traitors. Ray decided not to give up. Dela asked where she was going with her suitcase in her hands. The girl replied that they were leaving. She recalled Dela telling her to get out of here. The woman felt that Ray could not leave without saying goodbye to Claudin, for he would go mad. Dela asked Mary and Gardner how dare they leave after all that Master had done for them. Mary got angry and shouted that she had paid all her debts to him a century ago. She asked Dela if he hadn't kept them locked up here long enough. The maid extended her hand, which had nails as sharp as a predator's. The woman was ready to fight for the chance to leave this cursed estate. Dela ordered Philip to stop them and take their suitcases from them. Mary fearlessly threw herself into the fray, fighting Philip for their freedom. But Ray stopped them by shouting loudly, "Enough!" All the servants froze in place and looked at their mistress intently. The girl set the suitcase on the ground and asked Dela to let them go. She said worriedly that she had. Her voice trembled. Ray calmed down and told them that she was expecting Claudin's baby. Mary, Philip, and the gardener were surprised. They could not believe it was true. Dela was also surprised to ask if she was pregnant by Master Clodan. The girl replied that it was true, and Claudin wanted to get rid of the baby. She put her hands on her stomach and asked how they thought she should act. Nanny didn't understand how Claudin could want to get rid of his child. Ray told him that he had created a potion. She took it to a doctor who said it was used to get rid of the fetus. Also, Claudin has turned her into a monster and wants her to kill her baby. The girl looked away and said sadly that he didn't love her. He just needed a living doll to comfort him throughout his life. She pressed her hand on her stomach and asked what was the baby's fault. The girl menacingly said she would protect him at all costs, so she tries to escape. She earnestly asked Dela to help them escape so she could save the baby. Dela clutched her shawl nervously. She wondered about the master's child. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind as she held little Claudin in her arms. Then he grew older and was already walking with her, holding her hand and telling her something. Dela asked where Ray wanted to go. She replied that she wanted to live in the countryside, away from outsiders. Learning that the master was asleep, Dela told the gardener to go to the stables to prepare the wagon. Ray was surprised. She asked what Dela wanted to do. The nanny bowed and said she wanted to help her. The woman spoke sincerely. The butler growled and angrily shouted out what it all meant. She replied that the three knew nothing about the world outside. If something happened to them, would he take responsibility? Dela whispered to him that it was for Master's baby and for the lady to come back here, and he should stay here and help Master. The butler remained silent, but still obeyed Dela. She said they would reach the nearest village before the snowdrifts appeared. Nanny was sure since Master was asleep, the magic wouldn't be as strong. Ray turned around. A woman standing near the carriage door asked if she was coming. The girl looked sadly at the mansion. Then she replied that she was coming and they should hurry. The gardener took the reins in his hands and spanked the horse, which ran swiftly. The carriage moved quickly. The mansion was behind them. Ray was looking out the carriage window. Mary sat beside her and Dela across from Ray. The girl looked sad and continued to stare silently out the window, immersed in her thoughts. With one hand, she twirled the ring on her finger that Clodan had given her. She mentally said goodbye to him. He was the one who had first shown her what it was like to be loved. His gentle touches, looks, and words warmed her soul and made her heart flutter. Clodan was the one who made her feel happiness, however fleeting. And this is the man she was able to truly, sincerely love once. Taking one last look at the mansion, Ray mentally told him, "Goodbye, Clodan." After a while, Dela took her time walking into the inn. She walked up to the room and knocked on the door, quietly saying it was her. "Dela told me that they would stay here for a couple days and then find another place. Until then, no one has to leave here." Mary, Gardner, and Ray were in the room. Everyone listened to her in silence. The girl looked out the window. She didn't know why Dela had come with them, but she knew a lot about the world outside. Ray's jewelry was useless here. Pawning them would have been a problem. But Dela was ready for it. She set the bag of money on the table. The woman said confidently that it was payment for 4. Everyone liked her currency. Ray got nervous and was embarrassed that she didn't know such obvious things. Only Dela could go outside and could transfer funds to the Cassell family bank. Therefore, she could be considered the treasurer of the family. Although Ray didn't know what Dela really wanted, she was glad Nanny was coming with them. Dela put the food for Mary and Gardner on the table and looked at Ray. The woman set down a bowl of soup for her and said she needed to eat too. Ray sighed. Dela reminded her that she was now eating for 2. She promised to buy something else for her in the morning. The girl looked silently at the buns that were on the table. She remembered Clodan's words that she couldn't be the same and would go mad if she went too long without drinking his blood. But she was determined that it wasn't going to happen, and she could and would endure anything. Taking the bun in her hands, the girl thanked Dela for the food. Ray turned around and started eating it, assuring herself that she could survive without him. Dela walked along the road among the trees, covered with snow. A man followed her. She promised to pay the remaining amount tomorrow. He said that the weather was good here and the village was peaceful. She agreed with him that it was the perfect place to raise a child. Dela looked up at the 3-story large house that had a garden beside it. Putting on her hood, she said goodbye to the man, agreeing to see him tomorrow. She was pleased to have found a great house in the rural southeast with short winters. She paid special attention to the environment in which the child would grow up when choosing the house. Dela was determined to do everything to protect this child. She was sure Clodan would soften his anger when he saw his child healthy. She slowly opened the door, which creaked open, and stepped into the room. Closing the door, Dela took off her hood and called out to Ray. The girl turned around, keeping her hand on her stomach. She was glad Nanny was back. Dela realized she had to do whatever was necessary because Philip wouldn't be able to take on the master's wrath forever. She gave the shawl to Ray, talking about how the baby might get hurt if she got cold. Ray gratefully took the shawl. Nanny thought they should return to the mansion as soon as possible. The next day when Mary approached their new home, she was pleasantly surprised. She couldn't believe this beautiful house they were going to live in. She said to Ray, "Isn't it true that the color of the roof of the house is so warm and cozy?" Mary's eyes were red and her teeth were like a snake's. She looked at Ray joyfully. The girl seeing the house smiled and replied that she liked everything too. Gardner and Mary watched their mistress in silence as she smiled. When they moved into their new home, the days began to go by faster. Every Sunday, Dela went to the harbor market to buy groceries. Mary did chores around the house, and the gardener tended to the plants and garden. The maid looked cheerful and was happy with life here. She taught Ray how to knit to pass the time. The girl enjoyed knitting, and by the end of the month she was getting good at knitting. Ray began to smile more often and laugh at Mary's jokes. After lunch, when the weather was nice, Ray would go for a walk and talk to some of the residents. Mary prepared the food and put it on the table. Everyone sat around the table and ate. For the first time, everything seemed pleasant and normal to her. Ray was smiling and enjoying her food. Mary was happy to see her happy, but there was something that bothered Mary. One night, she left the room because she was very thirsty. Suddenly, she heard a creaking sound. The woman became alert and looked away. The sound came from the kitchen. She went there quietly, thinking that a thief had snuck in. Abruptly opening the kitchen door, Mary angrily asked who was here. But she was shocked when she saw who had invaded the kitchen. It was Ray, who was sitting on the floor with her head down. Her clothes were covered in blood. There was blood on her face and tears streaming down her cheeks. She asked for forgiveness for what she had done. Not far from her lay a dead rooster, covered in blood. Ray continued to sit on the floor, saying through her tears that she was sorry she did it. Mary noticed that Ray was good at hiding it and not showing how bad she felt inside. The maid thought, if the lady is in such a state, what's it like for the master now? Meanwhile, Butler was kneeling with his head down. Clodan stood staring silently out the window, expecting Ray to return soon, his eyes filled with anger. Philip asked him to come to his senses, but he wouldn't listen to him. Claudin's hands and shirt were covered in blood. He squeezed his cut palm, where the blood was running down it, and said when would she come back. He was in so much pain. He asked her to come back. That night, when Ray quickly left the mansion, Claudin fell soundly asleep. He had a very strange dream. The bluebird's neck snapped during flight, and when it hit the ground, it was already dead. Claudin felt terrible when he saw that bird, as if he had killed it. He realized that there was no way he would be saddened by the death of such a creature, but something was wrong. He gently took the dead bird in his hands. Suddenly, she turned into Ray. Her breathless body was in his arms. Claudin's heart beat fast and burst with pain. He could not believe his eyes. His beloved was silent and unmoving. She was dead. He shouted that it was impossible and didn't realize what had happened. Claudin, through his tears, called out to her, begging her to open her eyes, promising to make things right and help her, begging her to wake up. A boy who looked like him appeared in front of him and said that Claudin had ruined everything and it was his fault. The boy had no fear of Clodan and glared at him angrily. Tears were streaming down Claudin's cheeks. He didn't understand who the boy was or why she was looking at him like that. Clenching his hands into a fist, the boy said that Claudin hadn't protected anything, but had tricked Ray and tried to kill his unborn child. Besides, he demanded that she love and care for him without question. So that's how it ended. The boy pointed his finger at him and said, "Ray doesn't love you. She can't love you anymore." Claudin, on his knees, continued to hold his beloved's body in his hands. His heart felt as if it were shrinking. Tears began to run from his eyes. He didn't want to admit that the boy was right. Instantly, Ray's body dissolved into thin air, and only a blue feather remained. His heart was torn to pieces with pain and sorrow. He had lost her, his Ray. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that it was time to awaken from his sleep and return to his cave where he would be all alone. Claudin quickly opened his eyes and woke up. He was breathing heavily, and his body was in a cold sweat. Standing up and wiping his face with his hand, he thought it was just a nightmare. He looked at the bed and asked Ray to forgive him for waking her. But to his surprise, he saw that the girl wasn't around and the bed was empty. The man stood up quickly and felt uneasy in his heart. He was afraid. Quickly getting out of bed, he went to look for her. He put on his robe and walked around the house calling for her, asking where she was, if she had gone for a walk. He could hear the banging of doors and Claudin's excited voice calling for Ray. His patience was breaking, and he demanded that she stop hiding and come out to him immediately. Ray didn't answer because she wasn't in the house. He wondered where she might be. Claudin thought she might be in the main house, so he went there. He was sure she was there because Ray had said earlier that she wanted to see Mary. Upon entering the mansion, no one greeted him. He didn't understand why no one was in the house. The man smiled evilly, thinking about the fact that these rats had thought it out well. He thought that Ray wouldn't have left of her own accord, and someone had tricked her or forced her to do it. Claudin decided that he would beat the truth out of them. Suddenly, he saw Philip cleaning the house. Philip glowed when he saw his master. Tears of joy came to his eyes. The butler ran up to him and said he was very glad Claudin was alive and well. He didn't hold back his tears and couldn't describe in words the relief he felt at seeing him. But Claudin was not in the mood for joyous encounters now. The man asked where Ray was. Philip trembled with fear, feeling his master's anger at him. He said in a trembling voice that Mistress Ray, After calming down, Philip revealed that Ray had left the estate with some of the servants. Claudin stood silently for a while, unable to believe she had done that. He remembered how they had walked together recently, holding hands. At that moment he was happy and gazed fondly at Ray, who had won his heart. Ray smiled at him and looked happy too. She didn't take her eyes off him. The man kissed her, and the girl smiled happily and whispered to him that she loved him. Realizing that she was indeed gone, Claudin quickly ran. The butler worriedly asked where he was going to go. Claudin didn't answer, and Philip realized that he wanted to leave the mansion. He tried to stop the master, reminding him that he was not allowed to leave the manor. No matter how much Philip begged him to stop, Claudin continued to run fast forward. He touched the gate with his hand, and a violet-pink light appeared from his hand. The gates of the mansion swung open with his powerful magic. Butler, covering his face with his hand, felt a strong pressure and looked at the gate. He asked the master to stop and move away from the gate, but he didn't listen to him. Clodan was determined and went forward. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a big, thick, long vine appeared. She grabbed Claudin's arms and legs tightly and prevented her from going through the gate. But Claudin did not give up and tried to break free. Philip ran to his aid. Suddenly, Claudin heard a voice telling him that he couldn't leave this place. Because he desperately wished to live forever, his wish was fulfilled. Therefore, he will live forever, inseparable from this estate. No matter how hard Claudin tried, he couldn't get out. The voice was telling him to give up. The gate slowly began to close, and the opportunity to leave was fading. As soon as they closed, Clodan heard that neither his body nor his soul would be able to leave. Some time passed. It was snowing outside. Ray's house was quiet. The doctor was checking the baby's heartbeat in the girl's stomach. After the examination, Thomas said the fetus was completely healthy, very active, and there were no problems. He advised her to eat more, because the time of labor was approaching. She understood. Ray was worried that he had to come to see her often, and the journey was long. But he replied that it wasn't hard for him. She asked how Hayes was doing. He said he was better, and his appetite had returned. Thomas scratched the back of his head and apologized before asking his question. He asked how she planned to raise not one but 2 children on her own. The girl gently stroked her belly with her hand and remained silent. She then stood up and replied that it was none of his business. Thomas said he meant, but Ray didn't let him finish. She left, wished him a good trip home, and said they'd see each other at the next reception. The girl walked leisurely to her room. Thomas's words made her a little angry. On her way to her room, she met Dela, who called out to her. The woman was waiting for her. She bowed politely to the mistress. Dela asked how the doctor's appointment went. Ray replied that everything was fine, thanks to her care. The nanny informed her that she needed to prepare for the birth. She decided she would talk to Mary because she had more experience. The girl didn't answer anything. She thought about her unborn children. Looking out the window and seeing 2 birds, Ray asked if Dela thought those babies would be monsters. The woman didn't understand her and asked in surprise what she meant. Ray continued to watch the birds soar through the sky, their feathers flying down. She revealed that when she misses Claudin, her children talk to her. They tell her that the weather is nice and that they wish they could meet him sooner. Ray admitted that Claudin thought those kids would kill her, but she felt that wouldn't happen. After all, her children were too cute. Dela was surprised to hear that. In front of her stood a young woman that carried the heirs of the Cassell family. She was deceived by love and ran away from him, but still fell in love again. Dela realized that she had aged since the last time she left the estate. She took Ray's hands gently and thought that maybe they had something in common. Dela touched his forehead to her hands and asked the gods to take pity on Ray and her unborn children and protect them. The day of the birth came. Mary and Dela asked Ray not to faint. The gardener stood by the door, nervous. Ray clutched the blanket hard and tried her best. She clenched her teeth tightly and obeyed Mary in everything so that she could have children quickly. And finally, the long-awaited cries of newborns rang out in the house. Mary cheerfully said that here they were, the babies everyone had been waiting for. Ray breathed a sigh of relief when she heard their cries and learned that both babies were healthy. When she took the twins in her arms, she couldn't hold back tears of joy and happiness. A few years later, a man approached Ray's house. He watched him from a distance. There were children running joyfully outside the house. A girl ran ahead, followed by her brother. The girl smilingly teased her brother. She promised to give his thing back if he caught up with her. The boy was afraid that something might break during their game, but his sister replied that it wouldn't happen if he ran fast. Ray stealthily approached them and asked if they were fighting again. The children were excited and smiled when they saw their beloved mom walking up to them. Ray fixed her hair and leaned over to Pamela and Pallas with a smile. She said if they quarreled, they would not get new clothes for the festival. The children opened their mouths in surprise. Pallas said it was Pamela who started it when she took his toy. But the girls said it was all his fault. 6 winters ago, they had left the estate and moved to this village, where the winter days resembled early spring. Under this bright sun, children were able to grow up healthy. The twins happily ran forward as they continued to play, with Ray following behind them. She watched the children who were happy and joyful. Pallas was a sensitive boy who loved animals. Pamela was a playful, brave girl. This smiling girl was the reason for most of the incidents in the house. One day during dinner, Pamela asked Ray if it was true that she had the same hair as Daddy. Her question was so sudden and puzzled Ray. Everyone at the table fell silent. Ray asked who told her that. The girl replied that Dela had said she looked like her daddy when she was little. With a disgruntled look at Dela, Ray gave her a warning look. Dela explained that she was merely answering questions from Pamela, who had asked a lot about her father. The girl starts asking Ray where her daddy is and why they don't live together. But Ray didn't answer her questions, instead reminding her of the table talk. Pamela lowered her head and fell silent. Ray noticed that as the children got older, they became more interested in their father. Almost all of the twins' conversations about their father were with Dela. Sometimes Ray saw her writing a letter. She didn't need to read the letter, for Ray already knew who the recipient was. In fact, Ray hadn't forgotten Claudin either. Her hunger grew stronger every day. It was hard for her to contain herself and her passionate desires that only he could quench. Left to herself, Ray, used to Claudin's touch, longed to be near him like she used to be. She couldn't stop imagining Claudin being next to her, the way he hugged her, whispering affectionate words in her ear. She was bored out of her mind. His scalding kisses gave her euphoria. They were truly exhilarating. But as Ray came to her senses, she realized she was alone. Tiredly taking hold of her head, the girl caught herself thinking that she was going crazy. She realized that she had been too relaxed lately and needed to prepare for the festival. Suddenly, a worried Mary ran into the room, asking what they should do. When Ray saw her, she was so surprised she couldn't believe her eyes. Mary's face had changed, and she no longer looked like a monster, and her teeth had become normal. The girl asked what was wrong. Mary replied that her face was the least of her worries right now. The woman was breathing heavily because of her excitement. Ray asked what she meant. Mary said fearfully that Dela wasn't breathing. Hearing this, Ray was shocked. The girl was frightened, not understanding what was happening or why Nanny wasn't breathing. Mary said that she was in her room and fell asleep in a chair. When she woke up, she got up. The woman stretched and was surprised that the day had come when she could take a nap. When Mary saw her reflection, she froze in place and thought it was a dream. The woman couldn't believe that her face and all her skin was back to the way it was before. She didn't understand how this had happened. Mary knew that only the master could break the curse. The maid decided to warn the others. The woman thought that maybe the curses had been lifted. Quickly opening the door of Dela's room, who might know something, Mary asked to see her, but immediately her face became worried and frightened. She saw Dela, who was lying motionless on the floor and silent. Mary ran over to her and picked her up and asked what had happened and if Dela was okay. The maid shuddered and screamed as it happened. She realized that Dela was dead. Placing Nanny's dead body on the floor, Mary quickly ran after the mistress. Dela's soul stood beside her breathless body and looked at him silently. The woman realized that if she was dead, then something had happened to the master. She wondered if she could leave Master Clodan behind. Nanny looked sadly at the door, which opened abruptly. A frightened Ray and Mary quickly ran into the room and ran up to her body. They cried when they saw that Dela had indeed died. The twins also came running into her room. The children cried bitterly and called for Nanny. She thought all the things she had protected for Master's sake were still here. Dela went to the door where the light was coming from and looked at Ray one last time. The girl sat beside her body and cried. Tears ran down her cheeks. Nanny smiled and hoped that Master would spend the rest of his life with the man he loved. On the other side of the door, Dela was greeted by Claudin's parents. They hugged him and smiled happily at her. A funeral was soon organized for Dela, which was small but heartfelt. She had no family or friends, but acquaintances from the village came to honor her memory. Ray realized that they were all thinking about where they would have ended up if they hadn't met her. The girl began to fulfill Dela's duties. She picked up the letter that had come from the bank. It asked about the next steps after the death of a trustee of the Cassell Family Foundation. The bank was in Lance, and it was not far from their village. Ray decided to take a cart and go there. She told Mary about it, who promised to look after the children and wished her a good journey. Suddenly, Ray felt cold and she felt uneasy. She didn't realize what it was. Ray turned around and asked Mary, whoever came to visit, not to open the door. Looking at her coldly, Ray told her not to do that under any circumstances. The maid replied that she understood and would do as she said. Ray left the house and walked along the forest path. She felt uneasy. She began to touch the ring. She thought it was because she was worried about Dela's death. It was also hard for her children to experience mourning for the first time. Ray wanted them to be at ease. Sighing heavily, Ray couldn't stop thinking about that premonition. Suddenly, she stopped and wondered who was here. She noticed that someone was following her. She demanded that the man come out and not hide. A man came out from behind the bushes and said it was rather rude of him to introduce himself like that. He apologized for scaring her. The man explained that he did not know how to talk to her. Ray had no idea it would be Claudin, the father of her children. She was scared. He stepped closer and asked her if she happened to know who he was. In his hands was a suitcase. He looked at it carefully, but somehow he didn't remember her. Stepping back, Ray shuddered and said, "Claudin?" There was a look of alarm and fear on her face. The man silently watched her carefully and studied her to make sure he didn't miss anything. He said that watching her reaction, he realized she knew him. Ray excitedly asked why he had come here. Her voice trembled. She realized that Claudin was indeed standing in front of her. Ray didn't understand how he'd gotten here. She thought he'd be locked behind the mansion gates forever. Claudin looked around. Ray started to wonder if he was already in the house. She worried about the kids, if they were okay. What if he had done something to them? Her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Claudin, who came closer and spoke to her. Ray wondered how he knew she was here. She tried to calm down and be careful. Claudin calmly replied that Dela had told him. Ray was shocked. She'd had her suspicions when she'd seen her behind the letter to him, but Ray didn't think Dela would tell her where they were. Ray bluntly asked what he wanted. Claudin repeated in surprise what he wanted. She wondered if he had come here to hide in the bushes and follow her. Looking at him menacingly, Ray said she wouldn't go back with him, and they were happy here without him. He hesitated for a moment, then replied that she had probably misunderstood something. Because Claudin didn't know who she was, Ray didn't believe his words. She said indignantly that he was lying, as he always did. The man watched her in surprise and listened to her in silence. She asked if he didn't remember her, then why did he come, and why was he following her? Claudin said that when he woke up, he was told that 6 years had passed. A man named Philip told him that he had lost Ray and destroyed himself. He had also lost all his memories. The man stepped closer to her. Ray fearfully told him to stay away from her. He explained that he was curious. He wondered how it had managed to get out, why she was important to him, and why their relationship had worked out the way it had. Lifting her chin with his finger, he said as much as he could think about. He couldn't understand. Claudin asked if there was something special between them. His words and touch made Ray remember all the times they'd been alone together. She still missed him, unable to forget what had bonded them. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and his gentle touch. Pushing his hand away, Ray said that they were nothing to each other, and that she was just a toy for him. Claudin said he must have treated her well. Ray asked what he meant. The man saw her teeth and asked if he had done this to her, but Ray was silent. He asked again if she wanted him to fix it. Ray thought she'd heard wrong. She asked him again. Claudin replied that he would do so on one condition. He asked her to stay with her for just a month to recover his memory. Her eyes brightened, and she had hope. She wondered if she should believe him. Ray asked if she couldn't trust him and said no. What would happen then? Claudin promised that she would have the servants, Castle Manor, and his legacy in a month if she agreed. Even though it was a good deal, she had many doubts and concerns. He took her hand and explained that it was necessary for him to bring back memories. Besides, at this point, he's not interested in her, so she shouldn't worry. He whispered in her ear for her to make a decision. The twins were lying on the floor near the fireplace, reading books passionately. Suddenly, Pamela felt something. She interrupted her reading. The girl turned sharply and looked at the door. Pallas saw her worried face and called out to her. He asked what was wrong, but his little sister didn't answer and stared silently at the door. The sun's rays broke through the leaves of the trees and fell on the house. Mary accidentally cut her finger on her hand, and blood began to drip onto the floor. The woman didn't realize what was happening to her today. She treated the wound. Suddenly, she heard the door creak open. Mary turned around. Pamela entered the room and asked if she had hurt herself. The girl asked what had happened and if Mary was okay. The woman replied that she was fine. It was just a scratch. The maid asked her why she had come to the kitchen if she was hungry. The girl explained that they had a guest coming over and she wanted to help Mary get ready. Upon hearing this, Mary said that they weren't expecting someone so late in the afternoon. The woman asked Pamela if she might have dreamed it, but the girl replied in a confident voice that someone was really coming toward them. Mary leaned toward her and asked in surprise how that was possible. And that's when Ray walked in and said she was home. The maid quickly went to meet her and said she thought she'd come earlier. Suddenly, Mary stopped and her body trembled. Before her stood the master from whom she and her mistress had fled together. Mary said in a trembling voice, "Master?" Claudin remained silent. She asked Ray what was going on and why he was here. Pamela looked to see who it was that had come in. Ray asked Mary not to worry and promised to explain everything later. Claudin saw her. He scrutinized this little girl who looked so much like him, and then he said, "Well, hello." Pamela couldn't take her eyes off him. Mary hugged Pamela, and Ray took Claudin's hand and asked him to follow her. The girl looked at Claudin and tried to figure out who it was. The room Ray had brought him to was bright and clean. She silently closed the door quickly behind her. And then, with a sigh of relief, Ray said that if he wanted to stay with them, they needed to set rules. Claudin watched her. He realized he could not refuse, so he agreed and was willing to listen to her rules. Ray said he would leave this room in case of an emergency. He will need to treat Mary and the gardener with respect and will not be allowed to see the villagers. Also, Ray demanded that he stay away from Pamela and Pallas. She promised that she would make sure they didn't see each other, and he would need to create a potion that would fix everything and restore his memories. Afterward, Ray wanted to leave, but Claudin had a question regarding the children. The man asked if he was their father. Ray stopped and turned around and replied that they were not his children. With an ironic smile, she replied that he should know about it himself. Then Ray remembered that he'd forgotten about it. Seeing no point in hiding it, she revealed that he had tried to kill her children. She hoped this information would help him remember everything. Before leaving the room, Ray told him to try not to abuse their hospitality. Claudin answered nothing, but only watched in silence as she closed the door loudly behind her. He went to the window and looked out at the setting sun. The room was bright and sunny. The man thought about the children. They seemed very much like him. He remembered his encounter with Pamela, who who had scrutinized him. She had the same hair color and something so native. Claudin knew that Ray had raised them alone and realized that it must have been very difficult for her. And the fact that she was so adamant that the kids weren't his meant that he really was someone else. 6 years ago at Cassell Manor, it was dark outside and the lights were on in the mansion. The butler stood beside Claudin and anxiously asked if he could hear him. The man was lying in his bed. He opened his eyes and looked lifeless. It was as if Claudin had lost a piece of himself and longed for it deeply. He said quietly, "Ray."